Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry and Draco's bloodlines change the wizarding world. Here is short summary. Harry and Draco uncover their hidden ancestral magic, reshaping the wizarding world and their own destinies. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Draco remembered his blood turning cold as he read the opening text, as the original doubt appeared in his head. Verii, more widely known in legend as the Atra Veritas, or Black Truth, once widely populated areas of Europe and North America. These creatures looked and acted exactly like wizards or mudbloods. In fact, these creatures had the same genetic structure as wizards except for one difference: their wings. Verii have been known to sprout beautiful wings of black feathers when either very happy or very angry, wings which it has been seen have feathers softer than silk when happy, and sharp as a blade when angry. Verii are somewhat like the phoenix in the sense that they too go through the process of being reborn, which occurs for a Verii once a month. Instead of burning to ashes and rising from them, the Verei's wings sprout and then disintegrate into a waterfall of feathers. When all the feathers from the old wings have fallen off, new wings will sprout, most often during dawn of the next day. Because of this monthly rebirth, Verii, like the phoenix, seem to age up to the point of 30 or so and then stop or age very slowly in outward appearance afterward, though their lifespan tends only to be 20 years or so longer than a normal wizard's lifespan. Verii tend not to live in a pack, although sometimes groups can be found together, but do develop a system like a pack system among individual families or groups. One Verii is the pack leader, called the Octor, whom is looked to for guidance by the other Verii in the group. Verii mate for life in a startling process called the aspectus, in which the color of the Verei's eyes changes to a mixture of silver and gold. In this state the Verii can see the aura of every being and plant around it, including itself. The Verii will look for the aura that is identical to his/her aura. If their mate accepts them, they mate for life. If not, the Verii is likely to kill himself/herself within 24 hours. There have been cases where a Verii can live without their mate if the mate dies before mating or in childbirth, but hardly ever in the case of absolute refusal from the mate. And the book went on, about the traditions of the Verii in mating, and childbirth, and other things that Draco was not interested in learning, but the idea that maybe there was Verii blood in his line was now stuck in his head. And here in the family tree the final piece clicked into his head in the form of his great-great-great-grandfather. Catalina Malfoy, married to Aurelia Malfoy, a full-blooded Verii, as the second spell showed. This spell traced the blood through the family tree, showing what was dominant in the person and what was not. Draco followed the dormant silver line of the Verii blood down the map until he stopped at another name. Lucius Sergius Malfoy, married to Narcissa Malfoy, the second full-blooded Verii with dominant Verii blood. Draco's father. And, with bated breath, Draco traced the silver line down one more step in the family tree. Draco Lucius Malfoy, the third full-blooded Verii in the Malfoy family. And with this realization, Draco felt many other pieces, that he never knew were in this particular puzzle, fall into place. How he had always looked up to his father, long after the time when other boys in his dorm were complaining about both of their parents. How he had been crushed by the fact that his father was in prison, and not the fact that his mother didn't care. How he had practically laughed out loud when, due to said fact that his father was in prison, the entire Malfoy fortune had fallen to him and not his mother. How he hadn't cared that his mother had left the manor in a rage, only been sad because his father hadn't been there to watch. It had been very funny after all. Obviously his father was the Octor of his family. But that mating thing, Draco didn't like that. Another obvious thing was that his mother had not been his father's mate, so it was perceivable that his father's mate had died, and Draco had one guess as to how that happened, and the name started with a V. The thing that Draco was now upset about was the whole suicide if your mate doesn't like you thing. No, that didn't sit well with Draco at all. So, with the absence of his father, Draco went to the next best person, his godfather. Half an hour after Draco had come knocking on his door, Snape stood inside Dumbledore's office drinking the strongest coffee that could be provided. The other wizard waited patiently for him to say why he was calling on the headmaster at 3 in the morning, looking as if he had just been given a sign that the apocalypse was coming. "It's about Draco," Snape said at last, and Dumbledore knew that the outward Snape who is a bastard facade would soon fall to reveal the Snape who is a worried godfather underneath. A side of him that only himself, Draco, and maybe Draco's father had ever seen. "He just came to see me with his divination homework, you know, the one about family trees and such. And he has found out how similar to his father he is." Dumbledore finished quietly. Yes. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "Well, I never expected Hogwarts to be blessed with having two Aeter Veritatis to walk through these halls, especially in this day and age. But what about Draco? This will only become harder for him. Yes, he will need a room of his own away from the dorms of other students so they will not find his feathers." Dumbledore stroked Fawkes's bright feathers as he thought. "That's not even half of the problem, Dumbledore, and you know it." Snape snapped. "What about Lucius? Draco won't be able to survive without an Octor, especially throughout the Aspectus. And I doubt Lucius ever spoke to him about controlling when his wings appear, other than the 'Malfoys don't show emotion' thing that the entire family should make their motto or something. I know he can't do that from Azkaban, Severus. But there are only so many rules I can bend. And Lucius Malfoy was one of the Death Eaters found at the Department of Mysteries. No one in the Ministry will be happy with just letting him walk out." Snape smiled slowly. "But Lucius's dark mark will have faded by now." "What are you talking about, Severus?" Dumbledore asked sharply. "Lucius is a Varii. Only his life mate could mark him. His mate never did, as Lucius went through Aspectus later than most Varii do. Voldemort happened to kill his mate, therefore no one can mark Lucius, not even the Dark Lord. The dark mark that other Death Eaters see is a complex spell that Lucius casts upon his arm to give the appearance that he is marked. It fades after a few months or so. But it will not sit well with my soul, Severus, if I hand a Death Eater a pass out of Azkaban." "Give him an ultimatum then," Snape suggested. "I think you'll find that, given the choice, Lucius would choose his son over the Dark Lord." "How can you be sure, Severus? You didn't see Lucius after Draco was born. Lucius had followed the Dark Lord because Lucius, like all his kind, needed an Octor. It wasn't a perfect situation, as Lord Voldemort is not a Varii, but Lucius resigned himself to it. Then when Draco was born, Lucius became the Octor." "Exactly. His blood will not allow him to leave his son without an Octor." Dumbledore nodded. "Have Draco write to him then, and I will see what I can do about having another hearing for him." Snape nodded. The bastard mask firmly back in place, and the potions master left Dumbledore's office, black robes flaring behind him. Fawkes seemed to look at Dumbledore questioningly. The headmaster sighed. "Yes, Fawkes, I know I would have worked to free Lucius even if he would have stayed a Death Eater." He looked at the bird. "You can sense auras, can't you feel it? I am almost certain who Draco's mate will be." Fawkes let out a keening sound, the same collection of notes that he used whenever Dumbledore talked to the bird about the Gryffindor Golden Boy, and Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, Fawkes, Harry Potter." Nestled safely in the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry Potter tossed and turned in his bed, clenched in the jaws of a nightmare. Blood. There was blood everywhere. Blood that he had helped to spill. Yes, all of it must have been his fault. Sirius, his mother, his father, countless others that had been killed during the summer raids that the Death Eaters had launched while he was tucked away in Privet Drive. He had only found out about these when he arrived back at school, and now, 3 weeks later, it still haunted him. Darkness seemed to surround him, but this was a different darkness. Not the darkness of hatred that was filled with blood. This was almost a comforting darkness, a darkness that felt like feathers. Silken feathers. Wings. 2 arms encircled him as the black wings seemed to cradle his body. "Do not despair, Harry," a voice whispered, "do not despair." And Harry slept peacefully. "Yo, Malfoy." Disdainful eyes shifted from where they had been contemplating the wall of the cell to the wizard that stood at the barred door to this cage. "You got a letter." Then the guard muttered under his breath, "Though why anyone would be sending a letter at this hour is beyond me." The guard was shaken out of his reverie as the letter was snatched out of his hand and the cell's inhabitant retreated back into the cell. Muttering inaudibly about manners of prisoners and idiots who sent letters at 5 in the morning, the guard went on his way back to his post where he had been shaken from his stupor by an eagle only a few minutes before. Lucius looked at the letter briefly before ripping it open. Draco had written it. His eyes seemed to race down the letter, an emotion that was never seen by the world apparent in his eyes. As he read it, Lucius smiled. Draco knew. His pride, his son, was now just beginning to grasp the truth of the road that he himself had walked. Lucius felt a small pang of regret that he would not be able to help his son become accustomed to this life. Until he read the last paragraph. The elder Malfoy smiled in the shadows, and for once he allowed his emotions through. Beautiful, wings that glistened in the moonlight streaming into the cell from the barred window, erupted from his back and fluttered as if they were happy that their owner was happy. The soft rustle of feathers filled the cell as the wings stretched, their wingtips touching the ceiling. Lucius looked at his wings thoughtfully. Someday his Draco's wings would be this size, twice the length of a grown man and powerful enough to support his son in flight, and in battle if necessary. Out of curiosity Lucius rolled up the sleeve of his robe and looked at the pale flesh of his upper arm. No blemish, not even a smudge of the dark mark to be seen. Harry hated Mondays. No, he really hated Mondays. Because Mondays always seemed to start off badly, which set the entire mood of the day to be a bad one. Why? One word. Potions. That was all that was needed to be said on the matter, that word. And it didn't help that there were lucky people like Ron who weren't trying to be an Auror and therefore could afford to sleep late on Mondays if they so wished, because they weren't taking potions. Of course, Ron never did sleep late on Mondays. He figured it was the least he could do to give his friend some encouragement before that. There wasn't a word bad enough to describe that class in Harry's opinion. And speaking of Ron, it was Ron who was currently dragging Harry down the stairs to the Great Hall for breakfast as part of the normal Monday routine. And like every Monday, Hermione was already there, ensconced in a book. Ron and Harry slid into seats next to her that she had saved for them as she did every morning, and began loading food onto their plates. "Oh, Harry, did you hear? No potions today," Hermione said as if she was commenting on the weather. Harry's looked up hopefully. "Really?" Hermione nodded, eyes not leaving the book. "He's not here today. Class was cancelled." Both Ron and Harry turned to look at the staff table and, sure enough, their potions master was not there. "I wonder why he's not here," Harry murmured. "Who cares why he's not here?" Ron muttered. "I hope he never comes back." Both boys ignored Hermione's, Ron, of disapproval. "But it's strange. He's never, not here," Harry persisted. Hermione sighed. "This might have something to do with it." She handed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Our favorite Slytherin isn't here either," she added sarcastically. Harry took one look at the headline, frowned, and passed the paper to Ron, while glaring at the spot at the Slytherin table that Draco would have been sitting at were he in school at the time. "What?" Ron stuttered, ignoring looks from the surrounding Gryffindors and a few other students who had heard him. "Yeah, wonder how they're going to pull that off," Harry muttered darkly. "Well, logically, it's within rights to have another trial," Hermione pointed out. The only real trial after the Department of Mysteries issue was a mass trial of everyone they caught. No details were looked into for every single person. And if, as the article says, Lucius Malfoy doesn't have the dark mark, well, it's harder to convict him. But how can he not have the dark mark? He's a Death Eater. We all saw him. Ron hissed under his breath so only Harry and Hermione could hear. He probably planned for it, Harry spoke sullenly. Being a Slytherin and all. The Ministry of Magic may have made a terrible error. "Oh please," Ron scoffed. "Well, we'll know by tomorrow I guess," Hermione spoke. They ate in silence for a while until Ron broke it. "Oh look who decided to grace us with his presence," he muttered. Harry looked up from his breakfast to see that Draco Malfoy had entered the Great Hall and was being greeted by his Slytherin groupies. Probably being congratulated or something like that. Harry rolled his eyes and continued eating. The Minister of Magic looked very nervous, Lucius decided when he was shown into the minister's office with Snape. "Minister." Lucius spoke quietly and Fudge jumped slightly. Mr. Malfoy, I am dreadfully sorry about the mix-up. The Ministry should have known in your case that there would be an explanation. But it did look bad, Lucius, all those Death Eaters in the black robes. Fudge, Lucius drawled. Have you ever seen me wear anything other than black in public? Well, no, but it just looked too coincidental, Lucius. I still don't understand why you would be in the Department of Ministries that late at night anyway. Lucius pretended to be shocked. Why, Minister, you know what it's like living in the public eye. Were it to be widely known that the Malfoys had an item stored in the Department of Mysteries, well, you can guess what people would assume. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. You won't be opposed to house arrest for a little while, just until this whole thing simmers down. Of course not. In fact, arrangements have already been made for my stay at Hogwarts. Fudge seemed to visibly relax. If Dumbledore found no problems with Lucius's innocence, then there must not be any problems. That's good. Good day, Minister. Lucius spoke, and he and Snape left the minister's office. After apparating to Hogsmeade, the two sat in silence for the carriage ride up to the castle, until Snape spoke. I didn't think the Malfoys had items stored in the Department of Mysteries. He raised an eyebrow as Lucius smirked. We have the storage space, yes. Snape frowned. And may I ask what's in that space? Absolutely nothing, but only a Malfoy can open it, so no one's going to find that out. Snape chuckled. How Slytherin of you, Lucius. I try. Now about Draco. What about Draco? Calm down, Lucius. Nothing's happened yet. This morning Dumbledore gave him his own dorm, so no students have caught on yet. Good. Hopefully we'll keep it that way. When should he start the Aspectus? Lucius frowned slightly. I'm surprised it hasn't started already. Traditionally, the Aspectus happens very soon after the first rebirth. So that's almost a month now. Right. Draco shifted uneasily in his chair, fighting back the urge to massage his temples. Stupid headache. Why in Merlin's name wouldn't it go away? Was it even possible to have a dull ache in the back of your skull for a full day? And then there was the glitter. Draco was sure of it now. He was starting to see flashes of, well, glittery light out of the corner of his eyes. It was driving him crazy. Bloody glitter, bloody headache, bloody teacher for not letting class out early so he could go relax somewhere. What was she talking about? Oh, it didn't matter anyway. He'd figure it out later. Harry had almost succeeded in forgetting all about Lucius Malfoy's trial until just before dinner, when he found Ron sitting in the common room, looking as if Christmas had been cancelled. Did you hear? Ron asked glumly. What? The trial. Malfoy's not convicted anymore. Harry looked at Ron as if his friend was crazy. You're kidding, right? No. Dad wrote me this afternoon. They checked. Malfoy doesn't have the dark mark. How can he not have the mark? He's a Death Eater. Well, it's not there now. Even Dumbledore said there wasn't an illusion spell on him. So are people just going to forget that he was in the Department of Mysteries that late at night? Well, that was explained too. Apparently the Malfoys have something stored in the Department of Mysteries that he was retrieving. Again, at that time of night. Publicity. Even Dad admits that it's a good alibi. If we had something stored in the Department of Mysteries, we wouldn't want it public either. And Malfoy was given a key to the department earlier that day so that he could get in when no one was around to watch. I bet that's how the Death Eaters got in then. Harry muttered. Yeah, probably so. Was it said what it was they were storing? No, and only a Malfoy can open it, so they couldn't even look for trial purposes. Well, that's a stupid rule. Maybe not. Some families store the bones of their ancestors in there. What? Read it in the Quibbler. Harry shook his head. Let's just go down to dinner. The two joined their fellow students in the Great Hall, and Ron filled Hermione in on what his father had written to him. She didn't say anything at first, but any reply she would have made was cut off by Dumbledore signaling for silence in the Great Hall. I have an important announcement to make. Hogwarts is going to be receiving a guest for a few months. I ask that you all be especially courteous to him during his stay here. He will be arriving later tonight. Now tuck in. As the food appeared as it did every night, Harry looked suspiciously at Dumbledore. A guest. Harry had a sinking suspicion he knew who that guest was, but he hoped he was wrong. Any guesses who that is? Ron asked sarcastically. Obviously it's Malfoy, Hermione spoke quietly. Wonder why he didn't just announce it, Harry wondered. Can you imagine what that would have started? Hermione asked. I think he was smart not to announce it. Wait until the students' parents are told that he's innocent before telling the school. That does make some sense, Ron admitted. But does that mean Dumbledore believes Malfoy? Harry asked. I mean, Dumbledore was there. He saw Malfoy. How can he believe that Malfoy isn't a Death Eater? Maybe Malfoy's a spy like Snape. Hermione spoke low so that only Harry and Ron could hear. If he is, he's sure a great actor, Ron muttered darkly. Then, you know something strange. Ferret hasn't spoken about it once. That is strange, Harry murmured. Through the pressure in his head, Draco felt his heart leap. So his father was coming to Hogwarts. Of course Dumbledore didn't come out and say that, but it made sense after all. Fudge would want someone like Dumbledore to confirm that his father wasn't a Death Eater. Which in itself was really funny because Dumbledore knew that his father was a Death Eater. Then again, Dumbledore was the headmaster of the school, so shouldn't he have the characteristics of the school's founders? He certainly was smart like Ravenclaw, and he was brave like Gryffindor. The number of Hufflepuff qualities in Dumbledore was startling, but Slytherin. Well, he just proved he had Slytherin qualities. Lying to the Minister of Magic. Well, Fudge was an idiot, so maybe that didn't really count. Draco. Draco turned to look at Pansy, who was sitting across from him. What? Your eyes are really silver today. That got Draco's attention. Really, more so than usual. Blaise, sitting next to Pansy, looked at Draco closely. Much more so, maybe even a little gold. Draco's eyes widened. Silver and gold. Oh no. Outwardly he scoffed. You must be seeing things. Pansy shrugged. They're your eyes, Draco. All through dinner Draco couldn't concentrate. The aching in the back of his skull had spread to his temples, and he was starting to see a strange glowing if he looked at something long enough. Suddenly the pain broke. Draco blinked and the world went from normal to glowy. That was the only way to describe it. Everything, even the wood of the tables glowed. Some of the students near him were almost blinding. Time seemed to slow. A dull roaring began in his ears, as if he was underwater. The voices of the students talking were muffled and seemed far away. And as he looked around the great hall, it was just too much. Many, if not half of the students were glowing like miniature suns of different colors. Blues, violets, greens, whites, reds, all the glowing colors seemed to swim before his eyes before all went black. He only barely heard Pansy's scream. The effect was instantaneous. There was an uproar in the great hall. Those on the opposite side of the hall, Gryffindors mostly, had no idea what was going on. Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws also only barely knew what was going on. And there was almost complete chaos at the Slytherin table. Suddenly Dumbledore's voice rang out. Silence. Another instantaneous effect. All houses will please return to their dormitories in an orderly fashion. Harry frowned. What was going on? Pulling Ron behind a statue just outside the Great Hall, he whispered, I'm going to find out what's going on. Ron gaped as he pulled his invisibility cloak out of his bag. You carry that with you? Harry looked at him briefly before putting it on. Of course. I'll tell you what I find out. Okay mate, but if Hermione tries to bite your head off, don't turn to me for help. This is a bad idea. You're starting to sound like Hermione, Ron. I have to talk to Dumbledore anyway. And with that Harry slowly snuck back into the Great Hall, which was no easy feat, considering everyone else was trying to move in the other direction. About half of the students had filed out when the doors to the Great Hall opened and Snape walked in. Harry almost laughed at the stunned look on the potions master's face. Then something seemed to click as he looked at the Slytherin table and the Slytherins that were loath to just leave Draco like that, and he walked a little ways outside the door. He yelled something that Harry couldn't hear to someone Harry couldn't see, and as the last few students were being escorted out of the Great Hall again, most of these were Slytherins, Lucius Malfoy walked in. I was right, Harry thought. It was Malfoy that was coming to Hogwarts. Lucius walked quickly to where the teachers were now gathered around something on the floor that Harry couldn't see. Madame Pomfrey rose from where she had been kneeling on the floor and spoke. "He seems for all purposes to be asleep, Mr. Malfoy." "Of course he is. His body needs time to adjust." Lucius turned to Dumbledore. "When did it start?" "Dinner." The elder Malfoy nodded and bent down. When he straightened, Harry caught sight of what, or more accurately who, had been on the floor. Draco. Harry felt a twinge of, what exactly? Jealousy, at seeing the care etched on Draco's father's face. No. Sympathy. Couldn't be. Just something. For Malfoy, there was something wrong here. Harry shook it off. He couldn't have felt a twinge of anything for Malfoy. Just couldn't. The world didn't work that way. Harry was brought out of his reverie by Lucius speaking. "Where is Draco's room?" Harry blinked. Draco had his own dorm. He scowled. Money really spoke too much these days. "Mr. Malfoy, I think it would be wiser to put him in the hospital wing," Madame Pomfrey started. "Are you stating that I cannot look after my own son?" Lucius cut her off, hissing slightly. Snape winced, and Harry agreed with him. He had only seen Lucius this furious once, and at that time he was so thankful that Dobby was in between him and the elder Malfoy. Come to think of it, Harry hadn't even seen Lucius that angry at the Department of Mysteries. Maybe the elder Malfoy wasn't as loyal to Voldemort as he thought. "It's school policy. Have you ever treated a Varii, Madame Pomfrey?" "I guarantee you haven't," Lucius snarled. "Draco is a wizard, Mr. Malfoy, not a Varii." Again Snape winced, but this time so did Dumbledore. Lucius smirked. "You think I don't know what my son is?" A slight ripping sound was heard as huge black wings erupted from Lucius's back. They reached up towards the ceiling of the Great Hall, taller in fact than two full-grown men. The light of the Great Hall shone off them, as if they were coated in metal. They even looked sharp, nothing like the wings in Harry's dream. Snape whispered something in Poppy's ear that Harry didn't hear, but the nurse backed down. "I'll show you where it is," he muttered in Lucius's direction. The elder Malfoy nodded. His wings twitched and then receded back into the skin of his back, almost as if the feathers were folding in on themselves and dissolving. Snape and Lucius left the hall, the elder Malfoy still carrying a sleeping Draco. Dumbledore turned to the rest of the teachers present. "We need to have a staff meeting." Many of the teachers had a "duh" expression on their faces, and Harry almost laughed at the thought of someone else not knowing what was going on for once. "In my office, now," Dumbledore decided, and the teachers, one by one, walked out of the Great Hall. Dumbledore himself walked past the spot where Harry was hiding and stopped. "I would like to see you in my office as well, Harry. You're not in trouble, but we have things to discuss." "Do you need anything?" Snape asked as Lucius laid Draco on the green and silver bedspread. "A bottle of port would be nice," Lucius commented. Snape rolled his eyes. "I meant for Draco, not for you." "Then nothing. He'll be up and about soon enough. He's not hurt after all, just adjusting." Snape nodded. "Fine then." And the potions master left the two Malfoys alone. Lucius looked around the room. It was just a duplicate of the Slytherin dormitory really, except that there was one bed instead of a few, all draped in the classic Slytherin green and silver, with a fireplace to warm the room, for it was in the dungeon, and a small desk for Draco to write on. Draco's trunk was sitting, open, at the foot of his bed, and Lucius could see a stack of parchment inside it. After a few minutes of thought, Lucius transfigured one of the sheets into a bottle of port and another into a wine glass such as the ones he drank from in the manor. Lucius stared into the flames of the fire, which were also green and silver, as he sipped the wine. The room was very quiet, save the crackling of the fire, and Lucius's mind easily slipped back to when he had gone through his first aspectus. He remembered that day. He had been in a really bad mood because there had been a gnawing headache at the back of his skull all day, and he had skipped dinner for the silence of his own room. His aspectus hadn't hit until after he had fallen asleep, and he remembered vividly waking to see the entire room glowing different shades of green at the darkest hour of the night. It had left shortly after, so he hadn't actually seen the matching aura of his life mate until a few months had gone by. But he had to wonder if Draco chanced to see an aura that matched his own. It was probable, however highly unlikely. He was shaken from his reverie by an ecstatic "Father!" and he turned to see Draco sitting up excitedly. How are you feeling? Lucius asked, crossing to the bedside. Fine. The glowing stopped. Yes, I imagine it would. It will come back in a few days, each time for a longer amount of time. Draco looked skeptical. Is the headache going to come back too? No. Oh, that's okay then. Lucius paused for a moment, looking at his son. Draco, did you see anyone with an aura matching your own? I didn't have time to look at myself. Draco pointed out blankly. What color was it when you lost consciousness? Black. Just black, Draco thought. Yes, black, like ebony almost. Then that's your aura, Draco thought again. He remembered seeing someone with a black aura, but no details came to mind. I can't remember anyone with my aura. Pity. Harry denied the offered drop as he sat down in a plush chair in front of Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, as if carefully choosing the correct words to begin. There are many things we need to discuss, Harry. Why is Mr. Malfoy here? Not for the reason you are assuming, Harry, I'm sure. He is here purely for family reasons. But he's a Death Eater. Without a dark mark. Harry stopped his outburst. So he removed it. Harry, you cannot just remove the dark mark. Believe me, Severus has tried a dozen times and nothing works. The reason Lucius Malfoy does not have a dark mark is because there wasn't one there to begin with. How? It was a statement, not a question, and Dumbledore had been forced to come to a crossroads. That is information that cannot leave this room, Harry. But, you have many times not had enough information, perhaps unjustly, so I am now going to trust that you will keep this in utmost secret. Only speak of your knowledge when you know the time is right. Dumbledore looked at Harry, as if compelling Harry to think about this last statement. Harry nodded. Many times in this school, the subject of pure-blooded wizards has come out in the open. Lucius and Draco Malfoy are pure-blood wizards, but not from wizard blood. Harry blinked. They are from a group called the Verii, known in textbooks as the Atra Veritas, or, translated, Black Truth. You could think of them as wizards, for in fact they are, but wizards who are more hindered with a wand than without one. They rely on the magic granted to them by their rebirth every month and by their wings which you have seen. Harry nodded, remembering the large black wings that had sprouted from Lucius's back. These wings have two forms, the sharpened form that appears when the Verii are angry or endangered, or the silken form when they are happy or content. These wings go through a rebirth once a month, much as the rebirth of a phoenix, only they don't burn. From these wings the Verii are in tune with the magic that surrounds our world and they call upon this magic in their wings instead of the magic in the wand core. But all that aside, the reason Lucius is here is because Draco needs the guidance of one of his own kind during this phase that he has entered into called the Aspectus. What does that do? That is not my business to tell you, Harry. It is Draco's. You will have to ask him for the details on the matter. Harry scowled. Yeah, right, he thought. Back to the subject of Lucius, which I'm sure is still irking you. Lucius Malfoy has, of yesterday, ceased to be a Death Eater. This also has to do with his Verii lineage, but the details are unimportant. Know that there is no threat poised from his former Death Eater background. Now Harry, I believe you wanted to talk to me about something other than Lucius Malfoy's sudden appearance. Yes, well, Hermione, Ron, and I wanted to talk to you about the DA. You mean about whether I would allow, or even encourage, you to continue it? Yes, Dumbledore thought for a moment. I see no reason why that would be a problem, as long as all prior commitments are met, such as homework. Harry smiled at this. Everyone in the DA would be pleased to hear this. They really hadn't liked the idea of holding meetings behind Dumbledore's back again. But I have a request that you allow one other student to join you. You need not extend the invitation yourself. I will speak to him about it. And he may not choose to attend anyway, but I request that you extend the option. Harry's brain clicked and he had a sinking suspicion he knew which student Dumbledore was talking about. You mean Malfoy? Yes, I was referring Draco. He needs to get used to not using a wand, as it will only hinder him in upcoming battles. Harry nodded, privately thinking that it was okay to extend the invitation, as Dumbledore called it, because there was no way that Draco Malfoy would ever step foot in one of the DA meetings. So then, Lucius Malfoy was a spy? Hermione asked. No, more like, he's retired now. Harry muttered. Mental. The whole thing is mental, Ron murmured, and Harry privately thought, Ron, you have no idea. So what did he say about the DA? Hermione asked, to change the subject. Oh, yeah, did you ask him? He said we could as long as all prior commitments were upheld or something. In other words, classwork. Ron clarified. Right, he also requested we add another member. One who may or may not show up. Who would that be? Ron asked quizzically. It's Draco Malfoy, isn't it? Hermione asked, and Ron looked at her as if she was crazy. It can't be Ferret. Hermione. Ron stopped at the look on Harry's face. It is Malfoy. You didn't say yes, did you? He probably won't come, Harry muttered. You're absolutely right, Hermione agreed, looking pointedly in Ron's direction. He won't come. But what if he does? Ron asked. Then we'll have to act all nice. Not if we're dueling him, Harry put in, and Ron caught on to what Harry was implying. I like that idea, Harry. Draco Malfoy returned to classes the next day, looking for all the world as if he had not fainted, or blacked out, or fallen down gracefully at supper the night before. In fact, Draco Malfoy himself couldn't remember much about the blacking out part, so he brushed off any inquiries about his health, along with inquiries about why he hadn't been in the hospital wing. All was going along like a normal school day for Draco Malfoy, so when Ron Weasley happened to brush by him after lunch, he wasn't expecting a shouting contest. For Ron Weasley the day was not going so well. It seemed to be one of those days where nothing went right and everything that could possibly go wrong did go wrong. And Ron assumed that if he had been in potions, which he thankfully wasn't, his cauldron would have melted on him, just to make the day worse. And his friends weren't helping either, as Hermione seemed never to have a bad day and therefore wasn't comforting at all, and Harry seemed preoccupied with dreading his upcoming potions class to worry about how bad Ron's day was. So when he happened to run into Malfoy leaving the Great Hall after lunch and the little ferret had the audacity to snipe, watch where he was going, Ron let it all out. Oh, and I'm sure we're going to all have to watch what we do around you now, Malfoy. We wouldn't want you fainting again. He spoke snidely. Shut it, Weasel, or you might find yourself blacking out, or should I say knocked out. Oh, great comeback. Have you been working on them with Daddy in your free time? Because now I bet he has a lot of time to spend on you, and everyone knows that Death Eaters always have the best comebacks, don't they? Harry gulped as anger began to radiate off Draco, but no one else seemed to notice. Ron, this might not be the best, he started in a low whisper. Don't you ever talk about my father that way, Draco shouted. A small ripping sound was heard and Ron stepped back as two black wings of sharpened feathers sprouted out of Draco's back. What the? Draco, calm down this instant. Snape appeared at Draco's elbow. Not until he takes back what he said about my father. Draco hissed, his wings snapping furiously, a lone feather breaking loose and falling to the floor. Snape rolled his eyes. Weasley, apologize. 20 points from Gryffindor for antagonizing another student. As Ron mumbled a completely insincere apology, Harry turned to Hermione and whispered. When you get some time, look up Varii in the library, will you? The girl nodded, still looking at the black wings and the slice of stone that one lone feather had carved out of the floor just by drifting to it. Harry silently fumed as he took his seat next to Hermione for potions. Still no sign of Malfoy anywhere, and the git had 2 minutes to get to class. But, Harry stopped himself, why in Merlin's name did he care? After Draco had calmed down, and the wings had receded, the insufferable Pratt had left, going in the direction of the Slytherin dormitories, as Harry's experience from second year had taught him probably to change his robes. And he'd probably be 5 to 10 minutes late to class, but would Snape care? Not at all. So Harry sat fuming at the unfairness of it all. Harry was so buried in his internal rant that he didn't notice the arrival of Draco Malfoy, or the sudden hush that went around the room as all eyes but Harry's turned to look at the young aristocrat. If Draco was bothered by their looks, he didn't show it, and Harry, finally realizing the B****'s existence in class not 30 seconds before class began, thought that Malfoy would probably enjoy being in the spotlight. Draco pointedly ignored the stares from his classmates as he made his way to his customary workplace. He was the only one at his table as he preferred to work alone, which now Draco realized was a good thing, as he didn't have to worry about working with a partner who was fretting about him sprouting wings every 2 seconds. Well, if you would all be so kind as to stop looking at Mr. Malfoy, I believe you all have work to do, Snape snapped as he entered the classroom in the same manner he had done so since Harry's first potions class in first year. But before you get to that, I am going to assign the next project that you will be working on and your partners. A collective shudder went around the room. Snape's regular work was hard enough, but when he assigned projects, well, they normally had the effect that the wooden horse had on Troy. The only two who had survived much less past the last project were Draco and Hermione, who had worked by themselves. Everyone else had been sent to the infirmary for various reasons. Harry himself had enjoyed an interesting time where his eyes changed colors every few minutes. Really, it had made for a quite interesting week, where the world was red 1 minute, then green the next, shifting into purple, and then black where he really couldn't see what was going on. Harry personally thought that Snape went through the library picking the hardest potions to assign for projects, and Harry wasn't too far off, except Snape didn't need to go to the library for he had already memorized all the information that was in those books already. Harry was shaken from this train of thought when his name and partners were called out. Potter, Malfoy. Harry fought back the urge to groan and glared in Malfoy's direction, a bit miffed by the fact that Malfoy was looking half in shock at Snape who was ignoring him. Well, this is just great, Draco thought. Not only had his beloved godfather thought to pair him with Potter of all people, but the same godfather seemed to have found a twisted sense of humor in all this. Draco scowled at the parchment in front of him on which some Witcher wizard had painstakingly copied out all the information available on the surprise very eye potion which Draco, in all reverence to the book he'd found it in, had torn out. His father most likely thought the whole thing was funny, as he had hardly been able to conceal the smirk on his face when he had read the potion's name and purpose. Of course, for wizards who were not Varii, the potion might be something useful if they were trying to find their perfect match. But he was working with Potter. The whole thing was wrong just because of that little, somewhat unimportant detail. Potter. Just. Wait, why was he obsessing over Potter anyway? It was just a stupid assignment which would take less than a week anyway. And besides, the whole point of this particular project was to be able to identify the ingredients for potions, in the field, just in case you couldn't walk down to whatever local apothecary you lived near. This meant that some of the ingredients for his and Potter's potion would be in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, this would be fun. Draco was starting to enjoy the forest. His father had woken him at dawn nearly every day for a stroll through the forest. Draco could remember the smirk that had been prominent on his father's face when Draco had heard that Dumbledore had given his permission for Lucius to teach his son the proper control and use of his wings in the forest. Draco was starting to think that this particular smirk was his father's form of laughter. But the forest wasn't so bad, once the more hostile creatures had figured out that you could aptly protect yourself at any moment you chose to. The centaurs were, well, they were quite weird at times, yet helpful at others. They were much more open to him now that he was seen as another of the forest's creatures and not just a rogue wizard who happened to be in the vicinity. This attitude irked Draco for some reason, but it didn't really matter, he decided. Yes, it would be interesting when Potter finally figured out that he would have to go rooting around in the forest for certain ingredients, scratch that, most of the ingredients. This could have some interesting prospects after all. Lucius paced up and down in front of the fireplace angrily. Up, down, up, down. If Snape had ever watched Muggle tennis, he would have been able to make a comparison, but since he didn't make a point of watching Muggle sports, he could only watch as Lucius walked from one end of his range of vision to the other and back again with a forceful stride. Stop pacing, Lucius, you're giving me a headache. He spoke finally. The elder Malfoy stopped and instead turned to watch the slightly green flames that were crackling noisily in the fireplace. He doesn't get it yet. Lucius spoke finally. He was so preoccupied over that potions assignment you gave him to think clearly at all. It might not be as bad. Lucius turned to fix the other Slytherin graduate with a glare. Snape shut up quickly. Not as bad. Just wait until the rumor mill gets working. By morning, the least descriptive story will be something along the lines of, the Dark Lord is trying to come up with the perfect mix of blood for magic, and so his most trusted family decided to experiment with their own son, and that will probably come from the Slytherins who have known Draco. The Gryffindors will merely stop at, he's a freak. Snape put in helpfully. And the Ravenclaws will want to study him, Lucius snapped. If I didn't already want to wring Weasley's neck, I surely would now. Which one? Snape asked sarcastically. Because all help. He paused to hand Lucius a glass of brandy, which the elder Malfoy promptly drank in one shot. Lucius, Draco may be the talk of the school tomorrow, but he'll handle it. He'll probably enjoy it, strangely enough. The first real chance he's had to use the full reputation of the Malfoy family. You can't tell me he won't live it up to its full potential. He wouldn't be Draco if he didn't. Anything else Severus would have added was cut off by a burning pain on his arm. He hissed, at the same time as Lucius did, and while his hand went to his arm in an attempt to numb the burning feeling, Lucius was busy working something off the middle finger of his right hand. Severus blinked as whatever Lucius was working on came off and flew to land on the floor with a clatter. Small, golden, and circular. Snape looked at Lucius in surprise as he recognized the telltale crest of the Malfoy family that was etched into the black stone of the ring, the black stone that was glowing a bright red. I'm having another one made, but it will take a month or so. Lucius spoke, answering the unspoken question. Until then it would be unbecoming of the head of the Malfoy household not to wear the signet ring, don't you think? Snape's eyes traveled to Lucius's hand where he could see a band of scar tissue that marked the spot on Lucius's finger where the metal had met skin. Are you going? No, I'll have to tell him then. Forgive me for saying I'm glad it's you and not me. Snape smiled ruefully as he made his way towards the door. Do you want me to wait up for you? The question came softly, but firmly from in front of the fireplace. Some brandy would be nice, Snape replied equally as softly before he left. What are you still doing up, Hermione? A somewhat tired voice asked. Hermione looked up from where she had been curled up in an armchair, reading. Couldn't sleep. You, Death Eater meeting. He's feeling rather destructive tonight. I wonder what made him so angry. The last part was sarcastic. Do you think Malfoy didn't go? Hermione asked softly. The Marauder's map states quite clearly that Lucius Malfoy is currently sitting in Snape's office. And Snape isn't anywhere on Hogwarts grounds. Hermione nodded thoughtfully as Harry sat down on the sofa near her. His eyes flickered to a black object on the table. Why do you have that, Hermione? Research purposes. Be careful, Harry. It's sharp enough to cut through stone as if it was jello. Harry frowned. And Malfoy keeps wings of these in his back. He picked up the feather gingerly. My own. Are you sure this is that sharp? Yes. Malfoy was angry, ergo his feathers were sharp. Doesn't seem sharp to me. Hermione's eyes widened as she looked at the feather. Sure enough, the feather Harry held in his hands was not razor-edged, but silken. Frowning, she reached for it but jerked her hand away when the part closest to her reverted back to its razor state when her hand neared it. Maybe it doesn't think you're a threat to Draco, she suggested. Hermione, are you trying to tell me that these feathers can think? No, but they can feel. They are the Varie's link to the magical currents running through the Varie's body. So these are like the Varii form of wands. Right. Found anything else out that I should know? Translated. Should I be watching out for anything if I annoy Malfoy? I don't know yet, Harry. There are painfully few books about Varii in the library. This one came from the restricted section. Harry's eyebrows rose. Happy reading, I guess, he finally said. It's really interesting actually. Many of our own customs were based after the Varii customs, such as the whole, head of the house, idea, which came from the Varii aspectus. You're going to need to explain all this, right? Yes, it's a complicated system. Harry, you look dead on your feet. You should try to sleep. After Harry had gone into the boys' dormitory, Hermione frowned worriedly and reread the paragraph she had been absorbed in before Harry came down. It takes months, and in some cases years, for Varii to learn to control their wings because just having their wings makes the Varii prone to rash mood swings. The instinct of the wings is to protect the Varii at all cost, and thus for the first few months after the first rebirth the slightest anger may set them off. But it is interesting to note that while the Varii may not be able to control the wings, the Varii's intended can. The touch of the Varii's soulmate makes even the sharpest, most angry feathers instantly change to their soft form so as not to hurt the Varii's intended. "Oh my, Harry, what have you gotten yourself into now?" Hermione whispered worriedly. Absorbed in her book, the girl continued reading long into the night. "You look 3/4 dead," Lucius stated as Snape made his way into the room at 7 in the morning. "Thanks for caring," Snape shot back spitefully. "Seeing as you're the reason I and 40 other people are like this right now." He winced as he put weight on muscles that were loath to do anything. "And why in Merlin's name didn't you keep the fire going?" Lucius shrugged. In the darkness he hadn't minded the cold of the dungeon room as his eyes wandered in the direction of the fireplace. There was a slight shift in the air of the room and flames leapt up from nothing, flooding the room with light. "I hate when you do that," Snape muttered, slowly making his way to the couch. "It's as natural to me as your wand is to you," Lucius commented casually. "And Draco's going to learn how to do that." Snape eased his Crucio-battered body onto the plush cushions of the couch. "I'm getting too old for this." Lucius's eyebrows rose. "And yet I'm older than you." Switching subjects he continued. I take it he was slightly displeased. "Furious, seething, fire and brimstone and all that. You name it, he was 10 times worse. Not a fun evening." "Sounds like it." A pause. "You're in no shape to teach today." "Have to. Albus has me teaching both potions and defense this year. Too many classes to just cancel them all. I'll cover them for you. I need something to do anyway." Lucius smirked. "I'm sure I can think of something to do in your defense classes on the subject of the dark arts." "Emphases on defense, Lucius." The elder Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "Ruin my fun, will you?" "That's my job," Snape muttered, his body slipping into sleep. "One of many," Lucius remarked before getting up. He needed to have a discussion with the headmaster. "Harry, mate, you need to wake up sooner or later." Ron's voice argued with the lump that was a sleepy Harry. "Don't wanna," Harry mumbled into his pillow. "Yeah, I wouldn't either, but you have to." "Ron, it's Monday, and you have potions first thing, I know. We do this every week." Harry had to admit that Ron had a point. "Harry, if you don't get up I'm going to have to resort to drastic measures." Harry groaned as he remembered the cascade of water that had been used to drag him from his bed last week. "And you never know, maybe Snape will want to cancel class today too." "Nothing. Sorry, mate, you asked for it." And Harry yelped as cold water flooded down on top of him. Draco also was having a hard time getting his own self down to breakfast. His was not a sleep problem. No, he had gotten up as he always did, and had gone through his normal morning routine. His was a different sort of problem. A dread kind of problem. He had awoken to his second aspectus, which had reminded him that this would be a horrible day. All night he was sure that the rumor mill of Hogwarts had been churning, and now at breakfast the finest gossip Hogwarts could offer would be handed to him on a silver platter. Well, not literally, but close enough. Draco entertained the thought of just not going to breakfast and appearing in his godfather's class for potions, the one place where he knew he could find some amount of sympathy this morning. But he was a Malfoy, and Malfoys did not care what people thought of them. Sometimes he wished he could change some of these rules. "Draco, get up, you will not be late," his father's voice sounded on the other side of the painting that was the door. "Coming, father," Draco murmured, and crossed his room to the door. Opening it, he found his father waiting for him as per the normal morning routine, and for the first time Draco saw his father's aura. Lucius saw his son blink in surprise and smirked. Not what one expects, is it? Father and son began walking towards the entrance to the Forbidden Forest as they did every morning. "Not really, it's red." Imagine my chagrin, waking up to find it's not just any red, Draco. "It's Gryffindor red." "Ouch," Lucius nodded. "But it's even more curious to see how closely Gryffindor red resembles blood red." Draco frowned, thinking. He blinked in surprise when he realized his father was right. The color of the lions was close to a bloody red. Strange. "It's not as bad as some," Lucius commented. I'd rather have red than, well, your godfather's for instance, or the Dark Lord's. Why? Well, your godfather's is pure white. Not a very evil aura, that's for sure, and one that doesn't fit his lifestyle at all. And Voldemort's is pink. Draco sputtered in surprise. What? Not just any pink either, neon pink. Draco's steps wanted to drag themselves towards the doors to the Great Hall, but Draco was a Malfoy and Malfoys did not ever drag their footsteps, so he was stuck walking slowly but purposefully. But Malfoy rules be damned, he stopped walking as he saw who waited for him at those doors. Crabbe, Goyle, what are you doing here? Waiting for you. Blunt as ever Crabbe, Draco thought, but he couldn't help feeling a bit apprehensive. They might not have been the smartest brains in the school, but they had been his childhood friends and Draco was certain that, 2-on-1, he would lose against them. Look, Draco, there's a lot of stuff being said about you, Goyle started. But we don't see a difference. Draco blinked, then smirked. Good one, Goyle, he spoke. Yes, they might not have been the brightest of the bunch, but Crabbe and Goyle were as loyal as any Gryffindors once they had placed their loyalties. Shall we go eat? Hushed whispers followed Draco as he made his way through the Great Hall, walking in the self-assured style only a Malfoy knew how to accomplish, completely ignoring what was being said. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle glared at anyone who looked too long in the wrong way at Draco, and they had their work cut out for them it seemed. Draco wasn't paying attention to all that though, he was scanning the Slytherin tables, noticing the different colored auras. Reds, blues, greens, even a silver, but no black. None. Nothing close to black. Well, there went his first choice of life partner. Not that Draco was looking, mind you, he was just curious. Taking his customary seat in between Crabbe and Goyle, Draco caught sight of the staff table and noted with disappointment that Snape wasn't there. He would have enjoyed seeing the professor surrounded by a seemingly pure aura. His eyes swept over the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. Still no black. Tons of yellow. A few different shades of red, even some weird mix of purple and green, but no black. Maybe his soulmate wasn't at Hogwarts. Deciding, at least for the moment, that his soulmate must not be at Hogwarts since there were only a few chairs left, two of these being the chairs across from an Apple-Red or a Granger, Draco turned his attention back to his breakfast. The Slytherins were obviously split in their decisions about him, he noticed. One part thought it was a cool idea to have a student with the ability to spear anyone when angry, even if it was with a feather. After all, it was an interesting kind of power. The other group focused on the fact that it wasn't pure wizard blood. The two halves of the Slytherin definition, it seemed. Luckily, most of his normal group of compatriots such as Blaze, Pansy, and Knot were in the first group. Breakfast was a meal that always went by too fast in Draco's opinion. Especially on a Monday, and this Monday was no different. But as Draco stood to make his way down to the dungeons for potions, a flicker of a particular aura caught his eye. Ebony black, a perfect duplicate of his own aura. Draco's eyes widened as he registered who that aura belonged to, and blinked. The world instantly switched from glowy to normal, all auras disappearing, leaving only that person sitting at the Gryffindor table. Potter. Harry Potter. He had only seen the aura for a second before his aspectus had stopped, but, was it Potter's? Draco suddenly didn't like this situation. He didn't like this at all. Harry wearily allowed Hermione to drag him down to the potions classroom and tried to think of anything other than working on the blasted project with Malfoy of all people, while Snape would probably be watching for his slightest mistake and blaming him for breathing in the wrong interval or something. Yet, as the time wore on and the seconds clicked closer to the start of class, Snape had not appeared. All the students were in their seats, waiting somewhat nervously for their professor to arrive in the flutter of robes and slamming doors as he had for the past 5 years and a few weeks running. Yet, as the clock ticked to the very second that class was supposed to start, their professor has still not graced the classroom with his presence. In the stunned silence of the room, Blaze's whisper to Draco was deafening, "If he doesn't show up in 10 minutes, I'm leaving." There were a few slight smiles as the students pondered this, but all smiles soon dropped from their faces as a voice answered, "I'm sure that won't be necessary, Mr. Zambini." The door, which had opened silently, suddenly slammed shut, and most of the students jumped, half twisting in their seats to see the owner of that voice. Even Draco was slightly surprised as his father walked with practiced ease to the front of the room. Well, a regal eyebrow rose as he surveyed the students. I believe you had work assigned to you. And while I think it would be great fun to watch your professor cut all your throats for not handing it in, I doubt you would find it as amusing. Chairs squeaked as students moved to sit with their partners and start on their projects. Harry didn't bother speaking to Malfoy as he sat down next to the blonde, seeing as Draco had pointedly not made a move to where Harry had been seated. We can get started on half of the potion today, but then we'll have to acquire the other half of the ingredients. Draco spoke, looking at his cauldron as if it was the most fascinating thing he had ever seen. Fine then. And with that, Draco started working, occasionally shoving something in Harry's direction with directions to be cut or shredded in a particular way. This suited both of them, as Draco didn't want a partner to help make the potion to begin with, and Harry didn't want to make the potion at all. But, watching as the blonde aristocrat added the unicorn's teardrops with subtle procession, Harry had to admit that Draco had some talent in this field of the wizarding world. The potion in the cauldron had turned the pale blue color that was an exact duplicate of the color described on the sheet of directions when Draco shoved a list of ingredients at Harry. I'll meet you tonight outside the Forbidden Forest to get these. What? Harry's idea of not interacting with Malfoy was shattered. Look at the list, Potter. Draco spoke, pointedly watching the blue potion stir itself. Cannock blood can only be found inside the fruit of the Cannock plant when picked at night. Gorgon's hair is actually the snake-like leaves of the Gorgon tree, so named for its appearance obviously. And blackwing pearls can only found from the blackwing plant, a short weed which can be seen only after the sun goes down. Hence the, at night, part, and since the fastest way to get these is to take them from the plants themselves, you get the forest part. And I suppose you know that one can find all these in the forest, Harry hissed, not caring if Draco heard that comment or not. Actually, I do know that all of these can be found in the forest, Draco sniped. 10 o'clock, outside of the forest, Potter. And don't be late. No, Ron, we aren't kidding. But that's bloody mental. Even Dumbledore wouldn't risk having the Ministry find out about him giving a teaching position, no matter how small, to someone who doesn't have Ministry permission to teach. Malfoy can't have those kind of qualifications. You see when we get to defense, Ron. Was all Hermione replied, and Harry nodded, silently wondering if it would matter if the Ministry found out that Lucius Malfoy had taught a class, considering that he most likely owned that department, more or less. Hermione was not disappointed in as they entered the normal defense against the dark arts classroom to find the same teacher from potions that morning calmly leaning against Snape's desk. Harry had to admit that the look on Ron's face was priceless, and yet all that Lucius Malfoy did was raise one eyebrow in amusement while he and Hermione were fighting back laughter. Class started exactly on time, just as potions had not, and the elder Malfoy wasted no time in waiting for stragglers. The door slammed shut and was locked by an invisible force, and every student except two turned to look at the door in amazement. Draco had seen this little stunt many times at the manor when his father was making it clear to Narcissa that he was not to be disturbed, and that the definition of not indeed was the same as it had been for the last 100 years, and had in actuality not been changed to the definition of maybe not, or not, unless Narcissa felt it necessary. Hermione was looking at the elder Malfoy, silently storing away the first sign she had been shown of how a very eye worked with the magical currents around them. But it was clear that anyone not in their seats was obviously not going to attend class, and much to Ron's chagrin that did not include any Slytherins or Ravenclaws, yet included a few Hufflepuffs and about half of the Gryffindor population of the class. Put away what you want, Lucius Malfoy started, watching as students began stuffing books away. I am going to talk and you are going to listen, and you will have to use your own intelligence as to whether or not you will be tested on what I am going to inform you of by your normal teacher. Quills and parchment began appearing back on the desks. Now I have no idea what in the name of all things magical your professor has you studying, nor do I want to know, Miss Granger, so kindly put your hand down. Harry and Ron exchanged looks. Snape had obviously been taught something by Lucius Malfoy sometime in his life for their lecturing methods to be so similar. For this class period we are going to talk about curses and the effects thereof. I won't spend time on the unforgivables as I've heard those were dealt with in your 4th year, except to say that they are becoming somewhat of a cliché. Now those 3 curses were singled out by the ministry out of the 117 curses that might have been selected as unforgivables. Why? Because they were popular. It's easy as snapping your fingers to cast Cruciatus on someone if you hate them, and Imperius gets to be a walk in the park if you use it enough to become familiar with it. But the rest of the 117 are much harder to maintain and have somewhat gruesome effects, therefore they were not used as often. However, this makes them more appealing as the years move on, as they are not unforgivable, and the punishment for using one of them on another creature is merely a tongue lashing by some ministry official who doesn't know what he's talking about to begin with and no amount of time in Azkaban at all. Now, as all of the unforgivables have a weak spot, Cruciatus becomes ineffective as one's mind blocks out the pain in order to save one's sanity. The Imperius counts on the fact that your victim of choice has little to no willpower, and as long as someone else gets in the way of the killing curse when it's thrown at you, you're safe. So do these other curses have weak spots that can be exploited if you know what is coming towards you. Can you believe he got all 117 curses into one class period? Ron groaned as he nursed his writing hand in the common room. You think this is bad? Can you imagine if he were to become the permanent defense teacher? Harry groaned. That was the most informative class I've ever had, Hermione pointed out. More than half of those curses aren't archived in our library except in the restricted section. Bloody amazing, Ron muttered sarcastically. Did you notice that Malfoy didn't write anything at all? Harry wondered out loud. Which one? Ron muttered from where he had been attempting to wallow in pity for the most certain loss of a limb after all those notes. Draco. I did, Hermione spoke thoughtfully. But do you know something even more strange? He was mouthing the names of the curses 2 words before his father said them. As if he's heard that particular lecture before. Ron asked. Exactly. Well, I guess that's something I can ask him when I have to meet him to go find bloody potions ingredients in the forest, Harry muttered. Might make for good conversation. Ron patted his shoulder sympathetically before realizing he was using his injured hand to do so and returned to self-pity. It can't be that bad, Hermione started to say, but the looks from the 2 boys silenced her. You're late, Potter, Draco muttered as Harry got close enough to hear him without raising his voice. Let's just get this over with, Harry muttered. Fine by me, Draco shot back, turning to lead the way into the forest that he was quite used to by now. Thank you, Father, he thought silently as Harry followed close behind him, obviously not having a clue about where he was going. Gathering 2 of the ingredients went fairly easily. Draco led, Harry followed, wondering slightly why he wasn't disturbed that Draco knew where he was going and then resolved to think about that later. But when they approached the spot where Draco knew there was a Gorgon tree, Harry suddenly stopped short. Draco continued walking for a few steps and then realized that Harry wasn't with him. He turned to see the boy staring ahead at the downward slope of the ground that was covered in a root canopy. I've been here before. We don't want to be going in there. Yes, Potter, we do want to be going in here as it is the fastest and most direct route to the last ingredient that we need, and I for one want to get to bed. Draco, you don't understand. There are thousands, millions even, of giant spiders. Yes, I know. They enjoy eating flesh. Did you know that? I had assumed so. They don't bother with a Varii, so I never tested my theory. Harry looked pointedly at Draco, and Draco realized that he had overlooked the slight problem of Harry not being a Varii. He rolled his eyes, only slightly visible in the darkness of the wood. Fine, you stay here. I'll go get the Gorgon's hair. Draco spoke as if he was very annoyed by the injustice of all this. But you have to carry everything back. Harry didn't point out the fact that he already was carrying the other 2 ingredients, and nodded, watching the aristocrat disappear into the cave-like structure ahead of him. Harry waited, and finally figured that time was relevant. He was sure that he was counting the seconds when he first heard the sounds, like wheezing only in a very regular breathing pattern. And then he heard the somewhat silent sound of slithering coming towards him. And something that he had forced himself to memorize for Snape's second test clicked in his head. Wyvern, his mind screamed. Winged, Legless dragons that breathed a yellow fog which gave humans a nasty cough that wouldn't go away for years, and made their eyes burn and blur. Damn. And what's more is that their hide repelled magic of all sorts. Double damn. He half twisted to see 3 pairs of eyes watching him. Bloody hell. The creatures slowly emerged from the brush, speaking to each other in the language of dragons. It was what Parseltongue had originated from, and Harry could catch a few words that by themselves formed a very disconcerting picture. Unintentionally, Harry began to back towards the cave which would lead to the spider's nest. Draco emerged from the cave to just avoid running into Harry, who had leapt back to avoid the fog of 3 wyverns. What were they doing here? The wind of the forest rustled through the trees and told him. Draco saw red. They wanted to harm his Harry. Draco did not like that at all. Something nagged at the back of his mind that told him that he shouldn't care if the wyverns hurt Harry, but that nagging disappeared when he caught a glimpse of the emotion boiling in Harry's eyes. Helplessness. Nothing hurt his Harry. Something inside of Draco snapped. Wings unfurled, sparkling in the dim light. Harry half turned to see Draco standing there, and began to back away from the very eye slightly. Draco shoved the last ingredient into his hands and attacked. The first wyvern never saw what hit it as wings seemed to wrap around its body, shredding the skin and spilling critical amounts of blood. It fell to the ground dead within seconds. The other 2 wyverns looked at Draco suspiciously, then turned to look at Harry with a strange expression. Surprise, if it was possible for a dragon descendant to show surprise. Harry frowned as they spoke to each other. Lucky. Hiss too bad. Growl intended snarl Varii. They left, obviously not wanting to invoke the already angry Varii, and Harry didn't blame them, but what had they been talking about? Harry suddenly wanted to find a way to learn to speak Dragontongue. It was possible to understand it with a bit of studying, just another dialect of Parseltongue after all. Draco stood in shock after he had entered his rooms and closed the door. What had he done? Why had he done it? He had protected Harry. He had willingly protected Harry. He had been angry that Harry Bloody Potter had been attacked by wyverns. Why should he even care? Because Harry's aura matched his. No, he didn't know that. He only thought that, only had the slightest suspicion of thinking that maybe that could have the slightest chance of being the case. Yeah, right. And if Draco Malfoy hadn't resigned himself to the fact that Harry Potter was his intended, Draco the Varii Malfoy certainly wasn't complaining. In the name of all things magical, why him? Why couldn't it have been anyone else? Draco groaned and threw himself down on his bed in a very un-Malfoyish bout of depression, because 1. Malfoys never become depressed, and 2. Malfoys do not throw themselves onto their beds while 3. Wearing clothes that they wore into the Forbidden Forest. Was there even a bright side of this problem? Oh yeah, if he ever wanted to commit suicide for some reason he could just go have a little chat with Harry Potter. Hi Harry, just so you know I still hate you, but you're my intended life partner, so can you hurry and reject me because I want to die because Voldemort just announced that he's gay and wants to be my bride. Draco shuddered. Yeah, if he ever wanted to commit suicide, that would definitely be the way to go. Now all he had to do was pray that Harry didn't figure it out, or if Harry did figure it out, more like if Granger ever figured it out, that Harry had enough common sense to avoid him at all costs. Yes, that was all, and then there was that little fact that he had to start controlling his emotions more now, just to make sure he didn't go mental when someone tried to hurt Harry, like sending a bludger at him in the Saturday Quidditch match this week. Oh damn it all. Ron and Hermione sat in stunned silence as Harry's tirade finished. Ron was the first to recover, turning to Hermione looking puzzled. Hermione, is it even possible to have a pink aura? Hermione frowned. Yes, I suppose anything's possible. Guys, the strange conversation Malfoy started coming back up to the castle is not the point here, Harry groaned, falling back onto the conveniently placed couch. Why in Merlin's name did Malfoy help me? I don't know Harry, Hermione started. Probably wants something in return. Ron muttered. And before I was interrupted, Hermione gave Ron a pointed look and Ron smiled sheepishly. I was going to say not to dwell on it. You shouldn't be complaining that he stepped in after all. It's better in the long run for you. He didn't demand anything in return, right? Ron asked sharply. No. All he said afterwards was that thing about the aura. Then he said nothing. We walked back to the school and he took the potions, stuff and left. Maybe he doesn't realize why he did what he did, Hermione spoke thoughtfully, and then yawned. Harry grimaced. Sorry I woke you guys up. He realized that dragging his friends out of bed, Ron literally from his bed, and Hermione by yelling up at the girls' dorm, might not have been the nicest thing to do, but he'd been freaked. Don't worry about it. I would have done the same thing, Ron admitted. Well, let's go to bed and think on it in the morning. Good idea, Hermione agreed, then pulled Ron back as Harry walked into the dorm. I need to talk to you. Wait until Harry falls asleep, then come back down. Ron nodded, not waiting to ask why. Hermione would explain it later as she always did. Ron came back down to see Hermione sitting on a chair with a book in her hands. What's up? I know why Malfoy did what he did tonight. You mean, last night? It's after midnight. But why did he do it? Because of his Varii blood. Ron frowned. You'll need a long explanation for this, Hermione. The girl nodded. Don't stop me until I'm done then. Ron flopped onto a couch and waited. When I saw Malfoy's feather fall to the ground that day he went ballistic on you, I picked it up so that I could research what he was. I was very careful never to directly touch the feather itself because it was razor sharp. I found one book which had a description of a feather, but it was in the restricted section, so it took a while to get permission to read it. By then the school knew he was a Varii, but so what? I wanted to find out more about his powers. But the book didn't tell me that. Apparently the Varii is taught by his Octor. That's the reason Lucius Malfoy is here, by the way. Anyway, what the book did tell me was the life cycle, I guess, of the Varii. It also told me of the Varii's soul mate. It works almost like the Vila, in that the Varii also look for their perfect mate. But the Varii don't sniff out their mates like Vilas do, they look at the aura of the soul. When they find the person that matches their own, they've found their soul mate. This mate is very important, but not necessarily vital to their lives. If their soul mate never rejects them, they won't die and can live without their mate. However, if they tell their mate and their mate rejects them, they die at midnight of that day. Now I was just reading about another purpose of the mate when Harry walked in. The feather of Draco's was on the table. When Harry touched it, it reverted back to its soft silken form. This is because the Varii instinct wouldn't want to hurt their mate in any way. So you're telling me Harry is Malfoy's soul mate? Yes, but he doesn't have to bond with Malfoy. He just cannot reject Malfoy openly or else Malfoy dies. And Malfoy would never tell Harry, because Malfoy hates him. Exactly. Then that's okay then, and we all go on as we have. But tonight, Malfoy stopped an attack on Harry. We need to be ready for any situation. We're Harry's friends and Harry's smarter than he lets on in potions class, you know. If he finds out himself, we need to support whatever decision he might make. You mean if he chooses to be with Malfoy? Yeah, I can almost see him doing that. You know Harry has the attitude that love is love no matter which gender it comes from, and despite what Malfoy has done to him, the Varii part of him would make sure that Harry is never hurt by anyone or anything. But you're overlooking the fact that Harry hates Malfoy. There is also that. I'm just telling you this so that no matter what happens, we can support Harry. Of course we'll support Harry. We're his friends. I mean, sure, when he explained his views on love to us this summer I was a bit shocked, but I can deal with this. You're sure? Positive. I mean, hurting Harry's friends hurts Harry, so Malfoy can't start anything with us either, right? All we do is ignore him. Easy. Hermione smiled. Exactly. Lucius Malfoy had tuned out his son's ranting hours ago and just let Draco continue talking until he had repeated himself 3 or 4 times, worn himself out pacing around, and stormed off to his bedroom. Raising an eyebrow at some of Draco's last statements on how it wasn't fair because he wasn't even going to be punished for being so stupid as to help Potter because it was following Varii instinct, Lucius just stored the entire few hours away as temporary insanity and returned to his book. He'd known this was going to happen after all. Why else had he deserted Voldemort? Honestly, Draco himself should have suspected that Potter was his soulmate after that. Oh well, Draco was, after all, an adolescent, and adolescents sometimes couldn't find something if it hit them on the side of the head, relationships being one of those things. What would come, and Draco would never actually tell Potter that he was his soulmate, so what was Draco worried about anyway? By Friday morning, Draco had carefully built a manor on the left bank of Denial, and was comfortably living in it without any thought whatsoever. The potion had been finished and he'd given the stupid vial to be tested to Potter, saying to test it if he wanted to, but Draco knew it was perfect and had left the room before Potter might have swallowed it. So Potter didn't know anything whatsoever about the aura of Draco's soul, and both boys, along with respective friends, bodyguards, were ignoring each other, but Draco was dreadfully wrong about one thing. On Thursday night, Harry Potter had dumped the entire clear contents of the vial of the completed potion into his pumpkin juice and had watched everyone's auras for exactly 1 hour. He'd delightedly told Hermione of her aura apple red, and had told Ron he didn't want to know, Slytherin green, and had then looked at his own to find it was ebony black. Which he thought was fitting, thank you very much. And then Draco had walked in. Harry had felt annoyance when he realized that Draco and he had the exact same aura. Who did that git think he was, having the same aura as he? Then his brain had started working, maybe it was something about being a Varii. He still hadn't checked out, borrowed, that book on Dragontongue from the restricted section, and a resolution was made to translate exactly what those wyverns had said about Draco and himself on Monday. After all, he still remembered very clearly what the hissing had sounded like, strange what one remembered without really meaning to. So he had left dinner, had trespassed into the library's restricted section, and promptly spent all night learning to speak Dragontongue. He doubted he could really speak it fluently, but he would understand it. There were only a few differences between it and Parseltongue, because dragons were capable of making a snarling, kh, and rrrk, sound that snakes couldn't do. So at exactly 3:48 a.m. on Friday morning, Harry looked at the translated sentence one wyvern had spoken to another. Lucky boy, it's too bad that you're the intended of a Varii. Intended of a Varii, what did that mean? Hermione had that book on Varii people before, maybe she checked it back in. But looking revealed that, no, she hadn't. Well, then he would just have to ask her to see it. Hermione looked at him for a long moment before smiling and fetching the book from her dorm, saying something like, "What's mine is yours, Harry, you know that," and left him to his reading. Harry thought that look was rather odd, but he walked up to his dorm and collapsed on the bed. Merlin. He was tired. A nap would be good right now. He'd skip whatever class he might have this morning and sleep in, then he'd look up what that intended thing was, and then go down to care of magical creatures. Yes, very good plan, Harry, he told himself. Sleeping sure looked good right about now. Hermione and Ron were waiting for Harry at the entrance to the grounds, as they always did on Fridays, to walk down to their magical creatures class. But they noticed that something was different about Harry this Friday as he made his way over to him. Something wrong, mate? Ron asked. Sorta. I'll tell you when we get to class. Harry's two friends shared a knowing look as they followed Harry across the grounds. Another person too had noticed the slight difference in Harry, but was trying to convince himself that he didn't care. Wonder what's wrong with Scarhead? Draco thought. Well, Potter would tell his friends soon enough. Most likely in creatures. Draco still didn't know why he himself continued to take that class. Closing parenthesis. Ah, the joys of being a Varii. It was rather windy today. One of the things Draco liked about breezes, they were very chatty. He couldn't speak to them himself, but they had the uncanny ability to figure out what he wanted to know. And so, every part of the conversation Potter and his friends had would be heard by Draco. You know, then, Ron asked as they stood away from the other groups that were taking care of their latest charge, a mini dog-looking thing that had a strange fish-like tail and webbed paws. You mean you read the book too? No, my own told me. What are you going to do? What can I do? I like Draco Malfoy as much as you do. Which isn't very much then. Ron met Hermione's glare. What? I'm being truthful. Harry smiled softly. I know you're trying your best to support me, Ron. Stop looking at him like that, Hermione. After all, as long as I don't reject Malfoy over there, nothing bad happens. Are you sure about this, Harry? Positive. I will not be bonded to Malfoy. Thank you, Merlin, Ron muttered under his breath, earning another glare from Hermione. All three started at Pansy's shriek. Professor, it's Draco. He fainted. Hermione turned shocked eyes to Ron and Harry, who shrugged and continued watching the sleeping, mini-dog-like thing. He couldn't have hurt us, Hermione. He's half a field away, for Merlin's sake. You could hardly see him from here, Ron pointed out. Hermione nodded. Yes, I'm just jumping to conclusions. But deep down, she wondered if she was jumping to the right conclusion. Harry, you know how you always carry your cloak with you? She asked, emphasizing cloak, so Harry would know what it meant. Yeah, why? May I borrow it? Sure. Wait right now. I want to find out what's going on. Harry shook his head but relented. Just make sure you don't get caught. Hermione nodded, slipping into the shadows of invisibility. Lucius Malfoy burst into the infirmary, wings snapping in anger, followed by a somewhat irate-looking Professor Snape who'd been sent to fetch the elder Malfoy. All eyes in the room, which included any staff who weren't teaching at the moment, were trained on the boy lying, deathly pale, on the bed. I don't know what happened, Madame Pomfrey said worriedly. According to Hagrid, he just fainted. There was no cause. He doesn't have any characteristics of being sick, he just won't wake. Lucius cradled his son's hand in his own, his fingers tracing the vein back up the boy's arm to the point when it was nearest the surface. Draco's blood was as cold as ice. What had Potter done? For the first time in his life, the Malfoy facade threatened to crumble. Dumbledore, I will be taking Draco to his room, he spoke abruptly, his eyes searching out those of the headmaster and then those of Snape. The potion master's own eyes widened in recognition as Dumbledore gave his permission despite Madame Pomfrey's protests. After Lucius had left, cradling his son's body to his own as if he would never have the chance to do so again, Snape spoke. Don't bother trying to protest, Pomfrey. Draco should at least be able to die in his room with his remaining family. Die. Shrouded eyes widened as Hermione made her way out of the room. Draco had heard Harry. Now all she had to do was get to Harry to tell him. But would Harry care enough to save him even though that meant practically chaining himself to Draco Malfoy for the rest of his life? Lucius stood at the window in Dumbledore's office, watching the rain pelt down mournfully against the glass. Nature knows what is coming. It anticipates the death of a Varii, and it prepares to mourn. Dumbledore's voice came softly from beside him. The headmaster's gaze followed Lucius's across the grounds of Hogwarts, towards the Forbidden Forest. You knew they were destined to be together, did you not? I did. I was acquiring Draco's schoolbooks when Draco was being fitted for his robes for his first year here. I returned before Narcissa and happened to see both Draco and Potter were being fitted in the same room, my son chatting away as usual, both surrounded by auras so similar it scared me. While my son did not recognize the fabled Harry Potter, I did. I knew the Dark Lord would stop at nothing to return, so I feared for my son's life. It seems my fears were more correct than I wished them to be. You told your son to befriend Harry. Yes, but that did not happen. I hope Ronald Weasley is happy with himself today, for at midnight Draco dies. His father's grudge against my family can then be finally put to rest. Lucius, your son and your grudge played a large part in Harry's decision. But out of the two families, it is the Malfoys who will regret it. Lucius turned to leave, his face impassive, his emotions only betrayed by a single crystal tear that fell to the plush rug of Dumbledore's office. Can you not help him, Lucius? Draco is strong. He may be able to live through it, even if no Varii ever has. Draco ran to the forest when he woke. I could not even begin to fathom where he has gone. So you will give up that easily, Lucius? You will let your son die? Consider my options, Dumbledore, before you condone my actions. Suicide is unbecoming of a Malfoy. Lucius spoke gravely. If I were to find him, Draco would ask me to kill him. Harry woke, gasping. Voldemort was pleased, and for the first time in weeks, Harry had felt every painful moment. There was no reassuring blackness, no voice to whisper sweet words, and no wings to shelter him from the pain. Had that actually been Draco, as the book had said? Harry's eyes shifted over to the clock that sat on his bedside table. 11:30. That was bad. Wait, why was that bad? Why did Harry feel so empty inside? Like something important was slipping away from him, something he desperately wanted to hold on to. Almost on an impulse of their own, Harry's arms reached for the book that he'd insisted to Hermione that he read, but he had put down after realizing what it was telling him. Something was wrong, something which he had ignored when Hermione had tried desperately to explain to him, and now he wanted to find out what. His eyes hurriedly scanned the headings, to find the page that he had lost when he'd slammed the book shut. Finding the page number, his fingers dove through the pages, almost as if they knew he had to hurry. As his emerald orbs picked up the paragraph about mates, they widened as the truth of the situation hit. And it hit harder than a Crucio ever could have. Draco. Dead. At midnight. Wait. Why did he care? No more Draco. No more insults. No more underhanded Slytherin pranks directed solely at him. No more competition at Quidditch. No more. Just no more. Draco had wronged him. Many times in fact. Yet, Draco had been the first wizard he had ever come in contact with that didn't acknowledge the fact that he was, well, different. Draco had extended a hand of friendship to Harry, albeit rudely. But he hadn't really been rude to Harry, just to Ron. Ron had started it. Harry blinked. Ron had started it all. Harry had fallen into the same pit that he accused Draco of being in. He had taken Ron's opinion of Draco as the black and white of the situation. And Ron's interpretation of Draco had come, not from analyzing Draco, but from what he had heard from his father about Lucius. Draco was not Lucius. Lucius was not the Malfoy who had saved Harry from the wyverns, nor was he the Malfoy who had fainted after care of magical creatures, where he must have heard Harry's words to his friends somehow, nor was Lucius the one who had the same aura as Harry. What did Harry really know about Draco? Nothing, except that Draco knew how to retaliate, and had a fierce sense of pride. Harry had treated Draco, in the exact same way that he had treated Lucius when Lucius was acting the Death Eater, a part which, from what he had seen of Lucius in the 2 classes Lucius had taught, had proven an incorrect assessment. But could Harry piece anything together about Draco? The younger Malfoy did not really judge by appearances, as he had not even noticed Harry's scar unless he was in the middle of the public eye. In first year, Draco had been paired with Harry for detention in the Forbidden Forest, and had actually held the lantern. Even though he outwardly complained that the whole thing was servant stuff. In second year, Draco had stolen a small present that was obviously meant for another student, yet he had first asked Crabbe and Goyle, or who he thought were Crabbe and Goyle, if the present was theirs. Thus implying that he wouldn't have taken it had it been theirs. And on through the years. Draco had protected his own image in 5th year. Imagine the scandal if a Malfoy was found to be anything less than a model student by the Ministry with that horse of a woman, Umbridge. That had been his worst act against Harry, yet he hadn't been the one to bring the information about the DA to Umbridge either. So did Harry want to let Draco die? No, not really. Yet, did Harry love Draco? Not Draco Malfoy, just Draco. The same Draco whose feathers turned from sharp to satin when Harry touched them. The same Draco who'd stood in between Harry and the triad of wyverns from the Forbidden Forest with only those wings and his forming bond with the magic patterns around him for protection. The same Draco who'd told Harry that Voldemort's aura was pink just to make conversation. The same Draco who had, perhaps inadvertently, stood between Voldemort and Harry with only his wings every night in Harry's dreams, except tonight, because Harry was killing him. So did Harry love Draco? Harry himself didn't know, yet somehow, something inside him said, yes. As Harry swept from the dormitory with his firebolt in hand, his clock said 11:50. Draco's eyes seemed clouded by his aura, as he stumbled forward, wings fluttering violently to help him keep his balance. It covered him now, his aura, it would suffocate him. He just knew it. The darkness would suffocate him and he would die, and by now he truly didn't care. Pain lanced its way through his limbs, as his body protested against any movement. But Draco didn't want to die here. It had been a mistake to run to the forest. He couldn't escape what was happening now. If he'd stayed at Hogwarts, at least he could have begged his father to finish him quickly. Now that would be fitting. For Draco to die the way Harry's parents had, the last remnants of happiness that Harry could have held on to swept away with that same beam of green light, the color of Harry's eyes. Wise Eyes watched Draco intently, as the very eyes' aura started to become visible and the pale boy fell to the ground. These eyes were quickly cast up to the heavens, and with a horrified start, galloping hooves began to make their way to the castle. Why has Dumbledore not seen it? Firenze thought frantically. How could he have let things get this bad? Once Draco dies, Harry will soon follow. The stars tell so and they do not lie. What use was it, teaching Dumbledore to read the cosmic signs, if he does not use the skill? Draco must be saved, or else, the world will crumble under darkness, a darkness that was fittingly the same color as the faded aura that now is threatening to destroy Draco. A boy on a broomstick zoomed down the halls of Hogwarts, his thoughts whirling. Draco's not here. Where is Draco? Here is Draco. Here is Draco. The broom was pulled to a sudden stop at a large window, its view overlooking the grounds of Hogwarts. Wait, what was Firenze doing outside of the forest? The forest. Glass exploded outwards as the boy guided his broom out of the castle, pocketing his still smoking wand as he did so. Harry Potter. Firenze's voice carried upward through the pelting rain. You must hurry. Where's Draco? In the forest. You must find him before he dies. I know. Harry screamed through the rain as he hurled forward towards the looming trees, hand falling back to his wand. Point me. His voice shrieked through the rain, raspy and hurried. Following the direction given by the wand, boy and broom entered the forest. Draco. Clouded eyes opened slightly. What? Draco. Why would someone call his name? Darkness surrounded him, so sleepy. Draco. Go away. Darkness feels no pain. Draco didn't want to feel pain anymore. Draco. Orbs of black laced with silver blinked. Harry. Came the startled whisper. Draco. Harry landed ungracefully on the ground next to the fallen boy. One could hardly see Draco, cloaked as he was in an aura of ebony. It'll suffocate him, Harry thought frantically as he dove into the clouded aura. Don't die, Draco, he muttered, as he fought through rain and aura to get next to Draco. The wings seemed to hear what the boy did not, as they began to beat at the aura, working as if to push it away. Harry managed to grasp Draco as the aura began to disappear. He paled slightly as he saw eyes blink slowly at him, normally a silver, now an ebony black. The darkness was going away. Why was it going away? Was he dead now? No. But that's Harry. Blink. Harry's not dead yet. Why are you here? The voice was that his voice. Spoke low and slurred. Draco. I don't want you to die. Don't die. Die. Was he not dead already? No. The darkness was gone now. He was not dead. I'm not dead, the voice spoke again, in that same low and expressionless tone. And the boy's eyes began slowly to change colors, the silver working its way through the black, as Harry smiled. Draco's eyes opened to a sight he didn't ever expect to see again, his room. Even more wondrous was the fact that his father was sitting next to his bed and had apparently been keeping vigil, which the worn look on his face implied. This was something his father had not done since he was 6 and had come down with some sickness that he himself couldn't remember anything of except his father raging at his mother that he wouldn't have his son die from some stupid muggle illness. Draco's mother had been of the opinion that his father had been overreacting at the time. How are you feeling? His father asked quietly as Draco blinked and looked around curiously. Strange, came the answer, and that was the only explanation that Draco could think of. He felt all weird inside. Considering the fact that you survived suffocation, I'm not surprised. Draco blinked. Then why am I not stupid? Draco's father looked at Draco as if what his son had said could not be processed by his brain. When you start to suffocate, your brain starts to die, so why am I not stupid? Lucius smirked wryly. Because you're a Varii. Oh, and that explained that. So why am I not dead, again? Because your intended got cold feet a few minutes before your death and rescued you, Lucius spoke dryly as if this wasn't really what he thought of the matter. He carried you out of the forest once your aura had returned into your being and your wings retracted. Now things weren't computing for Draco. Wait, Potter saved me. Apparently so, although the why of the matter still eludes me. He doesn't love me. You're so sure of that? He hates me. Lucius looked at his son pointedly. He already knew that. One night isn't going to change years' worth of feelings. Maybe, came Lucius's response, but the older Malfoy was thinking. Something in what Draco had said had triggered a memory of a conversation he'd had with the Dark Lord a month or so before the Department of Mysteries incident. Something about impulses, but he couldn't remember why that was important at this moment in time, so he returned to Draco, pushing the memory back into the recesses of his mind to ponder over later. You'll have to see him today. We have classes together. Not for classes, Draco. You'll need to work things out with him today. He's had long enough to mull it over anyway. You might as well talk about your situation. What situation? And why has he had time to mull it over? Lucius's eyebrow rose. Draco, exactly how much of that book did you skim over? Draco at least had the modesty to look bashful. Everything after you found out about the aspectus and what it meant. Lucius finished with an air of disappointment. You figured you would never have a mate and therefore it wouldn't apply to you. Yes, father. Well, Draco, then you had better ask Granger for that book back, because as of 3 days ago, when you were on the road to suicide, you gained a mate and now you must act accordingly. 3 days ago. You have been sleeping for 3 days as your body recovered. Normal humans wouldn't have been able to survive without air for as long as you did, and even in very high terms you were much too close to death to survive and get up the next morning to play Quidditch. His father's sarcastic tone was not lost on him. Oh. So, now you have a mate to deal with. A mate, who a few moments ago, you said does not love nor even like you. Oh, and that summed up Draco's feelings quite nicely. As Lucius had pointed out, Harry had been given 3 days of time to mull over his current situation. And reading that book from cover to cover had given him a lot of time to think. And to berate himself. Well, he'd started berating himself after he'd met Draco's father waiting for them at the doors to the castle. Or more like waiting for him to carry Draco's sleeping form to the doors of the castle. Draco had exchanged hands and been carried off to wherever it was thought proper by Lucius to take him, and Harry had walked up to the boys' dorm lost in thought. He'd never gotten there. Ron had been waiting for him in the Gryffindor common room. The conversation had been awkward to say the least. You know, you could have told me, Harry, Ron said, looking into the cheerfully blazing fire. I would have supported you. I told you that. Harry frowned. Ron, I don't know what to think right now. Can we talk about this later? Ron had agreed, and they both had gone up to bed, not saying another word. Well, Ron had gone to bed. Harry had stayed up, reading and thinking. At about 4 in the morning, he'd given up on reading and had just sat on his bed thinking. He'd done it again, and this time he really couldn't say why. At the moment he'd felt he had been doing the right thing, yet looking back on the moment, he felt all confused. The feelings between this night and the now, and that night and the then were identical, sort of. Except this time no one had died. The last time Harry had given in to his impulses like that. Sirius had died. I can't believe I did that again, he berated himself. He didn't know what to think. He decided at exactly 4:09 in the morning. He really didn't. He'd saved Draco's life, that much he knew, but why? Now that the moment was gone, he could look back and see that he'd acted purely on impulse. But an impulse of what? His mind asked rebelliously. Harry ignored this question he could not answer and went on with his analyzing. Without complete knowledge of the information he could have had, he'd taken the plunge. Yes, there were somewhat better results this time. There was a bright side to look to. No one had died. No one had even gotten hurt. Well, except for the window. But was what he had done truly the right thing? Harry didn't know. In fact, 3 days later Harry still didn't know, and still hadn't come to grips with the strange feelings that had prevailed that night. The ones that had told him to save Draco's life at all costs because it was important, necessary. Even, maybe, mandatory was the right word to use. Whenever he thought of how he'd felt during that night, he eventually had to come back to those feelings that had driven his impulses, and whenever he thought of those He hit a roadblock. Because he truly couldn't say he understood how he'd felt. He could go over the exact same arguments now, 3 days later, in his head, and yet they didn't have the same compelling force. Maybe that was because Draco's life wasn't in danger at this moment in time. Maybe he was just being ignorant, but something inside him was downright glad that Draco wasn't dead. The other parts of him that were more logical were dealing with the situation as best they could. And for these 3 days that he'd been thinking, Ron and Hermione had turned, almost, into shadows around him. Ron must have told Hermione of Harry's request to talk about it later, as she wasn't prying for details. In fact, surprisingly, the whole school wasn't prying for details. Well, at least not from him. The entire Slytherin house was in a state of panic over Draco's current health issue. Of course they had been told that he was very sick, enough to be quarantined in his room. The Slytherins get their own rooms. Ron had choked out when the announcement had been made and couldn't see anyone. Of course this went in one ear and out the other of the Slytherin house, but were met by the jurisdiction of one Lucius Malfoy when they tried to sneak in to see Draco anyway. The Hufflepuffs were curious but not as compelled as the Slytherins to find out about his welfare. The Ravenclaws were nonchalant, nodding and going back to their books. And the Gryffindors, well, they all par 3 were celebrating on different levels of seriousness. There were several in Harry's year who were talking about actually throwing a party if Draco didn't recover in time for the next Slytherin versus Gryffindor match because surely Snape couldn't somehow manage to postpone that as well. Of course, Harry, who knew all the reasons why Draco wasn't well enough to play the morning after that night, didn't comment on this. And then there were those that just shrugged and went on with their lives. Harry had a suspicion that Hermione would have been in this group and Ron would have gladly been part of the latter had they not also been privy to the real reasons behind Draco's sudden lack of mobility and overall activity. And for his own sake, Harry assumed they had said nothing about that matter and had waited for him to make the first move towards them. And 3 days later, they sat facing each other, somewhat in a triangle form, in an empty classroom, waiting for someone to speak the first words. "Well, Harry," Hermione spoke at length. "It seems you should catch us up. The last time we spoke, you weren't going to bond with Draco. And it's a little too late for that now, isn't it?" Ron asked, surprisingly without malice, although Harry could tell that Ron was putting out a valiant effort to not be emotional. "Yes, it's a bit late for that," Harry spoke. He still didn't know what Ron and Hermione knew about the situation. He assumed Hermione had done what he had and read the book cover to cover, but she might not have told Ron the full details within. "So you are going through with it, then?" Hermione asked. "I don't think I have much of a choice," Harry muttered as Hermione nodded knowingly. "I don't get it," Ron spoke. "Why doesn't Harry have a choice?" "Well, Ron," Hermione spoke. "Harry, by stopping Draco's very eyesight from killing him in an effort to appease his soulmate." "Wait a minute, what? That's why the Verii will commit suicide," Harry muttered, staring at the floor. "In a twisted way, it thinks that killing itself will make the mate happy if the mate hates it so much that she won't bond with him, her." "Weird," Ron muttered. "Yes, anyway, now that Harry has, well, shall we say, committed himself to the Verii side of Draco Malfoy, he'll now have to complete the bond. Or, Draco will do it for him," Hermione finished and Harry winced. "What, remember how Vila treat their mates, Ron?" Hermione asked a stuttering Ron. "Well, Verii are not Vila in any genetic way, but their need to complete the bond now that the soulmate, in this instance Harry, has committed himself will start to look very similar if Harry doesn't complete the bond himself. So Harry's going to mate with Malfoy." Ron couldn't keep the slight disgust out of his voice and for the second time Harry found himself wincing. "Not like that, Ron." He spoke and Ron heaved a sigh of relief. "That's right, Harry's only got to key him. Potter's got to key me," Draco half shouted as the elder Malfoy finished explaining how his son would complete the bond with Harry Potter. "Draco," Lucius's own voice rose in volume, reminding the younger Malfoy that shouting at the top of one's lungs like that was an undignified act unbefitting of a Malfoy. Ron blinked and then frowned. "What kind of key are we talking about, Hermione?" Harry also frowned. He hadn't thought of that. "The book doesn't say, but but I'm guessing it's just a regular key. There's no tongue, right? Draco asked worriedly. Lucius's eyes looked to the ceiling in a, "Why me?" gesture of annoyance before he shook his head in a definite no. Draco heaved a sigh of relief. "May I continue explaining then?" Lucius asked pointedly, and Draco fought down the urge to yelp. "There's more. Of course, what did you think? One key and you never see each other again. I'd rather hope that." "Don't be an idiot, Draco." "I'm sorry, father." "And then what? That's it." "No." Harry spoke, his voice void of emotion. This was the part where those funny and unexplainable feelings of his started acting up. "Well, Ron, they're bonded. And that means what exactly?" "Well, they'll have to share the same bedroom." "What? What?" Lucius rolled his eyes in his first un-Malfoyish gesture in exactly 15 minutes. "Do I really need to repeat myself, Draco?" "No, father." "Good." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Again? Not like that, Ron." Draco's very eye sighed. "Well, you could almost think of it as a feminine side really. It needs the protection of its soulmate when Draco is vulnerable. Now, when Draco's awake and aware of his surroundings, I doubt he's vulnerable, but when he's asleep, well, everyone's vulnerable when they're sleeping. So his very eye side will need Harry in close proximity. Maybe not in the same bed but in the same room." "Oh." Ron looked relieved. "But what if Harry doesn't want or something?" "Thanks for acting as if I'm not here," Harry thought before answering out loud. "If the bond between myself and Malfoy," Harry was unsure if he should start trying to call Malfoy Draco now, but decided against it, "starts to disintegrate, as in if we aren't around each other when the very eyesight needs us to be around each other. It takes its toll on the body," Hermione finished. "So basically, if Harry doubles over in pain we'll know to get him to Malfoy." Ron nodded slowly, his face a few shades lighter than it was previously. "And this includes having other bed partners." "Wait a minute, so if I want to have say I have to do so with Potter and only Potter?" Draco glared at the nearest offending inanimate object, which happened to be one of his bedposts, as his father nodded the affirmative. "Well, that's a pain." Lucius internally groaned, and here he thought he was done talking to Draco about these types of matters. "Harry, I am so glad I'm not you right now," Ron muttered, and Harry personally agreed with him. Harry would be glad not to be Harry at this moment in time. And yet, there were those feelings again, those weird impulses that didn't really seem to mind some of these prospects that the logical part of him should have been condemning. Strange. After a few minutes of silence between father and son, Lucius spoke. "You had better get up. The sooner you get this situation fixed between the two of you, the sooner you will be able to relax." "Relax?" Draco all but yelped. How in the name of all things magical was he supposed to relax? He was going to be completely bonded to Potter of all people before the day was out. And while his very eyesight didn't mind it in the least, the last part of Draco Malfoy as the world saw him had major issues with it. "I believe you heard me correctly. Remember, if you handle this correctly, you can force your own contact with Potter to a minimum." The elder Malfoy stood and walked towards the door to the room. "If you choose to." And he left as Draco started and glared at the door, which closed behind his father silently. Presumably, his father was going to find someone to find Potter, or maybe even find Potter himself, but what was his father talking about with those last words? Draco shook himself slightly and started the process of getting out of his warm bed and moving towards the shower. There was no way he was going to see anyone if he hadn't showered in 3 days. Now, over Harry's years of existence, he had been in some very odd and, in some ways, disconcerting situations. Let's start with first year, shall we? All the people looking in shock at him when his name was called to be sorted. Snape asking him those questions at his first ever potions class, yes, that wasn't the easiest of moments. Seeing that the back of one of his teacher's head was in fact just the start of another head, that was definitely a mental image that he could live to a ripe old age without having, thank you very much. Closing parenthesis ... Then in second year, start with the Whomping Willow problem. And then that meeting with Filch where both he and Ron thought they were going to be expelled. Watching his arm bend back upon itself when a teacher had taken all of his bones away. All of Dobby's meetings, warnings. Yup, no loss of strange situations in second year, and this time he didn't even include Voldemort in that list. Then third year rolled around and you had the Dementor problems. And shall we say, Animagi and other magical creature problems. The time turner bit, yes, that about sums it up nicely. Fourth year brought the annoying bit about being picked for the Tri-Wizard tournament without entering, Rita Skeeter's issues, and we'll leave it at that, finding out that what should have been a show of good sportsmanship actually turned out to be a very nice way to kill innocent victims. Harry still hadn't gotten over that one. And then, last but not least, fifth year. And Harry's frazzled mind wasn't going to even start on that year. But waiting outside a very large portrait of Medusa for the inhabitant inside the room to finally open the bloody door, was not a situation that he had encountered before. Certainly not waiting for Draco Malfoy to open the door to his room so that they could key. Nope, never been in this situation before. Harry wondered if this fell in the strange category or the slightly disturbing category, and then vaguely wondered if he should create a new category of reasons why I will need to see a shrink when I get older. No too many words. How about slightly disturbing? Yes, that worked really nicely. So the first strange situation of sixth year was, well, it would have to have been the whole Lucius Malfoy has feathers bit. And then, finding that Dumbledore wanted Harry to be okay if Draco Malfoy, of all people, wanted to pop in on a DA meeting, which thankfully had not occurred, would be next. Then learning that he was Draco's intended, yeah, that was a situation all right. And then the whole thing 3 days ago, which he really needed to get straightened out before he really lost his mind, would fall into the new, slightly disturbing category, Harry mused. And last, this situation. Come to think of it, once that portrait opened, a different, slightly disturbing situation would be presented. And open the portrait did, the Medusa gleefully ignoring the boy in front of her as she had been doing for the 10 minutes since Harry had gotten here. Potter, Malfoy. Neither of the two boys seemed to know what to say next, and of course neither wanted to admit it either. They most likely would have stood there indefinitely, if Draco's very eyesight hadn't been close to crowing gleefully about the wonderfulness of the whole thing. I guess you should come in, unless you want to key me in the hall, Draco remarked, moving away from the doorway so that the other boy could walk through. Draco's room was very green, Harry noticed. Slytherin to the core, except Draco seemed to be under the impression that the Slytherin colors were green, silver, and black. The room really did look much like Harry would have expected the Slytherin dorm rooms to look like, having seen their common room. Sometime today, pack all your stuff so a house elf can bring it down, Draco muttered, trying to just get this over with. Then again, and Draco began to think, and do what Slytherins do best, plot cunning schemes. Sometimes Draco was so cunning he amazed even himself. Yes, he would enjoy this. Very much so. I hope my bed isn't so Slytherin, Harry muttered back, trying to find a way to be semi-polite as there really wasn't much of a choice in the matter and he knew it. Draco nodded. I can make the sheets black if you want. That hadn't been what Harry had meant, and they both knew it, but Draco had decided to just flow with the situation and enjoy freaking the living daylights out of Harry as he did so. Yes, it was decidedly fun to be a Slytherin. So shall we do this or do you want to stand around all day? Draco asked, watching for Harry's reaction. It wasn't what he had anticipated. Whatever. You're the one who needs to complete the bond, not me. Draco raised an eyebrow. Too true. So if you don't mind. ... Draco closed the space between them before Harry's mind had the time to register that 1. Draco had agreed with Harry, and 2. Draco was actually going to do this. A forceful hand grabbed Harry's chin and brought it up to meet his own, but the actual key was tender. Lips gliding over lips, silk on satin, breath mingling together for only a moment or two, and then Draco pulled away. The look on Harry's face, or more importantly, in Harry's eyes was worth it. The confusion. Had Draco had any doubts about how good he actually was at this, he wouldn't have any now. When he'd roughly began the key asterisk, Harry could have taken it. Two enemies that hated each other would not be expected to key in a gentle nature, but Draco had turned the tables and now the little Gryffindor didn't know exactly what to make of it. Perfect. By the way, The password's Gloria Draconis. You have to say it before she'll even look at you. And by she, Draco meant the Medusa. She didn't like anyone who did like snakes, and therefore all of Draco's passwords had been rigged accordingly. Glory to the serpent. How original, Harry scoffed, momentarily forgetting that the first ever password to the Gryffindor common room had been Caput Draconis, or Head of the Serpent. Draco waved it off. Harry would understand the attitude of Medusa soon enough. Bring back my potions homework when you come, he replied, and watched Harry mentally groan in remembrance that the one class he had this afternoon was potions. It should be starting in 5 minutes, correct? The question was soft, and yet snide at the same time. Whatever, Malfoy. And Harry forcefully strode from the room, leaving Draco half grinning, half smirking in his wake. Yes, being a Slytherin was so much fun. Harry was decidedly happy when he finished potions that afternoon and had time to think without worrying that Snape would deduct house points for thinking in class, which by now, Harry wouldn't put past him. And he finally let the thoughts which he'd been pushing back come to the surface as he found a comfortable nook in a somewhat deserted section of the library. Draco Malfoy had key-ed him today. Strange. Harry guessed he'd expected a bit more. Wasn't that key connecting the bond thing? So shouldn't it have been? Somewhat special, but it had been just a key and had felt exactly like one. Now, Harry would be the first to admit that he was no expert in the field, if one could call it that, of keying. After all, his first, and regrettably only, key with someone who wasn't family, was with Cho. And that had not been the most pleasant of things. Malfoy had obviously a bit more practice than Cho. Scratch that. A whole lot more practice, as Malfoy had obviously known exactly what he was doing. And, surprisingly, with very pleasant, if unexpected, results. Which really was the root of the matter. Harry had enjoyed it. Well, until reality came crashing down and he remembered that he was keying Draco Malfoy, which kind of took away some pleasant factors. But if he momentarily forgot that it had been Draco Malfoy keying him, and just concentrated on how the key itself felt, he wouldn't mind doing it again, and maybe, a bit more often. Of course, being that it had been Draco Malfoy keying him, Harry doubted very much that the experience would ever repeat itself, and he guessed that he shouldn't want it to, but still. And with that, Harry decided that he was over-analyzing way too much. He hated Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy hated Harry Potter. And that was that. So he was an adolescent, and adolescents, along with most of the rest of the population, enjoy keying when it's done well, so what? That did nothing to change the fact that Draco Malfoy hated Harry Potter and vice versa, and that fact would remain until the end of time itself. And with that, Harry Potter had joined Draco Malfoy on the banks of denial, but had been very careful to build his housing of choice on the opposite side of the river, away from Draco's manor, because they wouldn't want to be neighbors. No, not at all. Dinner, which was normally a mostly cheerful and looked forward to event, by the single fact that food was served, was not so cheerful for 4 people on this night. These 4 people were Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy. Draco was enjoying the last part of his day off owing to the fact that he was still recovering from his near-death experience, which by now had been pushed to the farthest reaches of his mind, eating dinner while sitting on his bed in his room. The only bad thing which had therefore thrown him into this category with 3 others whom he would never want to be listed with in any way, shape or form unless it was a list of people who hated each other, was the seemingly unobtrusive addition to his bedroom. Well, to some people it was seemingly unobtrusive. Yes, some people who were blind, that is. Another bed had been graciously added to his own bedroom, not 3 feet from his own emerald and ebony bed. The house elves had added it, without his permission he might add, to his bedroom while he had been engaged in his potions homework, which Harry had in fact not bothered to bring him. Snape had done so instead in the other room of his dormitory, which he personally had dubbed his study. He'd nearly had a heart attack when he unknowingly had walked back into his room in order to grab another potions reference book. Somehow, looking at this thing made the whole situation much more real. But Draco was recovering from this situation, he really was. In fact, he prided himself on how well he was adjusting in the space of time that it took to eat one meal. As he'd, in a way, promised Harry, the boy's bed was not Slytherin colored. It was black and red. Not that garishly and, in Draco's humble opinion, tacky red that adorned everything Gryffindor, but a subtle blood red. It was actually a nice addition that accented the color scheme of the room, which was chiefly black, a color that was fast becoming Draco's favorite color for reasons that he hadn't quite yet sat down and thought about. Maybe he should. That would certainly get his mind off the whole Potter subject. The other three in the category of having a not-so-cheerful dinner were sitting in the Great Hall with other students of their house, wondering exactly what was really done in situations like this one. Harry was just trying to recover from the slight nausea that was setting in because he'd just realized that his trunk was no longer in the dormitory that had been his home away from home, if you could call his real home by that name. He would be rooming, as in sharing living space, with Draco Malfoy. But that wasn't the real nauseating part. For some strange reason, he didn't mind as much as he thought he should. Ron and Hermione were wondering what to say in the gap left by Harry's contemplative silence. What did one say to a friend that was going through something like this? Of course, what, at the basic level, they might want to do would not be the right answer. And they both knew it. Ron spewing about how much he hated Draco Malfoy would not change the fact that Harry now had to pretty much live with the boy, and Hermione asking about 100 times if Harry was okay wouldn't do much more than Ron spewing. So they were also silent. One almost had to thank Ginny, who, like most everyone else in the entire school, barring several teachers, one parent, and one other student, didn't know about this predicament, when she asked in a low voice at Harry's elbow. "Harry, when is the next DA meeting?" Harry blinked, and then latched on to this safe and relatively Draco-free subject. "What? We haven't had a meeting in about a week. We're wondering when the next one will be." That much was true. They'd had only 2 or 3 meetings before the whole non-Draco-free subject came up, and that had been a while ago. Ron also latched onto the idea. "Are you doing anything tonight, Harry? We could have it tonight." "Ron," Hermione was about to admonish Ron for even suggesting such a thing, as the two boys hadn't even looked at the newest potions assignment, not to mention their other subjects which were either half done or not started at all. Then she caught the look in Ron's eye, and more importantly, the underlying idea of this impromptu meeting, and her tone of voice changed drastically. "That's a great idea. How about it, Harry?" Harry shrugged, completely missing the underlying effect that if they had a meeting he could put off spending the evening with Draco Malfoy. "Sure," came the reply. "Good. Ginny and I will spread it around. How about in?" Hermione paused to consult the time. "An hour. Will that be enough time?" "Sounds good," came the reply. And the second half of dinner was spent talking in low tones among the three of them about what exactly they would cover, a topic that put the very eye bond between Draco and Harry so far back in Harry's mind that he completely forgot about it. The members of the DA, full name, Dumbledore's Army, had not changed much. 1 or 2 had dropped out, and 3 or 4 had asked to be in. But the idea of the DA was not widespread throughout Hogwarts. This was purely political, really. Even in times of crisis, rules had to be followed, and the formation of an army in school was not to be allowed. In truth, this was something which Harry agreed with. He could just hear the messages of the Howlers from different parents. "I don't want my child in the war, and all that." Having been through the Muggle educational system for most of his schooling, Harry was well aware of how drafting was used in Muggle wars, and though he was unaware if the Wizards had actually ever used a draft system, he was sure the reaction of concerned wizarding parents would be the same as Muggle parents. It was a somewhat common Muggle saying that no parent should have to bury her children, and Harry also agreed with this, adding that ideally no one should have to bury anyone who died an unnatural death. Harry was still coping with the fact that if a body had been available for Sirius, he would have had to bury his godfather. He'd moved on enough to be able to live life the way he normally would, but the loss would always be there. That much he was certain. And speaking of certainties, he was certain that he was slightly late to this impromptu DA meeting. So with hurried steps, he moved towards the room of requirement. Down a few floors, in the dungeon, Draco Malfoy suddenly shivered, wings ripping through the fabric of his shirt. In confusion, he threw a quizzical look over his shoulder. That was weird. Then he sighed. He'd liked that shirt too. Hermione and Ron had already, with plenty of help from Ginny. Harry was sure separated everyone in pairs. The idea for the past few meetings had been duels, with one new spell learned every meeting. Hermione would teach the spell, with Ron to demonstrate on, and would then demonstrate how to block said spell, again with Ron to demonstrate on. Then the group would practice in pairs for about half an hour, before turning to small duels. On the first meeting, they'd taken turns dueling one-on-one with the rest of the group watching so as to watch for flaws or exceptionally done spells. Then they'd slowly progressed to one-on-two-person duels, and one-on-three, all the way up to this current meeting in which there were 6 people on a rather large dueling platform, a hexagonal-shaped duplicate of the platform Lockhart had used in Harry's second year, in a free-for-all in which the goal was to be the last one standing. This, of course, had to be carefully controlled. No spells that would cause a trip to the infirmary was the major rule, although they'd broken that once or twice. Fortunately, Dumbledore had talked to Madame Pomfrey about it and explained the situation. She'd been much more forgiving after that, well, not forgiving, but less condescending at least. Tonight, after Hermione finished her demonstration of a charm, which was originally used in earlier times to boil water and could be focused into a beam which could cause quite a number of nasty burning oddities to the skin, she'd taken a bit longer than usually to heal Ron, and Harry had fought back a giggle when he'd realized that this was because she got to hold on to Ron's hand while she did so. The group chosen for the 6-person duel included Harry. Most of the time, Harry found an excuse not to participate as he didn't want to place another spotlight on himself if he did something exceedingly well. He practiced quite a bit more than he let on in these duels and was therefore always afraid that he would slip, but tonight he had been roped into it. Taking his position, Harry felt rather strange, as if something was slightly wrong. Shrugging it off as anticipation or slight nervousness, he waited for the signal to begin. All 6 bowed and waited for the sudden burst of light from Hermione's wand, which was the signal to begin. Harry saw it out of the corner of his eye and barely had time to blink before a lance of pain shot through his abdomen. He doubled over and a charm flew over his head to form a slight dent in the wall where it hit. The onlookers cheered slightly at what seemed to be a brilliant display of reflexes on Harry's part, but Hermione caught the slightly pained look on his face. Realization dawned on her and she hurriedly grabbed Ron to whisper in his ear. He paled slightly, watching the battle which was being waged on the platform. Harry appeared to be dodging the attacks with even better reflexes than he played Quidditch with, yet he was not enjoying himself. Every time he was forced to duck in order to evade a curse or charm, the slight look of pain intensified on his face. Hermione's wand suddenly lit in a red color, a slightly different charm from Lumos which had actually been used to mark off apparating grounds until the 18th century when a Muggle had thought it to be a fire in the woods. The fighters on the platform stopped moving, and a disappointed groan went through the spectators as it always did when a duel ended without a decisive victor. And this was the shortest time yet. But Hermione ignored the questioning glances her way as Harry jumped off the platform and made his way towards her, his face barely hiding a pained expression. "What's going on?" he whispered. "Find Malfoy," was the mouthed answer and he nodded, leaving the room. "What the?" Draco muttered as he was distracted again by a slight twitch from his wings which caused him to take a large lurch forward, nearly into his essay on the discovery of the Celtic Cross Tarot spread, which was for history of magic, and not divination. Something was wrong around here. Then it hit him. Exactly what must be wrong? Draco groaned, getting up. I'm going, he muttered at his wings, which fluttered slightly in response. Pain was now lancing down Harry's legs, from its starting spot just below his belly button as he jogged down the dungeon hallways. Luckily the hallways, which the dungeon was just crawling with, were empty in this area. He was so intent on getting to that Medusa portrait that he ran right into Draco, who was walking in a leisurely pace away from the same portrait. For his part, Draco was not sent sprawling to the floor. No, he was merely knocked into and regained his balance rather quickly. As did Harry. "Potter, I am immensely displeased," he practically hissed as he realized who had run into him. "Do you know how much this shirt cost?" Harry's eyes didn't even bother to scan the shirt, the back of which was in shreds. "What is going on?" he managed to force out through his vocal cords. "Oh, you mean why you're in pain? Honestly, Potter, What were you doing to make the bond kick in like that? Draco surveyed Harry's slightly hunched-over form. Make it stop, Harry rasped. Draco rolled his eyes and stepped forward, his hand grudgingly finding its way under Harry's shirt to the skin just below his belly button. Harry blinked as the pain disappeared. Glad that's over, he muttered. Are you? Draco quipped, raising an eyebrow in annoyance. I hope you keep that attitude for the next hour and a half. What? We have a newly formed bond, Potter. It will take time for that to be pacified enough to let us leave the other alone. See, I'll show you. And not even bothering to hide his glee, Draco slipped his hand out from underneath Harry's shirt. Said boy blanched as the slight burning sensation appeared again. He looked at Draco with an expectant look as the other boy hesitated to replace the hand, but he finally did so when Harry, none too nicely, kicked him. See what I mean? Draco drawled. Why wasn't I informed of this? Harry spoke, his tone accusing. Because it's information that the very I knows and others do not, was the simple and haughty answer. Now, Potter, do you think you might be able to start moving back towards my room, as I do not relish the idea of my fellow classmates finding us in this position? Harry nodded and the two began to walk in measured steps back towards the Medusa portrait. Once back inside, Draco moved them towards one of the couches in his study, green leather of course. Start talking, Potter, you've got an hour and 20 minutes. Talking about what? Harry shot back. Explain what got you into this situation, was the answer. Well, let me think. Nope, I don't think I know enough about the Malfoy line to answer the question of how very I blood got. Not about that, Potter, about this. Draco moved his hand away from Harry momentarily to accent the point. Harry sighed slightly and figured that it couldn't really hurt to explain. I was in the middle of a DA meeting. What? Another sigh. The DA. Dumbledore talked to you about it. Oh, right, I remember now. The little defense group that you started that I thought was a complete waste of my time. That DA. Harry blinked as Draco spoke as though he was remembering a trip to Diagon Alley. Oh, that trip. I remember I went and bought this, that, and the other. Anyway, we were just starting a 6-way duel. You what? Are you crazy? Draco practically shrieked. What are you talking about? You can't do that, you moron. No wonder the bond was so upset. Draco looked accusingly at Harry. It's controlled. Harry started to explain, but Draco wasn't done ranting. You're just up and allowing people to throw curses at you. Merlin, how stupid can you get? Harry fought the urge to groan. Nothing even hit me, he pointed out helpfully. Principle of the thing, Draco spat back venomously. Whatever. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly. Then I'll just go to bed now, he drawled, and moved back away from Harry. Don't you dare stop touching me. Potter, do you know how wrong that sound? Shut up, Malfoy. Draco smirked triumphantly and returned his hand to its original spot. The only person the bond will allow you to duel with like that is me, he pointed out after a few seconds worth of silence. Oh, that's a relief, Harry muttered. Because I would really like to hex you right about now. Draco merely raised an eyebrow in response, looking eerily like his father for a moment or two. You may find that harder than you think, Potter. Remember that. So, after the most awkward hour and a half of Harry's life was over and Draco could remove himself from Harry's person without Harry yelping in pain, Draco wordlessly disappeared into a room, which Harry assumed was the bathroom to, as Harry assumed, wash off that hand about 1,000,000 times. Harry himself would have done the same thing except Malfoy had beaten him to the bathroom. So Harry resolved to just ignore the fact that Malfoy's hand had been under his shirt for over an hour, and set about making sure that everything he owned was carefully stored in his trunk, which had arrived at some point unknown to both Harry and Draco via the house elves. Everything was there, and Harry made sure that he locked the trunk before making his way to his bed, or what he assumed was his bed by the fact that the pillowcases were a bloody, red color. Very funny, Malfoy, he thought in Draco's direction before climbing in. This was when he realized that the sheets and the blood-red pillowcases for that matter were silk. Harry blinked, twice, and then decided that he really didn't or shouldn't care. Whatever message Malfoy might or might not have been trying to send by that was not going to be received by him, at least not tonight. Harry was vaguely aware of the water shutting off in the room which Draco had disappeared into, and was even less vaguely aware of Draco padding into the room in black silk pajamas, and was even less aware of the whispered knocks, which cast the room into almost complete darkness. But he could not sleep. Not even when his eyes adjusted to the gloom to the point where he could watch the steady rise and fall of the other boy's chest 3 feet away could his brain seem to shut itself down for sleep. It almost wasn't fair, his sleepy mind thought. It's not fair that Draco can be more at ease than I am about this. And Harry drifted off to sleep before he could even register that he had just thought about Draco Malfoy using his first name instead of his last. Harry was now starting to enjoy falling asleep at night, especially with the complete halt of nightmares, which he would grudgingly admit when awake, came with the announcement of Draco's very blood. It was nice to have dreamless sleep in which the only thought which was shown to him was one of complete comfort and protection. After so many instances where he had to protect himself from the world, it was nice to feel protected, really protected. And as Harry drifted through this sleepy haze that was his dream world, he felt the silken caress of the ebony wings which surrounded him, and there was something else soothing too. Almost as if someone was there with him, something that he had never experienced in any form of a dream before unless you count Voldemort's nightmares as people being in a dream with him. But this person, a male, was unobtrusive, and seemed just as calm as the aura of the dreamscape. The two seemed curled up together as if nothing in the world really mattered to them, as if nothing would ever break the serenity of this dream. That is until Harry's eyes opened to make out in the dim light, sleepy silver eyes that were also opening, and when both Draco and Harry jumped apart from the embrace in which they'd been cocooned in with identical shrieks. For a minute there was absolute silence before both boys said two different things at the same time. What the hell? And, what is going on? There was then a second of silence as each boy waited for the other to repeat what he had said. Deciding then that this was not going to happen, Harry spoke. Do you mind explaining what you were doing in my bed, Malfoy? Draco rolled his eyes. Sleeping. What did it look like? And Potter, you'd better check again, because you were the one who climbed into my bed. Harry looked over his shoulder slightly to see his bed sitting there as if no one had slept in it at all during the night. Damn. Turning back to Draco he snarled, why the hell did I end up in your bed? How should I know? You're the very Harry replied in a droll tone. And so that makes me responsible for every little thing you don't like. Draco was incredulous. I don't exactly enjoy the idea of you sleeping in my bed either, Potter, but what am I going to do about it? Time travel isn't exactly one of the very powers, you know, so I can't go back to last night and stay awake long enough to kick you out of my bed. But I didn't crawl in your bed in the first place, Harry pointed out. He was absolutely sure that he had fallen asleep in his own bed, not in Draco's. Whatever. Draco sighed slightly and without another word disappeared into the bathroom to take a very long shower. Lucius sat at the window of one of his rooms, thinking and sipping a cup of coffee. This time in the morning was too early for wine. It had been irking him since yesterday, that thing about impulses that Voldemort had been so happy about. What had it been? Something about Harry walking right into a trap because of those impulses. Oh, right, and Lucius remembered. Harry had given into the impulses to save his godfather, someone who was the closest link to family that Harry had, or so the Dark Lord was of the opinion. But then, and it was a big if Harry's impulses had stepped in to make him save Draco, then Draco's earlier assessment of Potter would prove to be incorrect. And Lucius smiled thinly over his drink. Yes, though Potter didn't know it yet, he was slowly falling for Draco. One only had to have seen the way Potter had cradled his son's body almost protectively to himself as they emerged from the forest to know that. And the best part was that Potter himself didn't realize it. Draco wouldn't realize his feelings either, though, and that caused Lucius to frown slightly. Draco had been obsessed with Potter ever since, first year? Second, too young to realize those types of emotions when they started, but the very inside him must have realized it at their first meeting. So Draco's life had begun to revolve slowly but surely around Potter. Except Draco assumed it was his hatred that kept him driving to best Potter at anything and everything. Lucius smirked now, his eyes gazing out over the grounds of Hogwarts. Those two would be in for an interesting time when they finally figured out their emotions. It would take a while, but it would happen. And Draco would never need to go through the same pain that he did when Voldemort had killed his intended. Lucius vaguely heard someone speaking to the portrait outside his room before the door opened and Snape walked into the room, stopping when he saw the serene look on Lucius's face. "All right, what is it that has you this happy at this time in the morning?" Lucius smirked at the potions master. "Were I to tell you, you would most likely suffer cardiac arrest. Believe me, you do not want to know." Snape looked questioningly at Lucius but didn't push the matter. After all, he had first-year Ravenclaws and Slytherins to teach this morning. By the time Harry had showered, dressed, and gotten the things he needed for classes ready, Draco had left the room without so much as a word in his direction. This suited Harry just fine anyway, as they'd been playing the "you don't exist and are just a figment of my imagination" game since that ever so interesting conversation they'd had when they woke up. Walking down to the great hall where the sounds of breakfast could be heard, Harry's mind went over what happened on Wednesdays. Wednesdays were nice because he only had one class, even though it was doubled. It was that one class that made the day ever so boring. Divination. Yeah, boring with a capital B. But Harry had to take at least one elective and it was easy, so he was rather stuck. Ron and Hermione had saved him a spot at the table and Harry gratefully sank into it and started in on breakfast. "So how was the night with Ferret?" Ron asked over a mouthful of eggs. Harry shrugged. "Nothing bad. We ignored each other the whole time. Until I woke up in his bed," Harry mentally added, but he felt that wasn't a mental picture that Ron needed. "Nothing strange happened, like with the bond?" Hermione asked. "Not really. Malfoy had to touch me for an hour or so before the pain went away, but that's all that happened." Hermione looked as if she didn't really believe him, and Ron looked like he was trying really hard not to throw up his food because of whatever image his brain was supplying him with. "Not like that, Ron." Harry sighed and his friend looked visibly relieved. Halfway through breakfast, with all the male owls flying around, a tawny school owl dropped a note on Harry's plate, narrowly missing the pool of syrup that had flowed off his pancakes. Harry read it and frowned slightly. "What is it?" "It's a note that allows me to get out of any of my classes should Malfoy feel threatened," Harry muttered, passing the note across the table. "Hey, you should use that to get out of Snape's classes," Ron exclaimed. "Except for the fact that Malfoy is in his potions class," Hermione pointed out. Oh, Ron didn't look so excited. The divination room looked the same as it always had, now that Umbridge was gone and Trelawney was back. Harry and Ron sat at their customary table in the back of the room and waited for their professor to arrive. "Welcome all," came the misty voice. "Today we will begin learning the use of tarot cards to help bring out your inner eye." "But what happens if my inner eye is shy and doesn't want to come out?" Ron muttered and Harry grinned. "Oh, and Harry, in 10 minutes don't feel as if you have to ask before you leave, dear. He will be waiting for you in the Great Hall." "What?" Harry thought as the rest of the class looked at him questioningly. Okay, maybe he should just use that prediction as an excuse to leave the class in 10 minutes. Now, there are many different spreads that are used for a tarot reading, so pay attention dears, for many of you will not understand this for a week because you have not listened. The one similarity for all these spreads is that they invoke your inner eye to interpret their meaning, not just recognize it. One must know if a card has appeared in the reversed position and what that means versus when a card appears in the normal position. There are also many kinds of tarot decks that can influence the accuracy of the reading based on how they relate to your inner eye. And within these decks there are the major arcana cards and the minor arcana cards. You will begin to memorize the differences in these cards for our next class, but only 4 of you will have memorized the meanings of all the tarot cards in the deck that you will receive at the end of this lesson. Now the major arcana is used for general. Harry's eyes widened slightly as he felt a familiar burning sensation beginning to creep down the walls of his stomach and settle in a coil around his belly button. Oh no. Not bothering to ask to be excused from class, Harry got up and left the room. Ron looked at the clock on the wall and grinned. It was 9 minutes into class, not 10. Should he point that out? Of course. Smirking boldly at the professor, he raised his hand. Harry ran into the deserted Great Hall to see Draco sitting calmly at the Slytherin table waiting for him. "What's wrong now?" Harry demanded and sat down angrily next to Draco. As Draco's hand found its way underneath his shirt again, he added, "I sure as hell wasn't in a dangerous situation." "No, I was. Were you in defense against the dark arts or something?" "No." Harry tried to think of more dangerous classroom situations. It couldn't be care of magical creatures. Harry took that with him. Herbology? No. What class? Ancient runes. What, pray tell, is so dangerous about ancient runes? Pansy. Draco replied calmly as if that explained everything. Seeing the skeptical look on Harry's face, he continued, "She won't take a hint." Harry sighed and fought the urge to bang his head on a hard surface. Oh well, at least he didn't have to go back to divination. When Harry entered his and Draco's rooms that night, he was amazed to find Draco locked in the bathroom with the shower running. How many showers did that boy take? Did he have some kind of weird fetish for them or something? No bad thoughts, and why did Harry care anyway? It wasn't as if the water in Hogwarts got cold if one took an extremely long shower after all. Shrugging off his clothes and changing into pajamas, Harry climbed into his own bed and decided to test a recent idea of his. Maybe if he fell asleep first, he would remain safely in his own bed. Harry was out like a light before Draco had gotten out of his shower. Harry awoke from a very pleasant dream about absolutely nothing, which suited him just fine, as that meant it was a very safe dream, to find that he was in no hurry to get out of bed, lounging on his stomach with his face buried on the nice soft pillow. At least he was, until a slightly muffled voice from his chest area decided to comment on the morning. "Okay. Now this cannot become a normal occurrence, Potter. If you insist on sleeping in my bed, then I insist on being on top." Harry balked and promptly fell off Draco and off the bed, landing harshly on the floor. Oh, wasn't that a wonderful way to start the morning? Harry sat in the library, facing Hermione and waiting for the girl to respond. After a week of waking up in Draco Malfoy's bed, he'd finally gotten fed up with trying to figure out how to stop it on his own. They, had tried everything they could come up with. First they'd tried Harry falling asleep before Draco. Hadn't worked, except for the small difference that somehow Draco had been on top of Harry in the morning. Then Harry tried sleeping out on the couch in a room completely different from Draco. Hadn't worked, and they'd only been more tangled in each other when morning came that time. To be sure he'd covered every possibility, Harry had persuaded Draco to sleep on the couch the next night. Needless to say, it hadn't worked. Harry had ended up on the couch with Draco, and Harry's back had ached for the next day from the position he'd slept in that night. Across the table one could almost see the gears turning in Hermione's brain as she thought about the situation. "Well, are you sure you don't sleepwalk, Harry?" Harry looked pointedly at Hermione. "I think I would have noticed it, or Ron would have pointed it out to me by now." "Well, it was an option, Harry," was the unabashed reply. "But because of your answer, I'm sure this is the bond between you two." "Joy," Harry muttered. Hermione frowned. "I'm sure I've seen this type of scenario before. It's not in the very book, I checked." "No, not there." Hermione's eyes seemed to sparkle as she started going through all the books she'd read in the past month, as it must have been in one of those. "Oh, that's it," she suddenly exclaimed, earning her a disapproving look from the librarian, which she completely ignored. "What's it?" Harry asked in a quieter voice. Hermione didn't reply, as she'd gotten up from the table and was hurriedly making her way to a particular shelf in the library. A few minutes later she came back and dropped a book on the table. "Dream Magic?" Harry asked, reading the title as best he could upside down. "Well," Hermione looked apologetically at Harry, "I thought it might be useful if there was a repeat of last year." Harry chose not to comment on that. Instead he opened the book. "So, how does this affect what's going on now?" "Well," Hermione's tone took on the excited tone it always had when talking about learning, "I read this around the second day of school, so I didn't connect it to the very thing." "The second day of school?" Harry shook his head. On the second day of school, he'd been putting off doing the homework assigned on that first day of classes because it wasn't due the next day. Hermione had flipped through the book until she found the paragraph she remembered. "You see, This says that there are some magical creatures that appear in their mate's dreams. By doing so, the dream magic comes into play, and duplicates whatever happens in the dream in real life. Harry blinked. I can honestly say I don't get it, Hermione. Well, dream magic is normally dormant magic. Its job is to balance out your magic as you sleep. How do I explain this? You know how when you sleep, your body sort of resets itself for the next day. Harry nodded. Well, dream magic is a dormant form of magic that does the same thing for your body's magic. Only a very powerful spell or magical force can tamper with dream magic. So you're saying that the bond which connects you two uses dream magic. But how does it work? We had locked doors between us last Thursday and they were still locked when we woke up. Shifting space, maybe, Hermione guessed. It's the only explanation we have. You might want to try changing the dream and see what happens. How do I do that? I'm sleeping, remember. You'll have to figure that out on your own, Harry. Hermione looked apologetic. I can't dream for you, you know. Yeah, I know. Harry fought the urge to bang his head on the table. I'm just sick of it. Every morning it gets worse. I'm sure you'll come up with something, Harry. Harry took a few days to think of something, and in fact he didn't really think of it, to be truthful. The solution came about because of a fight that occurred between himself and Draco after dinner on Sunday. It had been about the DA. Look, Potter, I do not want to spend my free time sitting around watching to make sure you don't mess up and get hurt, Draco snapped. Malfoy, it's called commitment, even though I'm sure that's too big a word for you to understand. It's where people actually do what they promised to do. Draco leveled a glare in Harry's direction. I never made such a promise, Potter, you did. You live with the consequences of your own actions. Selfish bastard, Harry had muttered, storming out of the room. Unbeknown to him, Draco had watched him go, trying to figure out why he was feeling the strange emotion he was feeling about making Potter so angry. It hadn't mattered before. Harry had gone to the scheduled DA meeting anyway, although he had made sure not to participate in the duel. He'd then avoided going back to his and Draco's rooms, by taking a very long and time-consuming walk down to the lake. He'd wanted to take up time and it had worked. It was after midnight when he finally turned from the lake's murky waters and walked back up to the castle, roused Medusa from her sleep. She had not been pleased, the snakes of her hair muttering obscenities in Parseltongue, and been faced with the decision to walk into the bedroom or sleep on the couch. Harry had chosen the latter, his last waking thought being that if he did end up sleeping in the same bed as Draco by morning, he would not be responsible for his actions. His dreams had been empty. No Voldemort, but no nice comfort feelings either. It was rather freaky for sleep to be that empty, but when Harry woke on the couch the next morning, that emptiness was a small price to pay in his mind. He'd been out of the room by the time Draco had woken up in his own bed, feeling quite happy even though it was Monday and he had potions first thing. You look really happy this morning, Hermione commented as Harry sat down next to Ron. I figured it out, Harry replied. Really? Yup, I just need to fall asleep being really mad at Malfoy. That shouldn't be too hard. Ron grinned. Hermione looked thoughtful but didn't say anything, especially when Malfoy entered the Great Hall half an hour later, shooting a deadly glare at Harry's back as he did so. Pushing that idea out of her mind for the moment, Hermione tuned back into the conversation that was happening around her about Quidditch and the fact that the Slytherin vs. Gryffindor match, which had been postponed, was going to be held next Friday. Thursday evening came quickly for all of the school, who were all waiting eagerly for the first match between Harry Potter and the Very-Eye, Draco Malfoy. Well, everyone except Draco himself, who appeared to be a disaster just waiting for a reason to explode upon someone. He still acted the same, yet his entire persona seemed to scream, "Stay away from me or you will get hurt," and no one knew exactly why. Except for 3 Gryffindors, 2 of which were too wrapped up in the upcoming Quidditch match to figure it out. Hermione, however, noticed that while Draco seemed to glow with anger, Harry seemed happier than he'd been in a long time, yet drained. He was perfectly healthy, yet he still seemed to be strained even if he himself didn't realize it. And every night before he went to sleep he thought of all the reasons why he hated Draco Malfoy and woke up in his own bed every morning. But it was on Thursday night that she noticed a distinct change. even if she was not present at the event that triggered it. Draco Malfoy was, however. He was holed up in the library attempting to find the piece he needed to finish the recently assigned History of Magic essay on the effects of the reign of Lord Berthord I in Albania when he was approached by one of his year mates, Blaise Zabini. "Zabini, you're blocking my light," Draco informed him curtly, and Blaise seemed to twitch at the tone of violence which Draco had so casually spewed out. "Draco, I have been drafted into giving this to you," he said resignedly, holding out a folded parchment of paper. Draco raised an eyebrow suspiciously as he took it. Blaise continued speaking, however, so he did not open it. "I told them it was a stupid idea and you'd have them hung for it, and that if Snape didn't care then it wasn't an issue, but they went and did it anyway, so when you decide to kill them, remember I'm just the messenger." "What the F*** are you talking about?" Draco asked, annoyance showing slightly through the tint of anger. "Just read it, Draco, you'll understand." Draco looked down at the parchment, and before he had even opened it, Blaise Zabini had left his area of the library. But when Draco did open the parchment, he would have completely agreed with Blaise's logic if he had not been so enraged at what was written there. "Malfoy, by what is written in Rule 52 of the rules pertaining to Quidditch, no magical creature may participate in the sport when an unfair advantage is given to one team over another because of certain characteristics that creature may possess. Your wings fall into that category, so please note that you will not be able to remain a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team from the day you receive this onward." And underneath were the signatures of the entire Slytherin team. Draco saw bloody red. Harry was startled out of the slight doze that the History of Magic homework had put him into by the Medusa portrait slamming open and a very irate Draco Malfoy stalking into the room, past Harry, and into their bedroom where Harry heard him dump all his books on his bed. "What's wrong with you?" Harry asked as Draco emerged from that room. His response was a snarl, and Draco thrust a piece of parchment at him before continuing through the room. "I'm going to commit murder," Draco hissed through clenched teeth, and Harry jumped slightly as the portrait swung shut with a slam behind him. Frowning, Harry looked down at the letter. As he read it, he wondered vaguely which Ravenclaw the Slytherins had made write this, because there was no way they would be able to sound so knowledgeable, but then the full implications of the letter hit him and he almost ripped the letter in two. It was disgusting. If they did any research whatsoever, they would know that Draco's wings couldn't support him in flight yet. If they wanted to invoke whatever rule that was, they would have a point if they mentioned how Draco was now in tune with the magical currents around him, and that would aid him in finding the snitch, but this was just an excuse, and a bad one at that, to kick Draco off the Slytherin team. He knew that Draco would likely be intercepted by someone before he actually committed the murder that he wanted to commit tonight, so he wasn't too worried about the overall health of the Slytherin team for the next day's match. Yet, something was still wrong about this, and he didn't know quite how to deal with it. As much as he hated to admit it, Draco had been his biggest competition in Quidditch, and sometimes his only competition. And Harry had been looking forward to testing his own skill against Draco's full skills, which included those of the Varii. So the Slytherin team had denied not only Draco what he wanted, they'd denied Harry what Harry had wanted. Something would have to be done about that. So, letter in hand, Harry headed for the Gryffindor common room. He needed to talk to the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Draco had fallen asleep long after Harry on Thursday night, and was therefore not surprised to wake up on Friday morning long after Harry did. He was surprised at the warmth of his bed, however. Draco's own body heat didn't tend to warm up that much surface area of the bed. But he shrugged it off. Potter had been doing so well at denying the Varii bond for the rest of the week, Draco doubted he would let it slip once he knew how to shut it out. And today was Friday, the same Friday of the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin match that he'd been excluded from. Draco felt irritation at this, but much more at the fact that Snape had been practically waiting to intercept him before he'd gotten to the Slytherin common room. Murder wasn't looked well upon after all. The only consolation Snape could offer Draco was that he'd had no say in what the Slytherin team had done, so it was perceivable that Draco could talk his teammates into voting him back on the team at a later date if he so wished. And that brought him back to the match this afternoon. Looking over at the clock, he was informed that it was 2 minutes after 12 right now. Well, that is what happens when one goes to sleep at 5 in the morning, he thought. And since he'd already skipped his morning classes, Draco pulled the covers over his eyes to shut out any light in the room and promptly went back to sleep. A few hours later, Draco was thrust back into reality by the sudden absence of the warmth that those covers provided, and he opened his eyes fully intending to blast anyone who dared wake him up like that across the room. But when he looked up and was met with eyes identical to his own, he resisted that thought. His father sat down on the foot of Draco's bed and was silent for a few seconds before he spoke. "I suppose you would rather be sleeping than hexing your teammates from the stands." That was a very mature choice. Draco decided not to point out that he hadn't even considered hexing his former teammates from the stands, and that had he thought of that he would have gone through with it. He'd just been tired. It was an interesting game, Lucius continued. Gryffindor won. I wonder why. But Slytherin caught the snitch. Draco's head shot up. What? Lucius was smiling ironically. Harry Potter refused to play against the Slytherin team. Gryffindor only won by 10 points. I thought you would want to know. And with that, Draco's father walked out of the room, and Draco could hear him bidding Medusa good day a few seconds later. Draco frowned. What had gotten into Potter? Normally nothing would stop him from a game, yet he refused to play this morning. He was going to have a long talk with Potter the next time he saw him. Draco had showered and eaten breakfast, or lunch if one was being completely accurate, before he encountered Harry. Well, in all truth, Draco had showered, eaten, finished the homework he had been putting off for some time about how one defends oneself from a creature that could only be described by its looks as a puffball, and started dozing off at the lateness of the day before Harry showed up. Most of this was forgotten in the next chain of events, but later Draco would remember that they did happen. However, later Draco would not be able to work out why the next chain of events happened, except to say that he was losing his mind due to the bond that was now present between himself and Harry. He started out in control of the situation, he really did, when Harry walked in cursing at Medusa, who had not been happy to see that he was still breathing. Potter. Malfoy. Interesting Quidditch game, I hear. Nice bunch of friends you have, Harry replied in an almost amicable tone as he sat down on the leather couch opposite Draco. There is a rather large difference between those in Slytherin who are privileged enough to be my comrades, and those who merely fear me. I couldn't tell, Harry replied sarcastically. Draco glared at him. The difference, since you're obviously too thick to get it, is that my friends would not have done what that group of morons did. They never respected me in the same way. Considering you bought your way on to the team, I'm not surprised, Harry noted, and Draco chose to ignore him. They are part of the division in Slytherin that chooses to ignore the power of the very eye and instead focus on the fact that I do not have wizarding blood. You know, Harry grinned, I was thinking about that. It's rather ironic that the pure-blooded Malfoy family isn't as pure as people thought. I am pure-blooded, Draco hissed. Harry decided never to bring up the subject again as the look of fury swept across Draco's face. Not in wizard blood, and that is what causes the division. Exactly. Draco calmed down and Harry looked at him strangely. What's up with you? He asked curiously. You're wound up tighter than a spring. I thought you would understand why better than anyone, Potter, Draco drawled. After all, you are to blame for my emotions at this point. Me, yes. You, which brings me to a question which I'd like answered. Why didn't you play today? There wasn't a point. There's always a point, Potter. Gryffindor barely won. What really stopped you from playing? I don't think I need to tell you that, Malfoy. Harry glared at him and the words were out before Draco could even register that he was saying them. Was it because Potter cared that little me wasn't playing? I'm flattered. Don't be, Malfoy. You had nothing to do with it. Draco blinked as he saw something strange register in Harry's eyes as he said that, and the Slytherin side of him got another idea. He smirked at Harry, his features shifting to those of someone who has figured out a secret. I think you're lying, Potter. I think it was because of me that you didn't play. Something in the bond's magic stirred inside him at those words, but he ignored it. It had been acting weird for all the time Potter had been denying it anyway. But this was too good to start worrying about something else right now. Watching Potter squirm was so much fun. But Draco hadn't been prepared for what might happen if Harry didn't squirm like he'd planned for. Maybe that's because I actually care about what others feel sometimes, Malfoy. Harry sent a glare his way before getting up with the intent of leaving the room. Harry started to walk away but was stopped and spun around so that he was eye to eye with an affronted Varii. He barely had time to register the black silken wings that had ripped holes in the back of another of Draco's shirts, before he was brought back to the swirling silver eyes. "Don't ever assume things you do not understand, Potter," Draco hissed, releasing his hold on Harry's shirt slightly. He started slightly, realizing that there would be a problem, as he felt the bond which had been stretched out of proportion by Harry's denial of it contract happily right as his mouth crashed onto Harry's own. Power shot through them, joyfully dancing through their veins as it resettled both itself and the bond that had been forged by their first key. Its power coursed through them and seemed to take on a life of its own as two tongues entwined around each other like living snakes. It ended abruptly as Draco pushed Harry away from him. "What was that?" Harry gasped. "The bond just resorted itself," Draco breathed. "You had it so out of proportion it went a little overboard. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to go wash your taste out of my mouth." Harry watched Draco leave, one hand rising to touch where the magic had connected them for a moment. "I wasn't supposed to enjoy that, was I?" Harry woke the next morning to a rather slurred, "Potter, kindly remove your hair from my mouth," so he couldn't say that his day started off in the best of ways. And then the thoughts of that key or whatever it was the night before came crawling into the back of his mind. The worst part was that he'd enjoyed it, and there was no way to rationalize it this time. It wasn't just a key that had been done well. No, Harry Potter had enjoyed a key with Draco Malfoy. Bond prompted or not, bond enhanced or not, there was no way around it. But what did that mean? Harry could still very easily hate Draco. In fact, they'd yelled at each other that morning. But he couldn't deny that whatever that key was, it had definitely turned him on. That could just be teenage hormones though, but the last time could have been teenage hormones as well and he had not reacted in the same way. And then halfway through his afternoon class he got a thought. Maybe it was just the bond resettling itself that had affected him that way. Yeah, that would make sense, but the only way to test it would be to key Draco again, and exactly when had he decided to call Malfoy Draco? Oh well, back on thought. The only way to confirm anything would be to key Draco Malfoy. But how could he do that without starting another problem? Like Draco actually thinking that Harry might like him, or maybe the bond would go crazy because of it. But the question persisted in his mind throughout the day. In fact, it persisted in the minds of both boys though neither admitted it to the other. And yet the only way for either of them to work anything out would be for them to key again, right? Wrong. But it took them another week to find that out. Draco woke to find himself in a rather strange position on his bed, strange because he wasn't sure why he was still on his bed to begin with, seeing how most of him was in fact draped over the right side of it. Yet for some reason he remained in this position instead of toppling to the floor as gravity dictated he should. It was while he was pondering this that he became aware of the fact that his arm was rather numb. His left arm had almost no feeling in it. Was that healthy? Draco attempted to defy gravity a bit more by craning his neck over the top of the bed in order to see why his arm was in that condition. His eyes widened slightly as the reason trickled into his brain, but then the other person in the bed shifted, loosening their grip on his arm, and gravity did the rest. Harry Potter woke to a dull thud and then a sullen, ow. Frowning, he blinked twice and registered where he was. In Draco's bed, again. But there was no sign of Draco himself. He'd ended up not being able to hate Draco enough before bed every night this week, so this was not a rare occurrence. Harry blamed those confusing feelings he got whenever he thought about the blonde in any abstract or fleeting form. They were really starting to bother him. Another thing was bothering Harry. Well, two things were bothering Harry. One was the strange taste he had in his mouth and the other being the blanket of black silk that seemed to be covering everything. Oh damn, Draco muttered from the floor as he too registered the black silk feathers covering the floor. Molting night again. Molting. Harry leaned over the bed. Why are you on the floor anyway? I fell. Draco got up rather stiffly and brushed a few black feathers off him. I didn't know I had that many feathers to begin with. He seemed mildly impressed. Harry dropped out of Draco's bed on the other side and brushed off the black feathers covering him as well. But what was that taste in the back of his mouth? With one finger he traced the back of his tongue and managed to dislodge a feather. Should I even ask how a feather got in my mouth? Harry muttered. Draco looked mildly disgusted. That would be a no. Harry didn't respond to Draco's answer. In fact, he hadn't even looked at Draco after that first time this morning. Seeing Draco was still too confusing, or brought up confusing thoughts. And it was too early in the morning to deal with confusing issues. Harry made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast to find that, for once, he had arrived before Ron and Hermione. He was halfway through his second piece of toast when the two arrived. "Oh, Harry, you should have told us you were going to be here early," Hermione told him as they sat down. "Mate, are you feeling okay? It's a Sunday. One sleeps in late on Sundays," Ron reminded him, oblivious to the look of exasperation Hermione sent his way. Other students began to filter into breakfast, but Harry noted that there was no sign of Draco. That was rather odd. Draco was normally at breakfast around this time every day of the week. But pushing the thought out of his mind, he returned to the conversation that was happening around him. The house elves, Draco thought, could be really annoying. The little buggers had been in his bedroom when he'd emerged from his shower, picking up feathers. They refused to leave, even to allow him privacy to get some clothing on, until they were finished. Draco almost informed them of how much time they were wasting. It was much easier for the very eye himself to pick up his own feathers. They were still keyed to him after all, so if anyone else tried to do so, as the house elves were doing, well, it took a long time. So Draco started working on breaking the record for longest time wearing nothing but a towel. When they were finally done and out of his room, Draco set about getting on some proper clothing and then pondered what to do about the rest of his day. Schoolwork eventually won over, because tomorrow was Monday, and he could always count on his godfather to assign some long essay, which he had finished and in truth had enjoyed doing, so he might as well finish the homework he needed to hand in on Tuesday. Arithmancy. Draco's eyes scanned the topic of the essay, and he immediately resolved to just look up the answer in a book instead of doing the extra work to figure it out. That was the problem with arithmancy. During his first years taking it, he'd actually done the work of figuring out the answer to the essays himself. Then he'd realized they were all in the book, just not in the chapter the class was currently studying. Now where was that book? Let's see. The last time he'd used it, he was doing those analogy things. Stupid teacher was in love with analogies, he was certain. He'd been pretty ticked by the time he'd finished the last one out of 100, so he probably put the book someplace out of the way with the help of the magical currents that drifted through Hogwarts. This, of course, meant that he had no clue where it was now. For all he knew, he had banished it to the fourth-floor corridor and Merlin knew who might have found it. But as he cast his eyes around the room he saw that this was not the case. It was just balanced on the top of his bookshelves, which were about twice as tall as Draco himself was. Oh, wouldn't this be fun? Draco looked at the book as he sensed around for any currents that might be nearby. That was the thing when one was down near the dungeon inside a building like Hogwarts, one couldn't rely on the nature currents, whereas outside they were everywhere and anywhere. No, inside, one had to rely on the currents that came from those who were using magic at the moment in time or from older spells that were entombed in the rock walls of the castle. And, as the Hogwarts stairs proved, these were rather temperamental. So, of course, there were no magical currents for Draco to find and call to his aid when he wanted them. So Draco did what any self-respecting teenager would do. He glared at the bookshelves and the arithmancy book as if it was all their fault. "So Harry," Ron asked as they finished breakfast, "have you finished your essay yet?" "Haven't even started," Harry answered easily. "Same here." "What? It was assigned last Monday." Hermione yelped as she tried to comprehend what must have been going through their minds all week to not at least start on the essay. "So," Ron asked, "just because it was assigned doesn't mean we would do it on Monday?" Harry nodded. "We have today to do it, Hermione. It's not the end of the world." Hermione just shook her head at the lack of responsibility those two had when it came to school. Quidditch was a whole other story, but when it came to school work, just forget about planning for anything. Well, then you two should go get started on it, she told them. Will you help us? Ron asked. Absolutely not. You had an entire week to do it. Ron frowned. Okay then, shall we just get this over with, Harry? Sure, I have to go get my book though. Then I will meet you two in the library, Hermione said and took another stairway towards the library's corridor. You can come with if you want, Harry said. I'm sure Malfoy has cleared out by now. Ron nodded and the two set off down another stairway. Harry decided that Medusa was never happy to see him. Even when he told her the password, she wouldn't open the door until she'd given him a proper lecture on how he should take care to be nicer to her, more polite, like little Master Malfoy, who was always inquiring after her health and asking if she was having a good day. It didn't help that Ron muttered why one would ask after the health of a painting because it couldn't get sick, so it was a full 5 minutes before she begrudgingly let them into the rooms. Well, Draco thought, the bookshelves looked rather stable, and he would only have to climb up a little bit. Damn, why couldn't he have thought to put a chair in his bedroom when he was fixing up his rooms? But Draco, nevertheless, began to climb the bookshelf. It was a good thing that all the books were pushed against the back of the shelf, or he didn't think he'd be able to hold on. It really wasn't that much to climb. Draco had been right in his assessment, and he had just reached the top in his arithmancy book when the door to his bedroom opened. He didn't notice, as he'd made sure that all the hinges on the doors in his rooms were silent. He hated squeaky doors. Draco reached for the book, leaning slightly to the left. He'd just grabbed the binding of the book and was pulling it away from the edge of the shelf when he slipped. He braced for the impact of flesh on stone, but it never came. Instead he collided onto something hard yet soft at the same time. Someone else had to worry about bracing for the flesh on stone impact. What in Merlin's name were you doing? A voice raged in his ear. Getting a book, Draco answered easily, and then he realized what position he was in, and who he was on. Harry also realized what a weird position the two of them were in. If Draco shifted slightly to the right, he would be flat out on top of Harry, stomach to stomach, face to face, mouth to. Draco moved slightly to the right in order to start getting off Harry, but froze when he realized what position he'd put them in. Just inches away from Harry, he could feel Harry's breath on his face, and could look directly into the emerald orbs of his eyes. Neither would ever remember who moved first, but someone did, closing the inches between them, lips coming together as if drawn together by polar attraction. Satin caressing silk, someone moaned. Mouths open, tongues twisting together in a sensual dance. Time seemed to stand still. Aristocratic hands found their way around his slim waist as other hands buried themselves in silken hair. Draco purred. Harry hissed in pleasure. Ron, walking through the door, was speaking, not that anyone really heard him. Oi, Harry, how much time does it take to owe Merlin? My eyes. 2 pairs of eyes drifted upwards towards a very scandalized redhead. The green ones were apologetic, the silver gray annoyed. Sorry, Ron. Harry's statement was more of a question. Weasley, what the bloody hell are you doing in my bedroom? Draco growled. Well, I came in here to see how long it was going to take Harry to get his book, but I see instead he was otherwise occupied, Ron shot back. Then you can walk back out, can't you? Draco sneered. I don't want you in my personal space. The only one in your personal space right now is Harry, Malfoy, and you don't look too upset about that. And while Draco and Ron bantered back and forth, with Draco still on top of Harry, the boy who lived was trying to find a way to keep the blush off his face while simultaneously trying not to be turned on too much by the velvet quality of Draco's voice, which became prominent when he was angry. Harry and Ron had finally gotten to the library, after the whole event in Draco and Harry's rooms, and Harry was just starting his potions essay, at 3 in the afternoon on the day before it was due, when Ron finally got up the nerve to speak what had been on his mind for half an hour before this point, to Harry. Harry blinked at him, disbelief clearly written across his features. Ron, you have got to be kidding. Did you eat something that Fred or George sent you? You know that it's at best, situation if Drive Malfoy and I hate each other. Ron chose to ignore Harry's slip-up when he'd said Malfoy's name and just looked at his friend skeptically. I don't know how things looked from your end, mate, but all I'm telling you is that it didn't look like you two hated each other from where I was standing. That's all. Just forget I said it, okay? I'm certainly going to forget I saw it. Ron looked slightly disgusted as he tried not to remember it. Of course, after hearing that kind of a statement from Ron of all people, Harry couldn't concentrate on potions, a class he had with Draco. So, in the politest way he could with his mind on other things, he left his friends in the library and went in search of his firebolt to go flying and clear his head. Hermione watched him go with a puzzled expression and turned to Ron the second Harry had disappeared out the door. What happened? She asked in a hushed whisper. Ron almost sighed at the prospect of having to relive that scene yet again, but began to tell her. Down in the dungeons, Draco was just finishing explaining what had happened to his father, who, if he had been looking, which by the way he wasn't, looked mildly amused at his son's plight. Draco, for the last time, the bond does not do anything to your emotions. It does not magnify nor create anything for you except power. It stays away from matters of feeling. Then why did I have to key him in the first place? Merely tradition. Normally the two intended are rather attracted to one another, therefore the bond came to be activated by keying. Nothing more, nothing less. When Potter tried to defy the bond, it retaliated by beginning to retract itself in an effort to stabilize itself, thus more keying. He took a long sip of port. When it comes right down to it, Draco, the fault rests completely with the two of you. It's not my fault, Draco muttered below his breath, and his father chose to ignore that statement. Then he thought of something. What in Merlin's name am I going to say to him? Lucius raised an eyebrow. Say, Draco, you don't have to say anything. I would recommend being civil, but in reality you don't need to do a thing. Your part as a Varii is done and over with. Unless your bonded gets in trouble you could ignore his very existence. I know that, but it's just a bit awkward, Draco responded. Then be civil, or, if you're feeling adventurous, try being agreeable. You might enjoy the results. The sarcasm was lost on Draco, who actually thought about the idea. I tried being agreeable in first year, and that didn't work. Again Lucius found solace in his wine glass before speaking. Draco, you are a Slytherin and Malfoy, he doesn't need to know that it's you being agreeable. Draco thought about that some more, and Lucius found himself thanking whatever deity was ruling the world that Draco was an only child. Lucius didn't think he could handle another one. Finally breaking the silence, Lucius spoke. I will be remaining at the manor after Christmas break. It appears that I seem innocent enough at this point to the ministry. Draco bit back a grin at the drawled statement. He had problems picturing his father as innocent, in any definition of the word, but then again he knew things that the ministry did not. Lucius watched his son carefully, but Draco didn't seem to latch on to the fact that if he, Draco, was going to go home to the manor for Christmas break with his father, then Harry would have to go as well. Lucius idly wondered if he'd been as this unobservant at Draco's age, and decided against it. He'd give Draco a week to work it out. It was a few hours later when Draco finally left the comfort of his father's rooms and began the trek back to his side of the dungeons, his because that was where his rooms were. Potter was just borrowing some space for the time being, they really were his. He was a bit relieved to see that Potter wasn't back yet. Hopefully he wouldn't be back until after Draco had already fallen asleep, and therefore the two could avoid any sort of a confrontation about that afternoon. On his way to his own bed, he passed Potter's and noticed that the other boys' books seemed to have been discarded in a pile on the bed and that Potter's firebolt was missing. The boy was out flying, at this time of day, night. He was crazy. Draco frowned, seeing the potions textbook on the top of the pile. Harry had probably not even started the essay. Unbidden, his father's words came back into his mind. Be agreeable, if he was feeling adventurous. Well, he was most definitely not feeling very adventurous at this moment in time, but with determination, he took out his own assignment, which was twice as long as it needed to be. He'd gotten a little carried away with this one and began to write. This would be rather interesting actually, as he would have to duplicate Harry's style of writing so as not to raise his godfather's suspicions. Then he'd have to place a few forgery spells on his writing so that it would look like Harry's. He'd be done in a half hour or so. Harry came in from flying long after it was too dark to see, not feeling much better than when he'd gone out. Sure, the joy of flying itself was still there, his head just wasn't very clear, even given the entire afternoon to think. There was something strange going on between himself and Draco, but Harry couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. He'd ruled out love right away, that was most assuredly not the answer. Lust? Maybe, but unlikely. Sure, he enjoyed Draco's keying, but he could just as easily want to break a bone or hex him. Attraction? Even less likely. There were too many things about Draco's personality that Harry found unattractive for it to be that. Friendship? There was some gray area. They weren't friends. But he didn't really mind Draco's presence anymore as long as the other boy wasn't trying to annoy him. Acceptance? Maybe. He was getting used to being around Draco. It was all too confusing. At least, having stayed out this late, Draco would either be showering or in bed and they could avoid talking about it, if Draco would talk about it at all. Harry had no idea how that Slytherin's mind worked. Maybe it was just a very eye thing and he was reading too far into it. Then again maybe not, and here the circle of thought started over and over again. Harry entered the bedroom as quietly as he could, and then relaxed slightly at hearing the shower running. He shook his head. That was, what? Draco's third shower today. Yes, he would never understand how that Slytherin's mind worked. Then all thoughts of that Slytherin were replaced by different thoughts. Oh bloody hell, potions. He'd completely forgotten to do the essay. Damn it. Harry groaned slightly, imagining the detention he'd get for this. But then he stopped short in his mental rant. Sitting there inside the cover of his potions book was an essay. His essay, or at least that was his writing. But he hadn't written the essay, of that he was sure. Harry looked towards the bathroom door with shock appearing on his face. No way, but there was no other explanation. Hermione might have done the essay for him, but then it would be in her handwriting and he'd have to recopy it, and she didn't know where his room was to deliver it. Ron did know where his room was, but neither of them would get past Medusa, especially if Harry, who did have the password, had trouble doing so. So the only one left was Draco, and one would have to use some type of forgery spell to write in his own handwriting. Harry began skimming the lines of the essay as the shower turned off. It was really good, a bit better and more detailed than he would normally be, but Snape wouldn't really notice. He couldn't see a flaw anywhere that would key someone into thinking that Harry himself hadn't done the work. Draco came out of the bathroom dressed in his favorite pair of pajamas, black silk, to be immediately hit with the full force of Harry's best smile. He blinked slightly and stopped his mind from going down the path of, he looks really cute when he smiles. One eyebrow rising in question, even as he saw the essay in Harry's hands, he asked, "What are you grinning about?" "Thank you, Draco," was all Harry said as he began clearing the books off his bed. "I don't know what you're talking about," Draco replied as he climbed in his own bed. Harry shook his head, though he knew Draco wouldn't see it, but couldn't help the thought that passed through his head, typical Draco. Even when he does something nice he has to be aloof about it. When he woke up the next day, Harry would ponder that thought and wonder what that meant. He would eventually arrive at the conclusion that he no longer loathed one Draco Malfoy. Got annoyed at often, yes, but he no longer hated him. He'd become used to being around Draco. What a scary thought. In the weeks that followed, as late November became early December, Harry found himself watching Draco more closely. He was intrigued by Draco, that was it. He wasn't developing any feelings other than interest, or so he told himself. He wanted to figure out just how the B***'s mind worked. 1 minute Draco would be as horrible as he normally was, and then he'd turn around and actually be civil or worse, agreeable. And when he was either of those two things, civil or agreeable, Harry was forced to admit to himself that he enjoyed the B***'s company immensely. So he took up Draco watching. It therefore became almost unfortunate that he only shared 3 classes with Draco: potions, care of magical creatures, and transfiguration. Although it did give him a wide base of subjects really. One of his better, one of Draco's worst, care of magical creatures. One of Draco's best, his worst, potions, and a class that was somewhere in between, transfiguration. As such, he'd been mildly and pleasantly surprised when, after a particularly nasty assignment from transfiguration class, he'd begun ranting about it, not caring that Draco was in the room. Draco had joined him. About 15 minutes later he realized that those were probably the most enjoyable 15 minutes he'd shared with Draco for the entire amount of time that he'd known him. Of course, his two best friends noticed his strange new habit, even though one tried his best to ignore it. "Hermione, I'm telling you, nothing is going on between Harry and Malfoy," Ron muttered from his chair in the otherwise empty Gryffindor common room. "You're just imagining things. Ron, you are refusing to see the facts. Harry won't even start eating until he's watched Malfoy sit down on the other side of the Great Hall. That's not normal. Harry hates Malfoy behavior. You caught them keying once, you shouldn't be this blind." Ron, just think for a moment. Harry is our best friend. What if he's falling in love with Malfoy? Ron winced, and Malfoy doesn't get it. Harry could be seriously emotionally scarred if something doesn't happen. "Hermione, are you sure you're not overreacting?" Ron asked, remembering how Hermione acted about the house elves and seeing the same trend in her behavior now. "You see how Harry acts too. You tell me if I'm overreacting." "You're overreacting," Hermione sighed. "Fine then, you just find out the password to Harry and Malfoy's room and I'll do the rest." "What? I'm serious. You're crazy." "Ron, fine, I'll get Harry to tell me so we can meet him there to study or something." "Good." Ron shook his head as he watched Hermione walk up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. "I tried to make her stay out of it," he said weakly. "No one can say I didn't try." Draco was not amused at this moment in time. No, he was not pleased at all. And every fiber of his being was directed at making this known to the being standing in his rooms not 3 feet away from him. "And just what do you think you are doing in my rooms?" Draco hissed. Hermione was rather impressed. No wings had sprouted yet. "Is Harry here?" "No." "Get out." "Good then." Hermione acted as if she hadn't heard the other 2 words he uttered. "I need to talk to you about Harry." "No you don't." "Goodbye." "Fine then. I'll talk, you'll listen, and then I'll leave. The door is behind you, please use it. I won't leave until you listen." "Mudblood, get out of my rooms." "They're Harry's too." Draco fought to control himself. "You have 10 seconds. Talk." "I wanted to talk to you about Harry." "I gathered that. And his new behavior." Draco raised an eyebrow. "I want to know what you feel for Harry." Draco blinked at her. A voice inside his brain was beginning to rant about the audacity of some people who would first walk into rooms that do not belong to them, barring for the minute how she even got the password in the first place, and would then dare ask such questions that should not be asked. Hermione waited for the explosion that she hoped was coming. A rant, maybe, about how one Draco Malfoy hated one Harry Potter. But she didn't get one. All she got was a strained, "I don't know what you're talking about Mudblood, now get out." With a grin, Hermione left the room. So Harry wasn't the only one with these types of feelings. But they were both very much in denial. Well, desperate times. As soon as Hermione was gone from the room, Draco stalked up to the picture frame. "Medusa, never let her into these rooms again. And pick a new password that you like. You can tell me what it is later." He didn't bother to really listen to Medusa's reply as he headed for the bedroom and his potions homework. Hopefully that would get this whole experience out of his head for a while. Hermione found Harry after dinner. Again he'd watched Draco enter the Great Hall and sit down with his fellow Slytherins before even looking at his own food. "Harry, I wanted to talk to you," she said as she caught up with him walking slowly towards the dungeons. "What's up?" "I wondered how you felt about Draco." Harry looked rather like Draco did when she'd asked him that same type of question earlier. "I don't know. You pay more attention to him in classes that we share with Slytherins than on the actual subject. Heck, you watch him walk into the Great Hall for meals as well. Ron told me about what he caught you doing. Something's going on, and as your friend I would like to help." I really don't think. He caught the look on Hermione's face and inwardly groaned. It was the same type of look he endured with SPEW. I really don't know yet, he said quietly, almost hoping she wouldn't hear him. They reached the portrait, for which Harry was extremely grateful. He didn't think he'd ever been so pleased to see Medusa in his entire existence. But the portrait wouldn't open to the password. Harry groaned and muttered about Draco and changing passwords without telling him before knocking rather loudly on the picture frame, while ignoring Medusa's indignant shrieks, and yelled, "Draco! Make Medusa open up already." He waited a few seconds before sighing. "He's probably already in the shower," he muttered, sitting down next to the portrait to wait. He caught the look Hermione shot at him. "What, you know when he showers? I live with him. One does pick things like that up. You lived with a few guys in Gryffindor and I bet you couldn't tell me their showering times." Harry opened his mouth to retort but closed it when he realized that he couldn't tell her all of that information. Hermione sat down next to him. "So start talking. Is there any way I can change the subject?" "No. What if he hears? You said yourself that he's in the shower. You tell me how long those last." Harry blanched when he realized that he did know how long one of Draco's typical showers lasted, and that he also knew how that time varied with Draco's moods. Maybe he should talk to Hermione. She was a girl, and girls were good with these kinds of things, right? "I keep telling myself that I'm not falling for him, and at times he makes me so annoyed that I'm sure I'm right. But then he goes and does something that makes you like him." Harry nodded. "And then that makes you forget about the thing that annoyed you." Harry nodded again. Hermione smiled. "So how well does he key?" Again Harry blanched. "Hermione, answer the question." Harry rolled his eyes. "Really well. Better than Cho." "Yes. Would you do it again?" "Yes." In an almost childish nature, Hermione poked Harry's shoulder and said in a sing-song voice, "I know who Harry Lee Ikes. And I, for one, I'm going to forget I just heard this conversation." An aristocratic drawl spoke from behind them. Harry paled, realizing that Draco had been standing there for who knew how long. Draco wasn't surprised when Harry didn't follow him into their rooms. Oh Merlin, their rooms. Since when had it become their rooms instead of his rooms? Draco sighed, running his fingers through still damp hair. "Probably on the same day I fell on top of him," he muttered into the still room and then paused. "Salazar, that sounded so wrong." Draco forced himself to go through the routine of getting ready for sleep, a process that took hours since he was so particular, the real reason why he made sure to get all the homework he would do for a day done before supper, before realizing that Medusa would have closed the portrait by now, which meant Harry still couldn't get in. And there would be no way he could get in until Draco told Medusa to open it. Oh well, his fault. Draco shrugged noncommittally even as he contradicted himself by getting out of bed and sitting down on the couch with the comforter, which he had unceremoniously pulled off of his bed, to wait for Harry to bang on the portrait again. Within 10 minutes however, he was sound asleep. Harry brooded, sitting up on the end of Ron's bed, as his was currently a few floors down in the dungeons. "Harry, I've got to say that brooding about it won't make the situation go away, mate," Ron finally said with the air of one resigned for a long argument. Harry looked pointedly at him. "Ron, if Draco Malfoy had just found out that you liked him, what would you do?" "I would keel over laughing because I'm not gay," was the stoic reply. Harry rolled his eyes. "I should hurt you for that sentence. But then people would wonder why there were strange sounds coming from the dormitory and they would have an excuse to break the locking charm you put on the door. Which, by the way, I think you should remove so the other boys can get some sleep even if you are determined to brood away the night hours." "I'm not brooding." And here they might as well have come full circle. "Look, it's not that bad, Harry," Ron finally said in the silence. "Explain what's so not that bad about it, then." Ron raised his eyes skyward with a thought akin to, "What is this world coming to? I'm about to help my friend who is emotionally involved with a Malfoy. Well, Malfoy's a Varii. It's not like he can really up and leave whenever he wants. So I'm stuck with him acting smugly superior and or disliking me for the rest of my life." "Okay." Ron groaned. "Look, I can't believe that I'm going to say this, but I'm just going to say what I saw. And I don't care if it was the only key you two will ever share for the rest of your lives, you were both participating. Equally, I might add. No matter who says what, that is a fact. That was one key. It doesn't mean anything. That was your second key though, wasn't it? Harry winced internally, but he didn't bother telling Ron it was actually their third. Ron suddenly looked very serious. If one key was enough to start this whole very bond thing, then I think that it's a small thing for a second key to show that both parties are attracted to each other. Harry thought for a moment. When did you get so smart? I can't believe I just said that, Ron muttered and began moving to the bathroom. What are you doing? I'm going to wash my mouth out with soap for saying such nice things about Malfoy. It's got to be against some rule somewhere. Harry laughed lightly before getting up, bidding Ron good night, and allowing several annoyed Gryffindor boys back into their dormitory. Oh well, it was a long walk down to the dungeons, plenty of time to get enough courage to face Draco again, right? Then again, maybe Draco would be asleep by now. Then again, Harry remembered that he still didn't know the password. Oh, damn it all. Harry watched Medusa watch him disapprovingly. After a few minutes of this staring contest, he spoke. So are you going to let me in? Why should I? Medusa spat. You don't know the password. Because by now you should know that I live here, Harry pointed out patiently. We have this conversation even when I do know the password, so I don't understand why you can't just open up and let me in. No password, no admittance. Stupid bitch, Harry snarled, unaware that it came out in Parseltongue. I know what you're saying, Medusa commented in a bored tone as the snakes hissed back their own chorus of obscenities at Harry. And it just goes to show that you don't belong here. Only one of insignificant breeding would use such foul language. Harry groaned. So you're going to make Draco annoyed at both me and you when I bang on your frame loud enough to wake him in the bedroom. He grasped at the last idea that he had when dealing with this obnoxious portrait. You won't have to bang loudly. He's asleep on the couch waiting for you to do so. Harry could, and would later, swear up and down that Medusa's voice took on a completely different tone when talking about Draco. So why don't you just let me in so that I won't have to wake him? Harry asked. The portrait considered this for a moment or two before nodding her assent. But you'd better watch out when Draco goes home for Christmas and it's just you here. You'll never get in for the entire 2 weeks. She spat at him. Harry brushed by her and into the room to find that the portrait had not lied about its sleeping inhabitant. The fire had burned itself to low embers, casting almost a shadowy glow on the room and upon the figure sleeping on the couch. Draco was wrapped up in the comforter that he obviously had taken from his bed, its black coloring blending with the black silk of Draco's normal sleepwear. Draco's eyes were closed, of course, as he was sleeping, but his face seemed to retain that same air of Malfoyishness that it always held, as if he were some untouchable deity or lord whose level of perfection mere mortals could never hope to ascend to. The glow from the fire seemed to sink into his hair and bring out an ethereal glow from the platinum strands. Harry stood there just watching Draco sleep, but the serenity of the scene was broken when Draco's eyes fluttered open as Medusa closed her portrait rather loudly. She let you in. Surprising. I'd be careful if I were you. I think Medusa likes you too much. Harry tried to act normal as he crossed the room to the doorway to the bedroom. I'm not too worried. Draco padded into the room after him and gracefully flopped on his bed, much to Harry's amazement, though he hid it, that it was actually possible to flop gracefully. Draco waited for a few minutes until he was certain that Harry was assuming that he wouldn't say anything about the conversation he'd overheard earlier. Silly Gryffindor. Draco was a Malfoy, of course he would to say something. I actually think it's ironic. What? That a snake-haired girl likes a Slytherin? No, I wasn't thinking of Medusa, although she was ever so pleased to help make you so embarrassed earlier. Draco felt Harry stiffen. Then what's ironic? Harry's voice was almost guarded. In the darkened room Draco smirked. I find it ironic that you're so worried about me rejecting you, when it was you who rejected me first, twice. Nothing more was said that night. After all, what could one say to that? As Draco well expected, by saying that particular comment the night before, Harry made sure to be out of their rooms by the time Draco woke up the next day and avoided him as much as was possible, seeing as there were some classes that Gryffindor and Slytherin had together and he couldn't well skip those. Draco was somewhat amused by this behavior actually, as he was waiting for the revelation that would come at some time when Harry realized how he had worded that sentence. He was not prepared for Harry to realize a very different thing, which he brought up during Draco's Transfiguration essay that afternoon. Harry walked into the rooms after a few minutes of bickering with Medusa Merlin, how fond Draco was getting of the portrait. Maybe Dumbledore would let him buy it for his study door back home. "What are we going to do about holiday break?" Harry said suddenly, surprising Draco slightly. Where had he come up with that topic? "I don't see how this holiday break is going to be any different from any other," Draco responded, returning to his Transfiguration essay. His father and he would spend Christmas Eve doing whatever they felt like doing, then they would open presents together Christmas Day and his godfather would likely join them for dinner on Christmas Day as well. "No, I meant about the sleeping thing." "What are you rambling about? Unless you don't plan to sleep at all over holiday break, Draco, we're going to have to figure something out." Realizing that he would have to take Harry home for Christmas, Draco almost missed the fact that Harry had called him by his first name to his face. Draco had heard Harry refer to him by his first name before, but never had Harry actually addressed him by Draco, instead of Malfoy. "Well then, Harry, you will just have to accompany me, won't you?" The tone left no room for argument, but Harry argued anyway, blushing slightly when he realized that Draco had picked up on his slip of the tongue. "Aren't you even going to ask me politely, or are you just going to be a bastard about it?" "No, wait, why am I even asking?" "I don't know. Why are you?" "Because I don't have to go to your home over holiday break. I could very easily stay right here in Hogwarts the way I have for the past 5 years. And even if you did go home, you'd end up back in Hogwarts by morning, and you know it." Draco stopped even trying to work on his essay. Harry did have a point, a very good one actually. "Very well, then." Draco looked up at Harry for the first time since the boy had come in the room. "Harry, will you come home with me for holiday break?" Harry blinked 3 times. He hadn't actually expected Draco to ask him at all. Draco meanwhile found the astounded look on Harry's face very amusing, although he fought down the urge to smirk, laugh, or look amused as he waited for Harry's answer. "Okay," Harry said, and Draco went back to his essay. "If you promise to accompany me to DA meetings." Draco stopped working again. Not that stupid DA again. But, weigh the options, Christmas at Malfoy Manor or Christmas at Hogwarts. Oh, bloody hell. "Very well, but I can assure you that I will not be participating in any way and that you will come to regret the idea." Harry grinned triumphantly and fought back the urge to go and laugh at Medusa and tell her that she wouldn't have the pleasure of kicking him out of their rooms for 2 weeks because when Draco left, he would be leaving too. Well, maybe he could shove that in her face later. Draco was seriously starting to regret agreeing to go the DA meetings when he realized that, of course, everyone in this little club would not likely be too happy with a Slytherin present. They were not, if the glares being sent his way were worth anything. Of course, it wasn't really his problem. He'd made it very clear to Harry that he was just going to sit in a corner and work on his divination homework, and that was that. If Harry wanted an explanation as to why he was there, then Harry would just have to give one himself, and if Harry got hurt then he would have to walk over to Draco's corner because there was no way that Draco himself was moving until the whole ordeal was over. And, true to his word, Draco walked over to an unoccupied corner that he was quite positive the room of requirement was supplying for him and proceeded to sit down and take out his homework without a look at the group of students that were very shocked at his actions. "Why is Malfoy here?" Draco heard one of them ask and couldn't help smirking as Harry had to make up an explanation that didn't really tell what truly was going on between the two of them. Draco did not bother to hide his amused expression as they bought it. Something about how all the spells they used upset some very thing unless he knew what was going on. Oh, he'd have fun with that one later. Thus, Draco was pretty much ignored for the first part of the DA meeting, when Hermione was explaining the newest spell that they were working on and Draco was effectively tuning her out. He had not agreed to listen to her prattle on like a textbook recording, he had just agreed to be in the room. Things began to happen when the students started to work with the new spell. As Draco could have predicted, It wasn't 5 minutes before a spell came at him, whether because the person missed or because she purposely aimed at him, he didn't know and didn't care. Harry watched as the beam of purple light headed straight for Draco, as did almost everyone in the room. The very air in the room seemed to shift slightly and the spell swerved, deflecting to the ceiling. Someone should work on the Weaslets' aim. Draco spoke, bored, to the room. He hadn't moved from his work or looked up the entire time. Draco decided he liked the room of requirement. Its very nature would supply him with enough magical currents to keep a shield even if the currents in the building itself were feeling testy. That was information to file away for use later. Very useful. Of course, it was only a matter of time before a spell got too close to Harry and the very eye bond went haywire. Draco did look up from his work then as he fought to keep his wings inside so that his shirt would not be ruined, and waited for Harry to find some excuse to go sit next to him. He didn't have to wait long. Harry was surprised that Draco did not smirk at him as he made his way over to Draco's secluded corner. He sat down next to Draco in such a way that his body would hide from the rest of the room what Draco's left hand was doing as his right continued writing some notes for divination. Harry was even more surprised that Draco didn't say something along the lines of, "I told you so," and said so after a few moments. "Oh, those words don't even begin to express my feelings of satisfaction at this moment in time," Draco replied, almost amicably. "But you're going to say them anyway, aren't you?" Harry asked, knowing that they would come out sometime. This was Draco Malfoy he was talking about here. "Of course, I told you so," and Draco still hadn't looked up from his homework, which he was just about done with. Draco normally would have found it quite odd, although strangely not disturbing, to think about Harry Potter while in the shower, but at this moment in time that was exactly what he was doing. Of course, he wasn't thinking about Harry in that way, but it was still a landmark of sorts. What he was thinking about was this: if Harry came to Malfoy Manor for Christmas then he would have to, if only to be polite and proper as befitting a Malfoy, get Harry a Christmas present. Normally Draco did not bother to think that much about what presents he got for what people, as he normally bought the presents so far in advance he forgot what he'd gotten the person by the time Christmas rolled around. But here he was, with 2 weeks before Christmas, and he had to suddenly get Harry a gift. Well, that's what Hogsmeade trips were for. And quite satisfied that he had solved this particular problem, he moved right on to the next. Which type of shampoo would he use first? Harry was also thinking about Draco, though he was not in the shower because that would have been just weird. No, Harry was all ready for sleeping, but sleep just hadn't seemed to visit him yet. Draco must be thinking about something, Harry thought. After all, Draco's showers only got this long if he had something to think about. And of course, Harry's mind quickly assumed exactly what Draco would possibly be thinking about, something he wished Draco could just up and forget as easily as he said he could. But Harry knew that when you hear someone professing feelings they have about you, you can't really just forget. Although, if anyone could do it, it would be Draco, Harry had to admit. Yet, something didn't quite fit with Draco's current behavior and his behavior before Harry had been caught telling Hermione what he thought of Draco, which proved that the younger Malfoy had not forgotten. "I find it ironic that you're so worried about me rejecting you, when it was you who rejected me first, twice." Why was it that Harry couldn't get that sentence out of his head? It wasn't like it was a particularly nasty thing to say. Merlin knew Draco was capable of doing much worse. But it still would not go away. Something about the wording, it just wasn't something he would expect from Draco. It was ironic that Harry was worried about Draco rejecting him, when it was Harry who had rejected Draco. Harry sat up in bed almost on a reflex. Oh, pieces began to come together. Everything about Draco's demeanor that had confused him from the start of this whole thing seemed to finally make sense. He still hadn't forgotten the wyverns, how afterward Draco had acted so, well, as embarrassed as a Malfoy could ever look in front of someone else. And then Draco had actually acted downright pleasant at times, and had even done Harry's homework for him on one occasion for the teacher that Harry hated most of all. Harry grinned, falling back down onto the bed. Then, assured by the sound of still running water that Draco was nowhere within hearing range, couldn't help mimicking Hermione's earlier tone. "I know who Draco likes." And it was true, but Malfoys didn't make a habit of showing such emotions in public, so it had taken a long time for Harry to piece it together. I wonder how he would react if I were to randomly key him without having a reason. Harry could almost picture the raised eyebrow, and look of hidden curiosity, and the, "Now what was that for, Potter?" Or maybe Draco might even call him Harry now. That was an interesting thought. Draco didn't notice the smile that seemed fixed upon Harry's sleeping face as he made his way through the darkened room to his own bed, which was more of habit than actual practice because either he or Harry would end up in the other's bed by morning. Harry was almost used to having Draco in his bed or being in Draco's bed himself when he woke up in the morning, and he continued to be amused by the different positions they were in when he woke up. He didn't think they'd yet repeated a position. Today when he woke up, Draco's head was resting on one of his arms, his legs wrapped around Harry's own. Harry idly thought that one thing he was getting out of this was a newfound sense of what control was, waking up as a teenager with teenage hormones in such a position. Again, Harry found himself watching Draco sleep by the dimmed light of the room. He wondered what Draco would look like if there were windows in the dungeon so there could be morning light on him when he slept. If he looked so untouchable in this type of light, he would most likely look positively angelic in that type of light. Draco seemed deep in sleep, so deep in fact that he didn't move when Harry slowly disentangled their legs. Harry stopped as he thought about how he would dislodge his arm without waking Draco. He didn't get very far down that train of thought as he went back to watching Draco and not thinking very much at all. One thing he had to say, Draco looked much more able when he was asleep than when he was awake, and one had silver steel eyes watching you. Not to say Harry didn't like those eyes, one could positively drown in them if their owner would let you, but still, damn, where was that Gryffindor courage when he needed it? Slowly, as if afraid the very image of Draco would shatter if he moved too quickly, Harry leaned forward and gently brushed his lips against Draco's own. Harry started in surprise as those lips responded almost immediately. A hand reached up to tangle in his hair as he pulled back slightly to stop movement such as that. Harry's blood sizzled as a tongue worked its way between parted lips to explore the inner cavern of his mouth. The key flowed like lava and Harry had to stop himself from whimpering when Draco finally pulled away. Not that that wasn't a fascinating way to wake up, but would you mind sharing exactly what that was for, Harry? Draco asked as one eyebrow rose in question. Draco never did find out what Harry found so amusing about that question before Harry answered, "No reason. I felt like it." Draco was pointedly eating breakfast and not thinking about what had happened that morning when the rest of his compatriots made their way into the Great Hall. He immediately regretted not leaving when he had the chance. After all, he should have been prepared for the human-sized leech that latched itself onto his right arm, which was unfortunately the arm that he was using his fork with, and thus he was stuck staring at his eggs with an almost forlorn air as all movement of that arm was stopped. "Draco, we haven't seen you in so long." Draco wished for a silencing charm, or for someone to just make that woman permanently mute. And yet she continued to keep talking. Merlin, hadn't she insulted the English language enough by now by using it in such a way? And she really didn't need to dance around the subject like that. There was no way she was going to get Draco to take her to Hogsmeade, today of all days. Draco needed to get a present today, and that had to take precedence. "Pansy, I already told Blaise that I would accompany him to Hogsmeade." Draco flashed a sickeningly sweet smile at the girl. "Perhaps next time." Then with practice-honed skill, he detangled himself from her grasp and headed for the Slytherin common room. Blaise was just walking out into the hallway when Draco found him. "Zabini, we're going to Hogsmeade today." "Pansy again. Do I need to dignify that with an answer?" "Fine, but you're helping me with potions homework then." Draco nodded and continued past the hidden door to the Slytherin common room to his own rooms. He would need more suitable clothing for a trip to Hogsmeade. Harry traveled through Hogsmeade, surprisingly by himself, wondering what on this earth could one buy for Draco Malfoy, especially considering that anything he truly wanted he would have already bought a month ago. Harry was pointedly avoiding any students of Hogwarts so as to not get distracted from this goal of his. Even if he didn't find a present for Draco here, he would come up with at least an idea before this day was over, or, Well, Harry couldn't really come up with a reasonable threat for what would happen if he failed this self-imposed quest, but hopefully he wouldn't have to come up with something. All of the gift shops were decked out in all their splendor as he meandered down the road. Christmas was just around the corner after all, a mere week and a half away, and like any shopping center, Hogsmeade was full of last-minute shoppers looking for just the right Christmas gift. It was easy to lose yourself in such a crowd, not quite as bustling as the one in Diagon Alley but close. It was also strange, in such crowds, who you actually saw. And as Harry neared one particularly expensive-looking shop, he saw none other than Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zambini standing nearby. Blaise was looking around and discussing where they should go next. Draco was only half paying attention, his eyes seeming to be drawn to something in the middle of the window display. Harry hung back, careful not to be seen by either boy, watching as Draco's perusal of this object turned to acceptance and then a look of more interest. But surprisingly, Draco made no move to buy whatever it was that he obviously wanted. Instead, he moved through the crowd with his fellow Slytherin when said Slytherin excitedly began urging Draco along to look at something or other. As they moved off, Harry went to look in the window. It was a jewelry shop that also sold small, expensive trinkets. Harry had seen this kind of store before but had never actually been in one. And the item that Draco had been looking at was, well, Harry had to admit it was very pretty. The item in question was a set of crystal chimes, edged in silver with trailing flowers flowing around the top, also in silver. Harry had seen such flowers. His aunt had wanted some of them planted a year before. The plant was green when it was live, and grew in a bush although it spread out in a vine-like manner. The flowers it created were a dark pink color, shaped like upside-down hearts that were broken in the middle, thus earning it the name of the bleeding heart flower. Harry could now see why Draco wouldn't want to buy this in front of other people. A Malfoy and bleeding heart flowers didn't mix. It was the kind of item that one would have to be able to say, oh, that was a gift from so-and-so, or one of those things that husbands kept around simply because it was a gift from their wives, no matter how they really felt about it. Harry looked over at the card next to the chimes to see exactly what the item did. It was charmed to chime the hour, though it was not actually a clock, with each hour having a different chime. These were all set to a default chime, but one could set a different chime if they wanted to. With a set smile on his face, Harry walked into the shop and pointed to the chimes in the window, asking if they could be gift-wrapped as well. When one was being entirely truthful, there were only a few things in life one could really count on, and Draco became ever firmer in his resolve of this statement as he passed by gift after gift that he could have bought for Harry but didn't. It was rather sad really, all the glitter of commercialism everywhere, but just not the right glitter. Not that Draco hadn't seriously considered most of the gifts, all inside the correct price range of course, a range that would have made most people flinch. There were some really good candidates, but they just weren't right and there was no getting around it. No amount of rationalizing worked, and Draco had been rationalizing for hours. If the gift wasn't perfect, then Draco wasn't going to buy it. That was what Christmas was all about after all, spending oodles of money on gifts that were, in a word, perfect. If they weren't perfect, then there was no point in giving them in the first place. And perfect wasn't just perfect for this moment only, or perfect for now but would soon be cast aside. No, perfect was perfect. Something that was meaningful on Christmas Day when it was opened, meaningful on New Year's Eve a few days later, and meaningful for at least 20 years down the line when all the glitter and sparkle of it being new wore off. Not that Draco really followed this ideal when he normally got presents for people. No, this was an ideal saved only for family because family was important where groupies were not. And, as much as Draco sometimes hated and sometimes didn't mind so much, Harry Potter was family now. Ergo, the perfection problem, as Draco was now terming it. Draco had parted ways with Blaise as soon as they both knew that the coast was clear and that less wanted people wouldn't latch onto either of them, and now he sat drinking a butterbeer and thinking about this problem at hand. His father always solved this by quantity. For as long as Draco could remember, Christmas and his birthday, but that wasn't until June anyway, was the time to be literally showered with gifts. When he was a child, his father had even done the idea of 12 days of Christmas with the gifts growing in number each day. But he'd grown out of that, albeit mournfully, as that really had been a nice tradition, and had been happy with the multitude of presents on Christmas morn. It made some sense too. Give as many gifts as you can come up with and one of them will be perfect. Easy and simple, when dealing with Draco, that is. Draco thought back to the necklace he'd received last year, gold and engraved with the Malfoy family crest, that he'd opted to leave at home when he returned to school, and remembered how much he'd regretted that decision. But Draco didn't have the time or patience, note that he did have the resources, to find every little thing that Harry could have ever wanted in his life to wrap and give to him. So Draco had to go for quality instead. But what was the one thing that Harry Potter would want most of all? That was the question of the day. Paying for his drink, Draco again stepped into the cold December air and continued moving. Now, if he were Harry Potter, what would he want? Well, parents. That much was simple. If there was one thing that would be the most meaningful thing ever, it would be Harry's parents. But Draco couldn't do necromancy and couldn't really pay anyone else to. In fact, the only person he knew who had accomplished the whole, brought back to life, feat was Lord Voldemort. And Voldemort would probably opt to, well, something disgusting, rather than bring back the Potters. So, actually giving Harry his family for Christmas was out of the question. Pictures, another out of the question. All he would be able to find would be the school photos, and Harry probably already had those. No, what Draco needed was something that would provide a different aspect than just looking at a picture. Something that would allow Harry to really see them and, well, why just Harry's parents? What about something that would allow Harry to really know all the people who cared for him like family, to really see them? Draco's eyes fell upon a mirror that was propped up on a stand inside a window display. It was a simple oval mirror, made of white gold, with a handle. It looked rather like the kind of mirror Narcissa used to enjoy using. But this mirror was a bit different from that. It was rather plain really, with a simple border around the edge of the mirror that was elegant but not extravagant to the point of excess. Draco peered into the mirror and saw his own reflection looking back at him. And in that instant where his own eyes locked on his reflections, Draco realized what he would give Harry for Christmas. And it would be absolutely perfect. Draco arrived back at Hogwarts just as the sun was beginning its downward motion against the sky and headed straight for the library. If he was right, then he knew where a certain spell he was looking for could be found. He turned into the section of books set aside for scrying, the art of magic, where one searched for something. He'd looked this magic up in the summer of his second year at the manor, but Hogwarts had a larger amount of books than Malfoy Manor did. Of course, scrying was completely light magic and a more commonly known form of abstract magic, so that was almost expected. Normally, scrying was done with a mirror or the surface of a pond or lake as long as the water was still. There was normally no incantation as the magic was abstract, formed more from thoughts than words. One touched the tip of the wand to the surface and thought of who or what you were trying to find, and if the magic worked you could see who or what it was you were looking for. But Draco remembered that there was a spell that he'd found and remembered vaguely, as if it was interesting but not something that he had cared a whole lot about, so hadn't bothered to memorize it or work with it. Even though scrying was abstract, there was an incantation or two that used elements of scrying in them. The spell that he wanted to use to complete Harry's present was one of these. Pulling out a large tome from the shelf, he flipped through the index. Nope, not this one. Move on to the next one. Harry finished folding his best school robes and placed them on top of Draco's wrapped present. That should be enough padding, he thought, as he closed the lid of his trunk. This was it. He'd already been to the last class before Christmas break, and had finished packing. Tomorrow he would leave Hogwarts with everyone who normally left and would ride the train back to London, from where he and Draco, and probably Lucius Malfoy as well, would all be going to Malfoy Manor. It was surprising people hadn't made a lot of fuss, but that was probably because no one really knew. Heck, the only people who knew that he and Draco were together, if one could call them that, were his friends, the staff at Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy, Draco, and himself of course. It was amazing they'd kept it a secret for so long, so he was so surprised that no one made a big commotion about his living arrangements for Christmas break. After all, it wasn't as if he had much of a real choice in the matter. He'd likely wake up in Malfoy Manor with Draco even if he went to sleep in Hogwarts. And it wasn't like he would be turned over to Voldemort upon stepping into the house because of the whole very bond thing, so why was it such a big deal to him? Why was he so nervous about this? Needless to say, sleep did not come easily to Harry that night, although it did eventually overtake him. The next day went almost completely as Harry had envisioned it. He rode with Ron and Hermione, who were also going home to visit their families, on the train ride back to London. He then hung back while the rest of the students were getting off the train, and saw that while Draco was walking ahead with his Slytherin cronies, or were they his friends? Harry didn't know. Lucius seemed to be taking his own time to leave the station. For once Harry was glad that the Malfoys were almost predictable Slytherins as he discreetly followed the two Malfoys to a limo. Its insides revealed that it only looked like a limo charmed to look like a lavish stretch limo, but in truth it was a carriage like the ones at Hogwarts. The ride to Malfoy Manor was another few hours and neither Malfoy seemed inclined to talk, yet the silence was more companionable than forced or harsh. When Harry got out of the carriage, the first thing he noticed were the four, translucent, white horses which had pulled the carriage. He would have to find out what species they were, maybe ask Hagrid when he got back. The next thing he noticed was the house. And he wondered why he didn't notice the house first when he did get the full view of it. Describe any fairy tale castle and you have Malfoy Manor. Harry was reminded of the castle that he'd seen once in a Muggle Disney movie when he was very young. He'd been locked in the cupboard for a few days but he'd thought it was worth it to see Beauty and the Beast, even a little bit of it, when his uncle and aunt had let Dudley watch it. And now he stood at the doorway to a recreation of the Beast's enchanted castle before the spell was broken. Yet, there were some differences Harry could see. The carriage stopped at the middle of a driveway of sorts, but made of a white stone, not pavement. To walk to the front door you passed by four statues, two of the Roman god Mars and two of the Roman goddess Athena. Then you got to a large black iron gateway that was engraved with the image of Saturn. It opened into what looked like a huge garden, covered in snow, and Harry could only wonder what it looked like in spring. They continued forward to the front door and Harry looked up in awe at the better view of the house from its front step. Gargoyles leered down at him from its heights and Ullery, if Harry's guesses were any good. Two carved sphinxes sat just over the eaves of the door and seemed to hold a watchful expression. So real was that expression that Harry wondered if they were truly watching him. The doors were ebony and lined in steel and iron, and as Lucius approached them they opened by themselves, as if knowing the presence of their master. A house elf immediately appeared at Lucius' side that he ignored completely except to let it take his outer cloak. "I trust you can situate Harry in your wing, Draco," Lucius said, "and give him a tour of the manor. I have a few things to look after." "Yes, father." And Lucius left, leaving Harry and Draco alone in the foyer. Harry was too busy looking around to notice. The foyer was built on the idea of crystal, with statues of Venus hewn from a violet crystal on either side of the doorway. "My grandfather was into Roman ideals," Draco mused, seeing where Harry was looking. He chose to redo the foyer and front hall, as well as some of the outside of the manor. "When we get into different wings of the manor, you'll see different themes according to who spent most of their time there." Draco spoke as if that was what Harry had been thinking of, but Harry had simply been admiring the art. The foyer opened up onto the great hall which led to one of four ballrooms, and three sitting rooms, a breakfast room, the large dining room, and the kitchens, though Draco didn't show Harry those were for the house elves. This was all on the first floor. On the second floor were three breakfast rooms, two more sitting rooms, two tea rooms, the red library, red because the upholstery was decked in blood red velvet, Lucius' study, which Draco didn't show Harry as Lucius was in there apparently, and Lucius's personal library, another no-show as that could only be entered through Lucius' study, the large billiard room, and the small dining room. Harry didn't bother pointing out that this small dining room could have fit more than three of the Dursleys' dining rooms. The third floor was split into two wings, one of which was Lucius and one of which had been Narcissus. These held bedrooms and the like, which Draco passed over rather quickly, but Harry still had time to wonder what one person would do with two bathrooms of their own, a sitting room of their own, a bedroom of their own, and a dressing room of their own. The fourth floor held Draco's rooms, a guest suite, the blue library, and the smaller billiard room. Draco didn't go near his rooms because they'd be coming back that way anyway. The fifth floor was all guest rooms and the sixth floor was the Ollery as Harry had guessed. Apparently there were other towers and such, but they got cold in the winter, so Draco didn't feel like walking up to their tops. Although he did say that in the summer they were nice and cool, and one had a beautiful view of the fields, stable, the lake, and the back gardens. Draco had asked if Harry actually wanted to see the north and south dungeons, 4 wine cellars, and 3 torture chambers, but Harry had quickly declined. They returned to Draco's wing and found that their trunks had been placed in Draco's room. This wing was furnished by Lucius himself, apparently, after Draco's birth, and Harry could see where the elder Malfoy had gotten his inspiration. It did fit Draco, Harry mused. Lucius had concentrated on ivory, with dragons and serpents of every culture adorning the doorways of the rooms. The walls varied from dark shades of green to rich forest colors. But what really got Harry's attention was Draco's bed. It was a work of art, it really was. A huge king-sized bed, or maybe bigger if that was possible, with black ivory posts rising a few feet above it, though it wasn't a canopy bed. On the top of each post was a carved head of Anubis, and these carvings wore a small snake around their necks like a necklace. Their eyes, emeralds, seemed to glitter in the light. The sheets were black silk, edged in gold. "We'll have to share," Draco commented, also looking at the bed. "It looks like there's enough room," Harry had to say honestly. "Well, needless to say, this is my room," Draco said after a moment. "Yours should be right through." He walked over to a seemingly empty wall on the right side of his room and began to walk down it with his hand on the wall. At one place it actually went through the wall. "Right here. Come on." And Draco walked through the wall. Harry realized that this shouldn't be fazing him, after all he did this to get into the train station every year, but the nonchalance at which Draco just walked through the wall, oh well. The room they entered looked somewhat like the other guest rooms at Malfoy Manor. It had a bleached wooden floor, oak maybe, Harry didn't know floorings that well, and blue drapery on the numerous windows in the room. The bedding was also blue. The ceiling was painted to look like a cloudy sky, but Draco told him that if it was snowing or raining outside the illusion spell would kick in, so it would seem to be snowing or raining in the room. At Harry's question, Draco also explained that the house elves had just set up a portal between his room and this one so they didn't have to walk across the entire floor to go between the two rooms. There was a small pop behind the two boys which announced the arrival of a house elf. "Master Lucius sent me to tell Master Draco that the Parkinsons are hosting the Christmas party this year," it said in a squeaky voice. Draco didn't look pleased at this announcement. "Thank you. You may go," he told the elf in clipped tones. "What party is this?" Harry asked curiously. "Well, every year someone in," Draco seemed to fish around for the right words, "our circle hosts a Christmas party. It's all show and a big waste of time really, just to see who can outdo everyone else. And it's the Parkinsons' turn this year. Not a good thing, I take it." "Exactly. And here I thought I had a week or so free from her presence." Harry flopped on the bed. "Pansy can't be that bad." The look Draco gave him could have melted iron. "You have no idea." Harry looked at the ceiling for a minute before a thought came to him. "I don't have to go to this thing, do I?" "Not unless you want to go as my significant other," Draco replied, a sarcastic smile forming, "because that's the only way you'd be invited." "Ah, good. Then I won't have to worry about where I packed my dress robes." Harry wondered exactly what he could really do with both Malfoys out of the house. He supposed they didn't care that he was left there because the house elves would make sure that nothing was out of its proper place when they got back, but he still wasn't comfortable with it. He began walking back to his room to find something to do. He didn't get very far. "Left Riff Raff alone in the house, did they? My son will never understand proper decorum," a snide voice on his right spoke. Harry turned to see a picture of a stately man with blonde hair slicked back so it made him look like a vampire. He had steely gray eyes, almost cat-like in their perusal of Harry. Harry got a distinct feel of Lucius from this man, but Lucius didn't have the same nose or chin as this person. "Well, don't just stand there, boy. Tell me who my son has let walk about unchecked so that I may properly address the matter with him later. It all clicked. This was Lucius Malfoy's father. Somehow Harry got the feeling that this man could be worse than Lucius if he put his mind to it. My name is Harry Potter, sir. Harry gave a little bow as he said so and, lying through his teeth, continued. I'm sorry for my appearance, I haven't had time to change out of the school uniform yet. He figured that he should at least try to get on the portrait's good side, if it had one. The man's lip curled. Yes, they certainly have to change that. Ever since Lucius went to school the uniform has been absolutely horrid. A result of allowing muggles into the school. They don't have the same background as the old wizarding families. Horrid, just horrid. Harry didn't know exactly what was horrid, the muggles in the school or the uniform, because of allowing muggles in the school, so he didn't dare comment. After all, he didn't want all of the pictures in Malfoy Manor to hate him. That would be so very annoying, and he doubted Draco would allow him to burn them all. But I haven't seen you around the manor, Potter, was it? Yes, sir. I just came for Christmas break, sir. Lucius' father frowned, and he let one of Draco's friends have free rein of the manor. The man shook his head as if his son was a hopeless case. Not exactly, sir. A sharp look from the man made Harry continue. I am very bonded to Draco, sir. Ah, so Lucius passed down that blood, did he? Harry now had the distinct impression that Lucius and his father had not gotten along at all. Everything seemed to be Lucius' fault to this man. Well then, I guess it is fitting that I be the first one to welcome you to the family. Your surname is Potter. Yes, that is fine. The Potters are an older wizarding family, not as prestigious as some, but good enough. Then, on a direct change of topic, how old are you, boy? 16, sir. A good age to be bonded. I'm glad to see that at least Lucius' son is doing things correctly. Must be my good influence rubbing off on him. He speaks fondly of you, sir. Yeah, Draco had never mentioned Lucius' father, but if he was trying to make the portrait like him, Harry could not have picked a better thing to say. Of course he does, my boy. I could entrust Lucius to teach him how to do things properly. Lucius is even of the mind to let the boy pursue that horrid occupation. What was it again? Oh, no matter. He doesn't see that one has to have a certain occupation when in an upstanding family such as ours. I tried my best to educate him when he was young, but he never listened. Speaking of which, what are you going to do with your life, boy? Something befitting the Malfoy name, I would hope. Think fast, Harry, Harry said to himself. Would an Auror be a job befitting a Malfoy? How in Merlin's name should he know? How could he get out of this one? Well, if Lucius inherited his dislike for the ministry from his father. My advisor in Hogwarts has suggested that I become an Auror for the incompetent fools in the ministry. Perfect. Those babbling idiots in the ministry could never get anything done properly. When Harry finally got away from Lucius' father's portrait, he found that all of the portraits, which had been silently watching when Draco had led him through the manor before, were equally inquisitive as to who had been left in the manor. After a while it became easy for Harry to mingle with the portraits, and rather fun as well. All he had to do was make some comment on how the Ministry of Magic was incompetent and or how the dress code at Hogwarts was unbearable nowadays, and make sure to always address the portrait as, Sir, or Ma'am, and they all thought that Draco could not have chosen a better young man to bond with. How the portraits viewed Lucius was puzzling to Harry though. Apparently there had been a huge rift in the Malfoy family between Lucius and his father. Harry could only guess that it had something to do with Voldemort. Half of the pictures followed the views of Lucius' father and thought that Lucius was a disgrace to the Malfoy name, and the other half thought that Lucius was one of the better Malfoys. From the conversation with Lucius' father's picture, Harry could only guess that the very blood also had something to do with it. Maybe Lucius' mate was one that the traditional Malfoys wouldn't approve of. Oh well, all the pictures seemed rather fond of Harry, so he didn't have much to worry about. Draco and Lucius returned home at around 11, and Harry was just about to doze off on the couch in Draco's room when Draco slammed open the door. Harry jumped slightly at the noise. I'm guessing that wasn't the best few hours of your life, Harry commented as Draco pulled off his outer robes. Harry regretted this statement immediately as Draco seemed to explode. If that girl comes near me again with something alcoholic, I am going to wring her neck. Draco began to rant about how he didn't care if it was a muggle way to kill someone, or that it was illegal to murder someone for that matter, he would do it anyways. Harry tuned most of it out, knowing that his job in this was to just agree with whatever was being ranted about. But at the end of the rant something caught his attention. And since when has pink been a Christmas color anyways? Pink. Yes, neon pink. Draco stopped for a moment to think. No, not neon, the kind of pink that says, "New baby girl." Draco shuddered. It clashed with the red so horribly. Harry couldn't help it, he had to laugh, picturing red, green, and pink as Christmas colors. Harry, get up, presents. Harry barely had time to register who was speaking before he found himself falling off the bed and onto the floor with a startled yelp. Fixing a glare at the Malfoy whose fault that was through the mattress of the bed, he muttered, "You have a king-size bed, Draco. Was that really necessary?" Draco didn't respond, as he was perched at the end of the bed, a delighted smile on his face. Wait, a smile? Harry blinked. Yes, Draco Malfoy was smiling, almost gleefully, as he shifted through a mountain of presents. Harry watched him methodically tossing the topmost presents back towards the head of the bed. "Any reason why you're doing that?" Harry asked, crawling back on the bed, barely ducking what looked like a wrapped book. "Relatives and friends. Father always puts his presents under all this junk." Harry looked in shock at Draco as the Malfoy surfaced from underneath the pile of bows and expensive wrapping paper with 3 presents wrapped in plain black paper with the name, Draco Malfoy, written in white calligraphy on them. "You're kidding me," Harry muttered, looking back and forth from the pile of presents that Draco had virtually disregarded to the 3 simple-looking presents he held. Here he was, with more presents than Dudley had gotten for the last 3 birthdays and Christmases combined, and all he cared about were those 3. "They don't really put any thought into it anyway, Harry. So those presents don't really count," Draco explained as he climbed out of bed and made his way towards the nearest chair. "Crabbe and Goyle always send their presents by mail, so I don't expect those for another hour yet." So Draco only cared about 5 presents. Startling. Harry found himself respecting Draco somewhat for that. But as Draco began to lightly remove the paper from the first of the 3 presents that Lucius had gotten him, Harry's eyes found the present he had gotten for Draco in the sea of presents. "You might want to open this one too," Harry spoke, picking up the present and placing it on the floor near the chair, before crossing into his own room, noting that it was snowing out today, and looking at the pile on his own bed. Much smaller than Draco's, but everyone seemed to be accounted for, and it seemed bigger than usual. Oh well, he'd find out soon enough. So starting from the top, Harry began unwrapping. Fred and George had sent him a box full of surprises from their shop, latest inventions, they'd said in a note. Mrs. Weasley had sent a tin of fudge and a sweater as she had for the last 5 years running, and Harry gleefully started in on the fudge as he turned to his other presents. Hermione had sent him a book, The Many Uses of Parseltongue in History and Today by Snora Serpentis, and Ron had packed a chocolate frog and a Chudley Cannons poster for his present. There were also gifts from Remus, Tonks, and a few of his dorm mates, along with a small present candy of some sort with a card, mostly from every member of the DA. Then when Harry removed Ginny's present to see what was underneath that, he had to blink twice to be sure he was seeing what he thought he saw. A present that was wrapped in the exact same manner as Draco's 3 important presents had been wrapped, except that it was his name written in white and not Draco's. Intrigued, Harry began to open the paper. The present hadn't looked big enough to hold the 2 books that he had been given and the small box that was seated on top of them, but somehow they'd fit into wrapping that made them look about as big as a Muggle laptop. Harry looked at the titles of the 2 books, Defense Using the Dark Arts by Kirsty Weiss, and Quidditch, How Wars Affected by Samantha Snitcherson, before turning to the box. When he opened it, he blinked in surprise as a small golden object bounced out of the box and began to whiz around the room. Underneath the ball with the golden wings was a note on how to use the practice snitch. Grinning, Harry watched it return to its box, and went to see how Draco was doing. Walking back into Draco's room, Harry was no longer surprised at how small Lucius' gift had been before he had opened it, when he saw how much stuff Draco had gotten out of those 3 gifts. All of the chairs in the room were covered in clothing and Draco still hadn't opened one of the gifts. "Did you ask for a mall or something?" Harry looked pointedly at the clothes. Draco looked at Harry quizzically, as if Harry had just made up the word, mall. "No, Harry, I asked for a new wardrobe. I do it every year. And he gets it every year." Harry shook his head. He kept forgetting how much difference there was between Draco and himself in terms of wealth. An excited squeal from Draco brought Harry's attention back to the younger Malfoy as he watched Draco open part of the last present from his father. Without offering a word of explanation, Draco bounded to one of the ebony doors in the back of the room, one which Harry hadn't seen him use yet, and disappeared down the stairs that this particular door led to. Harry followed at a slightly slower pace. The stairway opened up into a large room with stone walls and floors, and long ebony tables. Harry blinked. A potions laboratory. Someone, somewhere, had to be kidding him. But no, there was Draco, setting up a bunch of equipment, looking now and then at a book that lay on the table next to him for reference as to where a particular piece went. "So, what is it?" Harry asked as Draco stepped back to look at the contraption of glass and pewter. "It's a distiller." "A what?" "A distiller. You know how when you use things taken directly from nature, sometimes there are anomalies in the substances because they were alive at one point." "I'll pretend I know what you're talking about. Go on." "Well, you put whatever solution it is you want to purify in here." Draco pointed to one end of the equipment. "Then you heat it. It boils and the vapor goes through here." Draco's finger traced the glass piping, leaving behind any anomalies, and as it does it cools and condenses over here, back into solution. "Okay, but why haven't we used this in class then?" "Well, all the ingredients you get from a shop are already purified, but you don't have any controls on it." "Controls? You don't know how it was done. It just leaves more margin for error." Harry nodded. "Right, you really don't like potions, do you?" "Not my favorite class." That was apparent. It wasn't until later in the day that Draco remembered that the present Harry said he might want to open was still sitting near the chair, unopened. Draco looked at it curiously. Why would Harry say that? Maybe it was a present from Harry. Draco remembered his own present for Harry was still sitting at the bottom of his trunk. For some reason he had held back giving it to the house elves to give to Harry. He wondered if the present was really appropriate for his current standings with Harry. His fingers began working, almost as if by their own will, on the wrapping paper. The silver paper came off easily and Draco was faced with a small white box. Opening the lid, his eyes widened. Carefully he lifted the chimes from the box and just held them for a moment. He'd been looking at these for years, ever since his first visit to Hogsmeade with the other students. Of course, in public he had a reputation to maintain, so he couldn't just go in and buy them unless he was going to give them to someone else, and that wouldn't be the case. In the box underneath the charms was a small note. Written in somewhat messy but legible writing were the words, "Happy Christmas, Draco, from Harry." How did Harry know? Somehow Harry had figured out that he wanted the chimes. No one else had figured it out in how many years, yet somehow Harry had. Harry had put that much thought into it. Suddenly his own gift to Harry didn't seem so inappropriate anymore. Harry looked up from his transfiguration essay as Draco walked into his room. In his hands the boy held a thin present wrapped in dark red paper, almost a wine color. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Draco murmured, holding the gift out to Harry. When Harry took it, the other boy left the room and left Harry blinking in astonishment at the gift. Draco had actually gotten him one. Harry put down his quill and all thoughts about the metamorphosis of reptilian snagweed seemed to fly out of his head. Carefully he began to undo the paper and revealed a mirror. He looked at it for a minute but saw no reflection in the mirror. Not a normal mirror then. What was Draco? The surface of the mirror seemed to swirl and Harry found himself looking at Draco. He could see Draco shifting all the presents that he hadn't bothered opening off his bed and telling a house elf something pertaining to them. He looked as if his mind wasn't really on what he was doing. So this was Draco right now. Harry thought for a moment. Did this mirror show him anyone? Harry noticed that as soon as he stopped thinking about Draco, the mirror's image faded. How about Ron? The image swirled and he could see Ron sitting in the middle of his family while they were opening presents. Hermione. She was eating lunch, the remains of presents still strewn around the table and a book Harry assumed it was new open to the 30th page. Harry frowned a bit as the image faded. It was cool and all, but what was the point really? He doubted Draco would have given him a gift on a whim, so there must be a point to it other than the obvious one. The mirror showed people. Well, maybe the person didn't have to be alive. Unbidden, thoughts of Sirius and his parents flowed into his head. The image swirled and there they were smiling up at him. They weren't moving, like the other pictures had, but they were still there, standing against a gray background. Harry heard a small yelp before Draco appeared through the wall looking slightly shaken. "Harry, the bond's going crazy, are you okay?" Harry smiled as the image faded and he looked up at Draco. "Thank you, Draco." Draco shifted minutely, as if slightly embarrassed. "You're welcome, and thanks for the chimes too." There was a small pop and the same house elf from the day before appeared in the room. Its large eyes sought out Harry. "Master Lucius is wondering if Master Potter is wanting to invite any relatives for dinner tonight, sir," it squeaked out unsurely. Harry blanched. "The Dursleys, here, Death Eater or not, if the Dursleys actually came to Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy would kill them before they got to the main course. And though it would be rather funny to see their expressions at his current living arrangements, no, it would be better not to invite them." Draco and Harry walked into the dining room, the large one, that night to see that Lucius was not the only one waiting for them. Harry almost ran into Draco as he stopped dead right inside the door. "Hello, Mother," Harry heard him say. "Mother." Harry looked around Draco's shoulder to see that Narcissa Malfoy was standing a little to the right of Lucius. "Hello, Draco dear." Her voice was sickly sweet. As Draco moved into the room, she saw Harry behind him. "And Harry too. I didn't know you were staying here." A quick look at Lucius which Harry did not like and she continued. "If I'd known I would have bought you a present too. Please don't worry about it, Mrs. Malfoy." Harry managed to get out, noticing the tension that seemed to be radiating off the two male Malfoys. Something was wrong here and Harry wasn't quite sure what yet. Dinner was not the most pleasant of affairs, even though an outsider would not have known were one to be watching somehow. Harry was surprised at how well all of the Malfoy family could act, as it was obvious that Narcissa's visit was not planned or wanted by the other two. Yet, they were all painstakingly cordial to each other. He was very happy when dinner was over and Draco asked if Harry and he could be excused from the table. "Oh, of course, dears, run along," Narcissa said with one of her smiles that never seemed to reach her eyes. Draco seemed to ignore Harry after they left the room and Harry could tell this was not a good night for questions. If he wanted some answers he would have to find out himself. Draco had long since disappeared towards their rooms and Harry heard the scraping of chairs against the floor that meant the other two Malfoys were getting up from the table. No time to get the invisibility cloak now. Harry slipped into one of the alcoves far from the doorway and gave silent thanks to whichever Malfoy it was that liked dark corners and had made this particular hall with many of them. Lucius and Narcissa entered the hall a few minutes later, neither saying a word or looking as pleasant as they had a few minutes ago when he and Draco had been in the room. Lucius led the way down the hall towards the door that Draco had said was his study. Only when both of them had entered the room did Harry move from his hiding place to one closer to the open doorway, behind a large statue of a sphinx. Harry jumped slightly as a voice whispered in his ear. "It seems we had the same idea." Harry nodded, looking at Draco who had appeared at his side. "Can we hear what's going on in his study from here?" "As long as they keep the door open." Draco settled in the alcove next to Harry behind the Sphinx statue and they both waited for one of the elder Malfoys to speak. "Lucius, I didn't just come here to see Draco. I gathered as much. Now I understand that there were certain restrictions placed upon you that you could not break if you were to gain the trust of certain individuals. Because of this, our Lord has decided to wait before deciding how to deal with you." "How to deal with me?" Lucius' tone was harsh, like that of a glacier. "Yes. I told him that a true Malfoy such as yourself would not dream of abandoning our crusade to reinstate the true leadership of the wizarding world." "You did." Lucius had turned to look into the fire, his face unreadable and icy. Of course, it took me a while to understand your plan, but you understand nothing if what you are saying is what you truly think. If Lucius was a glacier, then Narcissa was liquid steel. What are you saying? That you have truly abandoned our Lord. That is exactly what I am saying. He will kill you, Lucius. Consider, for the moment, my options, Narcissa. Just say, that I did go back to Voldemort. Do you really think I would survive the amount of cruciatus that I would have to endure? Self-esteem only goes so far, Narcissa, and even I can understand my own weaknesses. At least this way I am allying myself with a side that will cause the Malfoy name to be preserved. The Malfoy name, and I suppose that's all you care about. It's always been the only thing you cared about. The only similarity between your father and you caring about a name. At least he chose to honor his pure blood and not lower himself to the level of half-bloods, mudbloods, and their sympathizers. Do not bring my father into this. He had such a vision for you, Lucius. Had you followed it, you would have been great, honored by our Lord as your father was. Narcissa. Lucius' tone was deadly and Harry heard Draco's breathing shake as he inhaled. I will only warn you once. Do not. You will say nothing, Lucius. For years I have kept silent, as a good wife should, and let you handle our affairs. And now I will speak my piece. Something shifted in her demeanor and her tone became sickly sweet. But you won't listen to me. You only care about the Malfoy name. Not your family, not its standing, not that we could impact the world, just a name. Something in Lucius snapped, and there was a sound of ripping cloth from the study. Harry and Draco looked at each other as if sharing the knowledge of what had just happened. Lucius' wings had appeared. Narcissa had gone too far now. And Lucius' tone echoed that knowledge. If you understand that the holder of the Malfoy name is my son, then yes, that is all I care about. He shouted and Narcissa paled, the last to realize that she had moved too far in this argument. And it is now clear exactly how much he means to you. And, as if he had waited too long to say these words, he continued. As of this moment, consider our bonding annulled. Lucius. Glare intensified on Narcissa's pale face. In 48 hours you will find all of your belongings removed from every Malfoy estate and property. You will find that your dowry will be fully reimbursed in your former Gringotts account under your maiden name. His eyes seemed to take on a glow akin to that of a man finally freed from a life of prison. Now get out of my house, and if you ever come near my son again, our next meeting will not be one you will enjoy. Narcissa huffed, although she did nothing to retaliate against Lucius' words. She couldn't really, not with the black steel wings constantly reminding her of how angry Lucius actually was. She marched out of his study and slammed the door behind her. Harry and Draco pushed farther into the alcove as she passed by and she didn't see them. Neither did Lucius as he threw open the door as she reached the top of the entrance staircase. And you had better be thankful I'm not a Death Eater any longer, Narcissa, or I would be following that up with a well-placed killing curse. Narcissa paled another few shades and left the house at an even faster pace than the one she had been taking before. Lucius calmly closed the door to his study as she left the manor. Was that really necessary? Harry breathed, trying to see if Draco had been hurt by watching his parents fight. Every word, Harry, every word. I don't think I've ever been prouder to be a Malfoy than at this moment. Harry smiled at Draco as, even in the dim light, he could see the glow almost radiating from those soft, silver eyes. Harry blinked as a muffled thud pounded through the walls of Malfoy Manor. A few minutes later a muffled crash followed. This time Harry put down his quill from the letter he had been writing to Ron and waited a minute. When he heard the muffled explosion he got up from where he'd been lounging on the bed and made his way into Draco's room. Draco was nowhere to be seen, so Harry continued walking down the staircase into Draco's potions laboratory. Draco had spent the large part of 3 days in there, so Harry was not surprised in the least to find him there working on something. Despite the loud smash that shot through the room as Harry opened the door, Draco looked as if this was quite normal. I suppose you wanted those small explosions to happen, Harry commented as he closed the door behind him. Draco nodded absently as he dropped something green into the bubbling cauldron, a silver one, Harry noted. Harry opted to sit on one of the many stools in the room as Draco continued working on whatever it was he was working on. Harry had learned that when Draco was working on a potion that was either particularly intricate, never difficult, because that would imply that there was a chance for failure, or one that reacted to certain steps particularly quickly, he would soon forget that there was anyone else in the room. And when Draco didn't think there was anyone in the room, all his facades fell down to reveal a boy that Harry thought was absolutely beautiful. Had Harry been a poet, he could have easily written an ode to the way the light of curiosity seemed to sparkle in Draco's eyes, making them seem like molten silver. If Harry had been the best artist in the world, he was sure that he could not have done Draco justice in the art media, nor the way the candle-lit room provided a glow that seemed to dance around his face and fingers as he stirred whatever he was brewing or chopped something with a fine silver knife. And Harry knew that these kinds of thoughts about Draco Malfoy would have scared him out of his skin back during the first week of school, but he realized he didn't mind them now. Draco realized Harry was watching him again. Harry had been doing that off and on for the past few days. It was obvious to Draco that Harry was attracted to him at least, but Draco wasn't sure how far that attraction went. It was rather frustrating. At times like this, when Harry's eyes stared at him in an almost unblinking fashion, as if afraid to miss one detail, or when he would awake in the morning to find Harry doing the same type of thing as he had slept, Draco was sure that Harry's emotions ran deeper. But when Harry knew that Draco was, well, alert to his surroundings, Harry was just amicable. It was rather frustrating because Draco didn't know how to respond to Harry when he flip-flopped through emotions like this. Like right now, for example. If he stretched just a bit, yes, he could see Harry gulp ever so slightly. That didn't happen normally. It was almost like Harry couldn't make up his mind. Draco didn't really blame Harry for this, because he was in the same boat really. Oh, he knew Harry was attractive, in a very different way than Draco himself was attractive, but he didn't really know quite where his feelings for Harry lay. There was also the small fact that neither Harry nor he himself had really broached yet. The fact that whether they fell in love with each other eventually or not, they were stuck together for life. There would be no way they could hide this for all that long after they graduated Hogwarts. Merlin, Draco didn't even know how they were going to hide it through the summer when his friends were going to find it rather strange that Harry Potter just happened to be at the manor. They hadn't yet discussed how they should let the public view their relationship of sorts. Draco's eyes quickly fell to the clock at his right. If there was another explosion in 2 seconds. A loud smash rose from the swirling contents of the cauldron. Yes, it was done. Draco fought back the urge to crow with glee as he looked at the swirling purple contents of his cauldron. He'd found this little thing in the back of one of his father's potions books and thought it would be fun to try it sometime. So what's the point of this one? Harry's voice questioned from over his shoulder. Draco was hit with a truly Slytherin idea and smirked over his shoulder at Harry. Watch. And Draco tipped the entire contents of the potion onto the table. Harry yelped as the potion began to spread rapidly. Draco pulled off his shirt and grabbed Harry around the waist, wings spreading outward from his back as he did so. His wings had grown enough to somewhat support him in flight, so he was able to lift Harry off the floor and hold them both aloft as the potion continued its course through the room. The swirling purple substance spread throughout the room, crawling across anything it touched, until the entire room was a swirling purple color. Harry's breath had caught in his throat when Draco had picked him up off the floor, and as Draco held him he tried to make his heart slow its frantic beating. Draco fought down a smirk. He could feel Harry's heart pounding in his chest, and knew that wasn't only because he was surprised at what the potion did. Rather pretty, Draco breathed in Harry's ear. Harry tried to ignore the sensation of hot breath on his neck as he nodded. Is it permanent? That sounded a little raspier than Harry had wanted it to. No, it goes away in a few hours, Draco replied, touching back down on the floor of the room now that the potion had settled. Harry was surprised the next day when Draco appeared through the wall that separated their rooms. I'm going swimming. Want to come? Harry looked at Draco incredulously. In the snow. Yes, in the snow, Draco repeated as if he was talking to a little child. Isn't the water frozen? Draco smirked at Harry's confusion. Just put your swimsuit on under your clothes and come on. I don't have a swimsuit, Harry pointed out truthfully. The house elves will get you one, Draco replied as he disappeared back through the wall. The house elves had done as Draco said, and Harry found himself following Draco through the foot-deep snow towards where Draco had pointed out a lake. As they neared the lake, Harry had to stop for a moment when he realized that it wasn't frozen. In fact, there was no ice to be seen anywhere in the lake, yet the snow reached right up to its banks. As they neared the lake, the temperature seemed to rise, yet the snow remained on the ground and didn't melt. Warm snow, it was the strangest thing Harry had seen in a long time, and he said so. It's a long-range warming charm, Draco replied. The house elves are really good at it. When they reached the bank of the lake, Draco calmly stripped off his outer clothing and plunged into the waters. Harry followed at a slightly slower pace. You act like you've never been in the water before, Draco commented as he surfaced a few feet away. I can count on one hand the times that I've gone swimming. Draco blinked. But you do know how to swim, right? Harry gave Draco a lopsided smile. Yes, Draco, I do know how to swim. Harry meandered into one of the libraries, the red one, and paused in the doorway to see Draco lounging on one of the couches. A book was spread across his lap, but he wasn't reading. He was staring off at one of the bookshelves, clearly not really seeing it. He didn't move as Harry walked into the room and sat down on one of the chairs. What are you thinking about? Harry asked softly. Draco started and turned slightly to look at Harry. What are you thinking about? Harry repeated. Oh. Draco turned to look at the bookshelves again. We're going back to school tomorrow. Harry waited for Draco to continue. I'm wondering how long we can hide this from everyone. We've done pretty well so far. That's fine for during school, but what happens when the year ends? Or, if we somehow manage to keep it a secret that long, what about after we finish school? Someone is going to find out, and the longer we keep it a secret, the more fuss people are going to make, and the wilder the stories are going to be. Harry frowned. Draco did have a point. The more they hid it, the more scandalous it became in the eyes of anyone looking in. Well, the rest of the school knows about you being a Varii, Harry pointed out. Do they? The only book in the entire school about Varii is in the restricted section. How many people in Hogwarts do you think have read it? You, me, and Hermione. Exactly. They know the name but not the meaning. All they are going to see, or focus on, is that two boys who have disliked each other immensely over the years they've known each other are living together. If that doesn't spell scandal. Well, the other 6th-year Gryffindor boys all know that I'm not in Gryffindor Tower anymore, Harry pointed out. But do they know why? No. Harry idly wondered what conclusion they came up with on their own to explain his absence. Why are you worried about it anyway? I don't know. Maybe I'd like to be prepared for when it happens. Harry was silent for a moment. What kind of books do you like to read? Well, Harry began, roommates are supposed to know things about each other, right? So, if we are going to be prepared for when people find out about our arrangement, then we should know each other. Historical novel. I don't like reading much, but I'd say fiction. Favorite subject. Defense against the dark arts, when there's a good teacher. Potions. Should have known that. Least favorite subject. Ancient runes. Potions. Draco snorted. Right. Favorite color. Red. Silver. Least favorite color. Draco smirked. Neon pink. Harry winced. Same. What do you want to do when you get out of school? Become an Auror, I guess. Get a mastery in potions. No wonder. Harry paused for a few moments. It's your turn to ask a question, Harry. Draco reminded him. I'm thinking, if you had to be stuck on a deserted island with either Trelawney or Filch, which would you pick? What? Neither. I'd throw them to the sharks. Where did you come up with that? I dunno. It was random. Draco thought for a moment. First crush. Cho Chang. Harry replied immediately and sullenly. An eyebrow rose. I won't ask. King Arthur. There was this picture of him in a book I read a long time ago. I always thought Guinevere was so stupid to leave him for Lancelot. Harry boarded the train to Hogwarts and was pulled through the train towards the group of Gryffindor compartments by his enthusiastic friends. How was your vacation, Harry? Hermione asked as she closed the door. It was fine. Malfoy didn't do anything, because if he did, I'll pound him. Really, Ron? It was fine. Hi, Harry. Harry smiled up at Ginny and Dean, who walked into the compartment and were shortly followed by Neville and Seamus. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.